السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته. سنبدأ إن شاء الله. شكرا على الانتباه. سنبدأ جلستنا اليوم بموضوع تغيير المناخ وآثاره على قطاع المالية وعلى قدرة الحكومات على تحقيق أهداف التنمية المستدامة. But before starting, I will ask our guests today to present themselves and their background to the public. Please.
McCord from the Microinsurance Center at Milliman, and I've been doing microinsurance since the first commercial microinsurance product in Uganda in 1994. So that makes me old, I guess. And so I've been doing microinsurance, trying to promote the need for low-income people to have proper and effective risk management opportunities. And so I'm here, very excited to be here. In 2017, in 2000, I started the Microinsurance Center. In 2017, I joined Milliman, and that was a great move. And so I look forward to talking more with you.
Very interesting.
Good morning. صباح الخير على حضراتكم جميعا. أنا الدكتورة داليا أحمد سامي خليل. أنا أستاذ مساعد في كلية التجارة جامعة القاهرة. عملت طبعا في يعني شغلي في العلوم الاكتوارية كان من خلال ان انا كنت اكاديميك كوردينيتور او منسق اكاديمي للبرنامج لمدة تقريبا 10 سنوات. فانا المفروض ان انا اكتر واحدة مسكت البرنامج او لمدة طويلة، يعني خبرة طويلة، ولينا ستودنتس كتيرة موجودين في القاعة، فدي حاجة شرف ليا. يعني اشتغلت برضو مع وزارة التعليم العالي كأمين مساعد للمجلس الأعلى للجامعات الفترة اللي فاتت، وإن شاء الله يعني I hope you have you're going to enjoy the session إن شاء الله معانا بإذن الله.
صباح الخير. أنا عمرو سليمان، مدرس في كلية تجارة جامعة القاهرة، وأنا حاصل على دكتوراه في ريسك مانجمنت من سنة 2017. بعد كده توليت مهمة المنسق الأكاديمي لبرنامج العلوم الاكتوارية بعد الدكتور داليا طبعا أستاذتنا. وحاليا أنا بعمل في وزارة التخطيط والتنمية الاقتصادية، مسؤول عن برنامج الحوافز الإيجابية للمشروع القومي لتنمية الأسرة المصرية. كان أشار عنه امبارح معالي وزير المالية في الجلسة الأولى، وإن شاء الله النهاردة هنتكلم على الكلايمت تشينج والتغيرات المناخية وتأثيرها على الدول النامية. وأشكركم جدا، وإن شاء الله تبقى السيشن لطيفة جدا. شكرا.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Arpita Das. I'm on the board of directors of the Society of Actuaries, and I'm also the chairperson of the SOA's International Committee. So it's a pleasure to be here. In terms of my actuarial career, I started off at New York Life Insurance in New York City. I was there for 7 years and got my fellowship. This was followed by 6 years at Allianz, based out of Dublin, in their international life and health business. As of the past year, and perhaps more relevant to today's session, I've started my own consulting practice in the sustainability space. Alongside my industry experience, I've also had the good fortune of volunteering in microinsurance for a very long time. Not as long as Michael, but I very much admire the work that actuaries have been doing in this space, and I'm looking forward to our discussion.
Thank you very much. بالنسبة لي أنا سعيد جدا لتسيير هذه الجلسة. أنا محمد بالبركة، خبير اكتواري مؤهل من الجمعية الاكتوارية العالمية. عندي أكثر من 30 سنة خبرة في ميدان التأمين والاكتواريات في مهام كلاسيكية من مهنة الاكتواري، ولا بأس أن أذكر من هذا المنبر ببعض المهام الاكتوارية الأصلية back to the basics أو الكلاسيكية، والتي طغت عليها حاليا أو أخذت منها الأضواء المهام والاحتياجات التي تواكب منظومة سولفنسي 2. ففي تذكير الاكتواريين الشباب والطلاب فبعض المهام الكلاسيكية لمهنة الاكتواري نجد فن التسعير what we call pricing، فن الاحتياطات reserving، فن الاكتتاب policy of underwriting، فن التقارير actuarial reporting، دراسة الحوادث claims analysis، دراسة الربحية profitability analysis، مراقبة جودة المحفظات what we call portfolio quality monitoring. كل هذا هي مهام أصلية في مهنة الاكتواري والتي يطالب بها الاكتواري. بدأت مساري المهني سنة 1990 بشركة أكسا العالمية قبل أن أترقى لأصبح مدير بالإدارة المركزية العالمية التقنية للمجموعة في باريس في مجال الأخطاء الشخصية أو what we call personal lines. رجعت سنة 2005 للمغرب كمدير عام مساعد لشركة تأمينات الوفاء، وعدت بعدها لفرنسا في سنة 2010 كمدير عمليات لشركة فرنسية ألمانيا. يسرني غاية السرور أن ندير هذا الصباح هذه الجلسة باسم الجمعية المغربية للإكتواريين، والتي ستحتفل هذه السنة بعيد ميلادها ال25، وكذلك باسم رابطة الإكتواريين العرب التي ازدادت ببيروت شهر مارس الماضي، والتي أتشرف بكوني عضواً في مجلس إدارتها. فبسم الله نبدأ. سأخذ بضع دقائق للتعريف بموضوع اليوم، وهو موضوع مهم جداً، وهو موضوع جديد في العالم العربي، ألا وهو موضوع تغيير المناخ وآثاره على قطاع المالية وعلى قدرة الحكومات على تحقيق أهداف التنمية المستدامة. في عام 2015 اعتمدت جميع الدول الأعضاء في الأمم المتحدة أهداف التنمية المستدامة، والتي تعرف أيضاً باسم الأهداف العالمية، باعتبارها دعوة عالمية للعمل على إنهاء الفقر وحماية الكوكب وضمان تمتع جميع الناس بالسلام والازدهار بحلول عام 2030. وسنرجع بشيء من التفصيل مع المتدخلين لهذه الأهداف. وكذلك في نفس السنة أي في 2015 اجتمعت حوالي 200 دولة في اتفاق باريس في مؤتمر المناخ لمواجهة تغيير المناخ وآثاره السلبية، ويهدف هذا الاتفاق إلى الحد بشكل كبير من انبعاثات غازات الاحتباس الحراري العالمية، والحد من زيادة درجة الحرارة العالمية في هذا القرن إلى 2 درجات، مع السعي إلى الحد من الزيادة إلى 1.5 درجة في حدود 2050. يعني اجتمع خبراء المناخ، وهناك 4 سيناريوهات ربما سنرجع لها مع المتدخلين، التي تقول إذا لم نفعل شيئاً فمتوسط درجة الحرارة سيرتفع بأكثر من 4 درجات في 2050، وهذا سيكون له آثار سلبية عميقة على الكوكب. وإذا فعلنا شيئاً يعني اتخذنا قرارات، فربما سننجح في حد ارتفاع الحرارة بنسبة 1.5 درجة في حدود 2005. وكثير من الخبراء يقولون أن هذا السيناريو الذي هو الأجود للكوكب مع الأسف لا يمكن تحقيقه، فالقرارات لم تتخذ بعد أو اتخذت بكثير من التأخر. إذا حاولنا تحليل مخاطر المناخ بعجالة في هذه المقدمة، وسنرجع لها مع ضيوفنا، فيمكن أن نقسم الأخطار لعدة أنواع. الأخطار المادية أو الجسدية، وهذه تقيس المخاطر المادية. هذه المخاطر تقيس التأثير المباشر لتغيير المناخ على الأشخاص والممتلكات، الأضرار الناتجة عن الجفاف والفيضانات والظواهر الطبيعية والكارثية وما إلى ذلك. وتوجد عموما فئتان من المخاطر المادية: المخاطر المزمنة التي لا يمكن الرجوع إلى الوراء معها، مثلا ارتفاع مستوى سطح البحر، ارتفاع متوسط درجة الحرارة إلى آخره، التي يمكن أن تؤدي تدريجيا إلى تدهور إنتاجية قطاع معين أو بلد معين، على سبيل المثال في الزراعة. يعني هذه المخاطر مزمنة لا يمكن أن الرجوع إلى الوراء. وخطر حدوث أحداث مناخية شديدة أو كارثية، والخطر هنا يكمن في سرعة تردد هذه الأخطار. قد يؤدي الضرر الناتج عنها إلى تدمير الأصول المادية، العقارات أو مؤسسات الإنتاج، ويسبب انخفاضا في النشاط الاقتصادي المحلي، وربما اضطرابا في قطاعات معينة. فمثلا، وسأخذ بعض الأمثلة من فرنسا حيث أقيم وأعرف الدراسات الإكتوارية التي تجري هناك. تقدر دراسات وإسقاطات اكتوارية أجرتها شركات التأمين بفرنسا أن أضرار الجفاف ستعرف ارتفاعا بنسبة 3 أضعاف في 30 سنة القادمة. يعني هذه الأضرار ستقدر بحوالي 50 مليون أورو، 50 مليار أورو. وأضرار الفيضانات ستزيد ب90%، وأضرار الإعصارات ستزيد ب46%. فلكم أن تتصوروا هذه الآثار، مع تحقق أخطار جديدة كخطر الغمر البحري. فمثلا في فرنسا هناك دراسات أدت إلى أن هناك حوالي 36 ألف وحدة سكنية أو قرية في فرنسا، والدراسات تشير أن 126 قرية ربما تغيب عن الوجود بعد هذا الغمر البحري أو سي سبمرشن. فمن الآن الحكومة الفرنسية طالبت السلطات المحلية لكل قرية وكل مدينة باتخاذ قرارات واتخاذ جدول أعمال برؤية 30 سنة وبرؤية 100 سنة. أي من الآن نبدأ بتحقيق برسم المدار السكني لكل قرية برؤية 30 سنة وبرؤية 100 سنة. يعني يجب أن نبدأ اتخاذ القرارات يعني حالا. وهناك لتغيير المناخ آثار ملحوظة كذلك على تطور الأمراض الغريبة والأمراض المزمنة المرتبطة بالتعرض للحرارة العالية أو بزيادة معدل الجزيئات الموجودة في الهواء، وهذا له أثر على ضمانات الصحة والحياة والتوقف عن العمل، ويدخل كذلك اختلالات في جداول الوفيات وما إلى ذلك في تأمين الحياة. وهناك فئة أخرى من المخاطر وهو ما يسمى بمخاطر الانتقال. ما معنى هذا؟ قد تنجم مخاطر التحول عن تغير في سلوك وأداء الشركات والوكلاء الاقتصاديين والماليين استجابة لتنفيذ سياسات الطاقة أو التغيرات التكنولوجية اللازمة لتقليل انبعاثات غازات الاحتباس الحراري. من المحتمل أن يكون لعملية خفض الانبعاثات هذا تأثير كبير على جميع قطاعات الاقتصاد من خلال التأثير على قيمة الأصول المالية وربحية الشركات. إذن فهذا الخطر يتمثل في خفض قيمة الشركات، مثلا الشركات التي لن تكون مستعدة للاستجابة لأمر الدولة باتخاذ قرارات في مجال الطاقة ومجال خفض الكربون. فمثلا تشير التقديرات أن في فرنسا مثلا إلى أن القطاعات الحساسة لمخاطر التحول تمثل ما يقرب من 12% من الأصول المصرفية و10% من أصول مؤسسات التأمين. يعني إذا لم نتخذ حذرا فربما أموال التأمين تكون في شركات التي تكون حساسة لهذا، التي قد لا تستجيب إلى أوامر الدولة باتخاذ الاحتياطات في مجال الحد من الغازات، فتفقد قيمتها المالية أو ربما تفلس. فهذا ما يسمى بمخاطر الانتقال. إذن فالسؤال: ما دورنا كاكتواريين أمام مخاطر تغيير الانتقال؟ وسنراه مع المتدخلين. هناك فقط تعريف، وأختم بهذا تعريف جميل للعلوم الاكتوارية، وهو putting risks in equation، فمعناه وضع أو تبديل الأخطار في المعادلات. فبعد وضع مخاطر تغيير المناخ في المعادلات يكون من هدف الإكتواريين توعية الجمهور، توعية الشركات، وهناك أهداف أخرى قد أرجع إليها في النقاش. But now let's give the floor to our guests. First, we will start with Dr. Michael, who will discuss SDGs and GAIN initiative. The floor is yours.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Mohammed. Everybody who knows me knows that I don't like to just stay up there. Those are for the experts. I'm just me. I was in China in November of 2019, out in the bush, kind of, in some municipality near Xi'an. Xi'an is where the Terracotta Army is. And so I was out in this municipality, and we were doing some work, and we met with some of the municipality people, and even some of the more local people, And they were all super busy. And we said, well, what's going on? Why are you so busy? They said, we are going to eradicate poverty, none, by December 31st. And this was like mid-November. I thought, okay, I didn't laugh. Okay, I didn't laugh. But I thought, well, how are you going to do that? And so I said, you know, okay, so what are you doing? What is it that's keeping you so busy? And they all said, we have files on every person in the municipality. They showed me the files. And they said, we are trying to get them to a point where they are not in poverty anymore at the end of the year. And I said, okay, that's all fine. But I said, you know, if you don't have good insurance, you may eradicate poverty by December 31st, but poverty will be back on January 1st. Does anybody disagree with that? If we're going to eradicate poverty, even mitigate poverty, to be a little fair, right? We need to have risk management products that are effective for low-income people, for everyone. Everyone has it, should have it. But low-income people especially face incredible risks by having to be in vulnerable positions, and we need to help to provide them the kind of risk management that they need. Who knows what the SDGs are? 17 things. Oh, yeah. That's right. 17 goals of the United Nations that are supposed to be achieved by 2030. One of them is actually no more poverty, which is interesting. One of them is no more poverty. One of them is no more hunger. One of them is equality. So very serious goals. Each of these 17 goals has a number of targets that goes under those, and then each of those targets has a number of indicators to let us know that they have actually been achieved. And these are very serious. Across the globe, I hear people all over talking about it. If you look at the original document, even the document today, frankly, if you look at that document, right, that's talking about no poverty, no hunger, equality, climate change mitigation. If you look at that, how many times do you think it mentions insurance in all that text? How many times? Real question. None. I have none here. Anybody else? You're only one away. One time. How can you do these things without insurance? How can you create sustainable development without insurance? You can't. You can't. I've argued this for years. When the SDGs first came out, I wrote a book with GIZ, a document, you know, about what things need to have insurance. What things should have insurance to enhance them. We've had a lot of discussion with not only the UN, but the World Bank and everybody else, with the importance of insurance for satisfaction of these sustainable goals and satisfaction of the sustainability part. If we want them to be sustainable, we need to have good insurance products. Now, in late 2021, we were approached as Milliman. We were approached by the administrator, the head person at the UNDP, Achim Steiner. And he came to us as Milliman, the largest actuarial consulting firm in the world. He came to us and he said, we are doing all this work to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, but we recognize that we can't achieve them without insurance. And I thought, alhamdulillah, finally. And so we can't achieve them without insurance. And then he went one step further. He said, and we can't have good insurance without what? Without what? Yes. We can't have good insurance without actuaries. And so he said, we have a problem with actuaries. We want to build up the profession, and we would like Milliman to help us to do that. And so Milliman got into partnership with the UNDP. This isn't a contract. It isn't a technical assistance thing. We're getting no money from it. Indeed, I expect it'll cost probably $2 million a year for Milliman to do this. But they have identified 27 countries for which they are doing significant development work around microinsurance, disaster risk financing, gender, even green investments and such. Okay, so they're doing this. They asked us to come, and so we're partnering with them in these 27 countries. In the end, it'll probably be closer to 15 that we'll work in. But what we're trying to do is build up the profession, not just provide capacity building, not just trainings here and there and there, here and there, right? Because for me, those are not enough. Not enough. We need to have some kind of continued, sustainable, structural changes to help improve the profession. So we're looking at the demand side, insurers. You wouldn't believe it. I go to places, did this in Nigeria, and I'm talking to insurers, and other than AXA and the big multinationals, you know, they tell me, what do I need actuaries for? And I tell them, because Nigeria has a penetration rate of 0.67%. Actuaries are needed, they are needed to help move this market. Actuaries understand risk. Insurance is a business of risk. You have to take these people, you have to leverage the knowledge they have and the information that they have and the abilities that they have to help to expand good insurance products. They're not just here to sign off on regulatory documents. This is you all. You have the ability, the power, to move the insurance industries in these countries. And insurers need you. So we're working on the demand side. How do we get insurers to understand that the way out for them into better business, into better profitability, into wider distribution is by using actuaries to their fullest? We're working with regulators to make sure that regulations are set properly so that it can facilitate actuaries. Also in Nigeria, we're working on a definition, a legal definition for actuaries, because the regulator wants to say, okay, I want every insurance company to have an actuary on staff. But they have to define that first. So we're working with them to help them with that. We're working with universities on the demand, on the supply side. We're working with universities in a number of countries. We've already been, last year we did Nepal and Egypt and Nigeria and Colombia. This year we've done several more countries so far. And looking at doing an assessment, trying to understand what is it that can happen to help move insurance in general. For me, my interest is in microinsurance, but my thought is that if we can get actuaries to be actually moving insurance in a very positive direction, that's also going to help us with microinsurance. Okay? And so also we're working with the associations, the insurance associations, the actuarial associations, I'm sorry, in these countries, trying to help them to provide better and more structured outputs to help their members to be better able to move into this role that they need to be in. How many of you have in-depth knowledge of the actuarial workings that go behind climate risk insurance? One. Good, good. Josie, thank you. Okay? We need more of this. Climate change is coming. It's here. I'm an American. I used to be able to say that in America, we don't believe in climate change. But then Biden came in, and it's all changed now. But we didn't believe in climate change, okay? But it's coming. It's here. We all feel it. Actuaries need to understand it better so that you can have a better role in getting insurers to understand how they should respond, even in getting policymakers to understand better how they should be making decisions. So this is really important. So this GAIN project is intended to build the profession, not just provide a little capacity building, okay? Among the countries that we're working in North Africa and MENA, Jordan, Algeria, Tunisia, Egypt, yeah, I think that's all. And those weren't my choices, those were the choices of UNDP, so don't blame me, okay? So anyway, what I want to say, I just want to reiterate that we can't solve the sustainable development problem. We can't satisfy the sustainable development goals without insurance, and that's never going to work unless we have good, skilled actuaries. And that's all of you. And we're here to help, and to help improve the profession. So thank you.
Thank you, ميكائيل. ميكائيل دافع كثيرا عن دور التأمين في أهداف التنمية المستدامة، ويمكن أن قال في أن النسخة الأولى للأهداف المستدامة ذكر التأمين مرة واحدة، وهو يتعجب على هذا. ويمكن أن ألخص تدخله في آية واحدة تحضرني للتو، وهي قوله تعالى: فليعبدوا رب هذا البيت الذي أطعمهم من جوع وآمنهم من خوف. There is the link. In English, let them worship the Lord of this sacred house, who has fed them against hunger and made them secure against fear. يعني ليس هناك من أهداف تنمية مستدامة بدون تأمين، بمعنى التأمين الأمان والتكافل. شكرا ميكائيل. Let's move to Dr. Dalia. The floor is yours.
Well, thank you, Dr. محمود. يعني معلش طبعا أنا هتكلم بالإنجليش. أنا my background طبعا my education in إنجلترا، يعني in England، هيبقى البرزنتيشن بتاعي in English. Very briefly, I'm going to point out some few points that might be facts more, and I hope this will be helpful in this session. Okay, first I would like to thank the organizers. Thank you, Mr. Ibrahim, for holding the first Arab International Conference here in Cairo, supporting them, of course, the profession, and inviting me to participate in the event. And as I said, maybe in my talk I will point out a few points. First, about the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, and the climate change, and what the Egyptian universities respond for these goals and the climate change issue. According, I would say, to Egypt, Vision 2030 is a sustainable development strategy under the Sustainable Development Goals of the UN. I will quote the vision. The new Egypt will possess a competitive, balanced, and diversified economy dependent on innovation and knowledge, based on justice, social integrity, and participation, characterized by a balanced and diversified ecological collaboration system investing in places and people to achieve sustainable development and to improve Egyptians' quality of life. Okay, how the Egyptian universities respond to this? Over the past few years, the higher education strategy was aiming, or has been aiming, at achieving not only goal number 4, which is related mainly to the quality of education, but also for other goals. These are like facts I know of being working at the Supreme Council of Universities, includes among these facts increasing the number of universities in Egypt to targeting about 100 universities, raising the international ranking of Egyptian universities, encouraging international cooperation, participating in reducing the rate of illiteracy, of course, among others. Yeah. Many initiatives as well have been carried out and being active in the universities, including, of course, participating of the students in social campaigns, like, for example, Haya Karima. Maybe you've known about that, I've heard about this. And this is, of course, for better life for Egyptians. And that's, of course, in a way to achieve or to say that we are participating in achieving the goals, the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations, as my colleagues explained. Climate change is one of the challenges, of course, that was also covered in the SDGs, and Egypt has a significant role, of course, having hosted COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh in November 2022. Global warming, as my colleague said, reducing carbon levels and moving towards green environments and green universities, of course, were among the hottest issues that should be covered in climate change. Inspired by the British universities' role, having a pool of British universities that were actually participating in COP26 in Glasgow, the Egyptian university in COP27 with projects and research papers, but mainly conducted by faculties of science and engineering. As specialized in actuarial science, questions for me raised about the involvement of Egyptian, maybe Arab actuaries in the implementation of the SDGs and the activities related to the climate change. I can claim there is a lot that needs to be addressed, actually. I will be a bit vague. شوية في يعني I'll be a little vague about this because really many things need to be done. Workshops, events, statements should be addressed in order to be involved in achieving either the SDGs or the climate change problems. The second point, well, I finished with the Egyptian universities and how they are acting, and again, I'm saying what we have been doing for being involved in the SDGs or climate change. I can say that our role was not very clear and significant. Okay, so moving from this point to another point, how the actuaries can be involved in SDGs in general. Of course, actuaries can make difference for SDGs in many different ways. And I will, of course, referring to the professional bodies and the Institute and Faculty of Actuaries in the UK. They issued a climate change statement, supports the Paris Agreement and the transition to a global economy that has no net greenhouse gas emissions, net zero as we say, by 2050. Also, they have a kind of sustainability podcast series that explores the SDGs and the role that actuaries can play in achieving these goals by 2030. Okay, for the actuaries, I can see that they can contribute in many ways, and mainly, of course, using their unique expertise to the public policy priorities, providing solutions to complex questions around global risks. They can, of course, identify as well and manage new types of risks, such as the long-term risk and the climate risks, pandemic as well. I mean, we've been faced by pandemic risks over the last 2 years. Currency exchange and how this actually moving very fast in a way that is not really expected, especially in the developing economies. Using also advanced risk modeling and prediction techniques, increasing, and that, of course, getting more important with the increasing randomness and volatility in the markets. Also involving the AI, the artificial intelligence, to support the analysis and the modeling process is very important, and actuaries can do that as well. Well, the time will not allow me to go through the 17 goals of the SDGs, of course. We have just limited time, and I'm about to finish my talk. I will mention few maybe specific goals that could be, that actuaries could participate in, and we can, of course, agree about this. They can actually participate in alleviating the poverty and hunger, which may be SDG 1 and 2, by developing pension plans and new social security programs, or maybe also in addition providing microinsurance, as Michael said, products to protect the low-income people. Improving health care, of course, and access to to quality health care also by designing and establishing proper pricing of health insurance products, helping to overcome the challenges with the increasing cost of medical care. For climate change and sustainability, actuaries, of course, can help assessing also and managing physical transition and liability risks arising from climate change, and support the transition to a low-carbon economy by developing green financial products and services. I will conclude this part and finish with the quote of Nico Aspinall, the chair of Institute and Faculty of Actuaries Resource and Environment Board. Briefly, he said, we need to reform for the climate change. We need to reform our wealth and risk transfer mechanism between generations to ensure there is a financial stability and to ensure we are dealing with climate change both in terms of mitigating its worst possible effects and adapting to the future world. As for this, I'm finished with my talk regarding the SDGs, the role of actuaries, what we can do to be involved in the SDGs. We can do a lot. The most important point is how to show that, or how to be active and significant. On a side note, actually, I will grab the chance, maybe from my background as an academic, to just have few comments for the decision makers, and that's not maybe related to the session, but I got the permission from my colleagues in the session to say them. And I hope this will, of course, have a good impact in our conference, or maybe will be included in the recommendations of the conference. I would see that we need to have a specified and defined frame of the profession in Egypt and the Arab world. I know that actuarial science could be involved in many sectors, could be involved in insurance, could be involved in investment banks, could be involved in financial companies, investment companies, many other health sectors. But again, from education perspective, in order to develop and grow, we need to have a specified and defined frame for the profession. We need to have a clear frame and a clear definition of actuarial science, acted as separate, not as part of any other subjects. Another important point that we mentioned, I think my colleagues mentioned even yesterday, increasing the number of students. We allow this to increase the number of students. That means we increase the number of actuaries that can help and serve in the financial markets in our region. establishing new departments and academic programs, and I think this is in process. I think other universities are now actually approaching national bodies, international bodies, international entities, and between our academic institutions and the industry, of course, play an important role, as the actuaries will work at the end in the financial market, so they have to satisfy the employer's need and the stakeholders' need. Of course, the continuous developing of our curriculums in our universities and maybe at the international level to have small parts that can adapt with the new changes and risks that affect our world would be also another recommendation that could be adopted, because I know that there is a continuous development of the curriculum every 5 or 10 years. But again, we are facing lots of changes in our world nowadays. And I think we can have just maybe a new part or a small part that can deal with, of course, the pandemic, like, for example, the pandemic risk, the climate change risk, something that could be new facing the world, so we are able as actuaries to deal with the techniques and the methodologies and the strategies need to be done to face these risks. Thank you very much for your attention, and I hope I haven't taken that much long time.
شكرا دكتورة داليا. إذا أردت أن ألخص ما قالت فقد قالت الشيء الكثير. أولا عرفت بدور الجامعة المصرية، وهذا قليل ما يعرفه. دور الجامعة المصرية في الأهداف المستدامة، حيث هناك دروس حول الأهداف المستدامة في الجامعة كدرس حياة كريمة، وكذلك مشاركة الجامعات المصرية في مؤتمرات المناخ كوب، وكذلك عرفت بدور الاكتواريين وأهميته، خصوصا قدرة الاكتواريين على إسقاطات بعيدة المدى 2030-2050. وكذلك فلتصححني إذا أخطأت، أعلنت عن حاجة ماسة لخلق شعبة اكتوارية قائمة بذاتها في داخل الجامعات المصرية، وأتمنى النجاح لهذه البادرة إن شاء الله. Let's move to دكتور عمرو.
نتكلم عن التنمية المستدامة وإيه اللي حصل في التاريخ، يعني بناء على الخبرة الأكاديمية اللي عندي. فإحنا بنشوف التطور اللي حصل في تاريخ التنمية المستدامة، حيث أن هي بدأت في حوالي من السبعينات الإنسان بدأ، أو بعد الثورة الصناعية اللي حصلت لقينا أن في تلوث حصل، لقينا أن في تأثيرات ضارة على البيئة. من السبعينات بدأنا ننظر إلى منظور التنمية المستدامة، وبدأنا بالفعل أخذ الخطوات في تقديم مفهوم التنمية المستدامة في سنة تقريبا 82. بداية من سنة 82 بدأت المؤتمرات الدولية والعالمية في دراسة قصة التنمية المستدامة ودراسة مفهوم التنمية المستدامة. يعني إيه أصلاً تنمية مستدامة؟ التنمية المستدامة هي تلبية الحاجات الحالية، أو إحنا دلوقتي محتاجين نعمل إيه؟ تلبية تلك الحاجات، ولكن دون المساس بحاجات الأجيال القادمة أو الأجيال المستقبلية. فاللي حصل في الوضع الحالي إن الإنسان أصبح له تأثير ضار على البيئة المحيطة، وبقى فيه تأثيرات سلبية جدا بناء على الاحتباس الحراري، الغازات التي اللي بتطلعها المصانع بناء على الثورة الصناعية اللي حصلت، حيث كان في الماضي إن السمة الأساسية للتنمية والازدهار هي التنمية العلمية والاقتصادية فقط. ما كانش حد بيبص على البيئة، ما كانش حد بيبص على الاقتصاد الأخضر، ما كانش حد بيبص على إزاي إن احنا نحافظ على البيئة بتاعتنا، وبالتالي اللي هيحصل في المستقبل هيبقى فيه ضرر كبير على الأجيال القادمة. والتنمية المستدامة ظهر فيها بقى إن الموضوع بدأ نتكلم فيه في الأمم المتحدة. بدأنا من سنة 2015 دراسة، أو بدأنا بوجود بقى المجتمع المدني بيتكلم عن هذه الظاهرة، وبدأنا نتكلم عن أهمية التنمية المستدامة. وفي مصر بدأنا رؤية مصر 2030، والعالم كمان بقى يتكلم على الرؤية في 2030 إيه اللي هيحصل. بدأنا دلوقتي كمان دراسة الأهداف الخاصة بالتنمية المستدامة اللي هم ال 17 هدف، ولقينا إن الأهداف دي متكاملة، بمعنى إنه مفيش هدف ينفع يتحقق بغض النظر عن الأهداف الأخرى. يعني لو بدأنا نتكلم عن الفقر، علشان نقضي على الفقر يبقى لازم نقضي على الجوع، يبقى لازم يبقى في تعليم كويس، يبقى لازم نحافظ على المناخ. فبالتالي كل الأهداف ليها ارتباط وثيق جدا ببعض، يعني بيبقى في زي very high positive correlation، في ارتباط موجب قوي جدا بين هذه المتغيرات. لما نبص على قصة المناخ هنلاقي ان المناخ دي ظاهرة طبيعية، او التغيرات المناخية هي ظاهرة طبيعية بتحصل في الكرة الأرضية منذ بدء الخليقة، ولكن اللي أثر بالزيادة في ارتفاع درجة حرارة الأرض حوالي 2 أو 1.5 درجة، زي ما مستر إبراهيم قال أو مستر محمد قال، الثورة الصناعية اللي حصلت منذ حوالي بدء القرن الحالي أو بدء القرن ال19. الثورة الصناعية دي اعتمدنا فيها على بعض يعني الطاقة والبترول والغاز والكلام ده كله، اللي عمل غازات واحتباس حراري والتنمية المستدامة. أنا آسف بس حصل بس أعتذر معلش. أنا ممكن بس أعتذر بعد إذنكم معلش لحظات، في بس عندي مشكلة. ماشي، ممكن بس حضرتك تبقى معلش. انا ممكن اعتذر لحضراتكم لمده دقائق، بس عندي مشكله كده، هرجع تاني بعد اذنكم.
صح. محتاج حاجه؟
لا لا.
أتمنى أن لا تكون هناك مشكلة صحية. Let's move to Arpita.
Good morning, everyone. I know I'm not very tall, so I hope everyone at the back can see me okay. All right. So we'll start my piece of the session with a show of hands. How many of you here genuinely believe that insurance in the actuarial profession is critical to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals? Very good, very good. So we have a good number of hands showing. Now, my second question is, your friends and family who maybe are not actuaries or in the insurance industry, when they describe to you what you do in your job, how many of them use, say, the words mathematics and statistics? We have two. This is a little concerning. Hopefully your friends and families know that you use a lot of mathematics and statistics. How many of your friends and family would describe your jobs as related to something good for society or sustainable development? Only one. Two. Okay. So a big contrast here between what we consider our role in sustainable development and what the general public considers our role. So I'm going to talk a little bit about how important it is for the actuarial profession and for us to advertise and market ourselves and raise awareness around how critical our profession is. So the first piece I'll mention is that many organizations, including some of the comments made by Michael earlier, many of the organizations have actually done the really important work of mapping sustainable development goals to insurance and the actuarial profession. So I'd like to highlight what's called the Access to Insurance Initiative. They have laid out of 17 goals, 9 require insurance to work. At the end of the day, insurance is a risk protection mechanism. We are helping people during their most vulnerable times, when we lose a loved one, when we have a health incident, when we have a car incident. So insurance is really protecting all of us here and our families during our most vulnerable moments. And that in and of itself ties itself to 9 of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Related to the Access to Insurance Initiative, the Microinsurance Network has put out a set of 6 Sustainable Development Goals that are a subset of these 9. In addition, the Society of Actuaries commissioned an SDG task force for about 18 months, and our chair, Jose, is here today. As a part of this work, we did a membership survey, trying to understand where our members felt an organization like the Society of Actuaries could help in the SDGs. So once again, we got consistent answers. Many of them have been named here today. So no poverty, reduced inequalities, climate change, and good health, for instance. But the interesting note about the SOA survey was that quality education was marked as the #1 goal where we could contribute. So the SOA is an education and research organization. So certainly for an organization like us, the specific angle that we take in SDGs is around the topic of education. So all of these names, A2II, Microinsurance Network, SOA, the main point here is that a lot of organizations have done the homework for us to map our work as being important in Sustainable Development Goals, and it is our job as professionals to raise that awareness, starting with our own networks. So this was the first topic I wanted to cover, SDGs and the actuarial profession. The second topic I'd like to cover is disaster risk management. So these days, I think, as we all know, extreme weather events are becoming more and more common. So this challenges governments and higher level, macro level bodies to have a plan in place in protecting their populations, and specifically their most vulnerable low-income populations. So where do actuaries come into all of this? So there are a handful of actuaries who work in this space, but I believe there's a lot more potential that our skill set can truly be applied in disaster risk management. So to give an overview, disaster risk management comprises of a body of logistical work, so things like having an emergency response system, having early warning systems, having a risk assessment systems. So there's a logistical piece, but there's also a huge finance and insurance piece. And this is where actuaries come into play. So actuaries can assist governments, for instance, in, at a macro level, understanding all of their climate risks, and then helping them put financial instruments in place that get triggered or that pay out during the times when countries need this support the most, so during extreme weather events. Sorry. My notes have frozen a little bit, but that's okay. So, within disaster risk management, we have financial instrument. One financial instrument, our favorite, is of course insurance. Insurance, though, is one of many different financial instruments that a government can use. So you have catastrophe bonds, for instance, that pay out when a catastrophe hits. You have pre-approved credit lines. So if a certain event occurs, a government has instant access to credit. So actuaries, being the finance professionals that we are well positioned to help societies and governments optimize the available financial instruments to support us during climate risk. Now specifically, to dive in, what can actuaries do? What are the skill sets that we bring to the table? The first, I think, is obvious. We are really good modelers. We can model the exact timing, the severity, frequency of specific climate risks. So in this space, machine learning and predictive analytics is a common approach. With a growing body of weather data, actuaries are well positioned to draw conclusions and identify patterns. Stochastic analysis is another very common approach. So typically when you're looking at your climate risk, you look at a range of scenarios and probabilities, which again, as actuaries, we are experts in. So these are a couple of the more technical areas with which actuaries can help identify the underlying climate risk. In addition to all the math, though, I personally believe there's another big area that we haven't tapped into yet that we have the skills to use. To me, that is the concept of the actuarial control cycle. We as actuaries are proficient in setting assumptions, both short-term and long-term, implementing and projecting the impact of these assumptions forward, then monitoring results, comparing actual to expected, and then going back to the beginning of the cycle and resetting assumptions and modeling. Now, this sounds very simple, but let's go back to disaster risk management and think about the application. A government has a complicated set of financial instruments there to support them during their time of need. An event occurs, money is transferred. That money is then transferred into logistical implementation, emergency response, health response, first responders, a whole logistical network of people working on it. What can an actuary do? An actuary is well positioned to understand the effectiveness of those models, of those financial instruments that were developed on fancy computers to the boots on the ground. What is the impact happening? And then translating that back to the financial models. That translation that we do on a day-to-day basis, I think is absolutely critical for disaster risk management, and hopefully I have sparked some interest in all of you to get more involved in this space. And the third and last theme I'll cover is regulations. So none of this good work can happen without a supportive regulatory environment. Now, there are two themes within the regulatory environment where we need to get work done. First theme is consumer protection, ensuring that people who deserve to have benefits are getting paid, particularly during climate disasters. But the second theme, and many of you may be familiar with this, is disclosures. So disclosures are what insurance companies are on the hook for. As insurance companies, we increasingly need to provide disclosures to regulators about our climate risks. So we have two sides of the coin here, consumer protection and insurance company reporting. The biggest challenge I have seen in this space is not that the current regulations don't apply exactly in the situations, but that the regulations are completely absent. So I think one of our previous panelists, for instance, mentioned the definition of an actuary. That is not in the regulation, that may not be in the regulation. So that's the absence of a definition. So one big challenge right now is ensuring that governments have regulations that exist and that reflect the actual market. One example of this is parametric insurance or index insurance. So this insurance triggers payments automatically based on weather events. Now, in a lot of countries, insurance is defined as a loss, whereas something like an index is defined as a financial derivative. And this causes a lot of complications because even though in essence index insurance is insurance, there is not a legal basis for it. So again, that absence and presence of regulation is kind of a very big theme and something that we can all work towards, and we as actuaries can support regulators, and those of us who work in the public sector should really be thinking, it's not about coming up with the fanciest regulation, it's about having a regulation that simply exists. The second point that I'll add is consistency. So these days you probably hear of climate disclosures, ESG disclosures. The truth is companies right now are inundated with multiple frameworks that they can follow. So those of us who are regulators, it is on us to make it clear to companies what it is that they need to do. Because right now there is almost too much information, too many frameworks. So that consistency is very important. So if there's any two takeaways around regulation, definitions and consistency. These are two places where all of us can make a contribution. Finally, I'll end on a somewhat unrelated note, but very important to me personally, data. So I'm a huge supporter of data. I think data is key to doing any of the things that we talked about. And one thing I want to say is that one huge advantage in developing economies is that you are not bogged down by messy, expensive, risky legacy systems. I worked for many years at huge insurance companies, New York Life and Allianz, and I can personally attest to the expense and risk and pain there is to modernize legacy systems. One amazing thing is that, especially with InsurTech, AI, machine learning, developing economies are actually at a huge advantage because you're building this infrastructure from scratch. So if there's one takeaway from my talk, please, let's be optimistic. There's a lot of exciting stuff going on the data front, and I think we can really take advantage of that in this region. Thank you.
Thank you, أربيتا. شكرا. يمكن أن نلخص تدخل الدكتورة أربيتا في 3 نقط. لقد عرفت ببعض الأهداف التنمية المستدامة التي تتطلب تدخل الاكتواريين، وكذلك عرفت بقدرة الاكتواريين على نمذجة الأخطار الكارثية وكذلك إسقاطاتهم على مدى بعيد، وكذلك تقنيات جديدة كبارامتريك انسيرنس وكذلك انكلوزيف انسيرنس. يعني تمام، شكرا شكيب. وكذلك عرفت في النقطة الثالثة بأهمية تدخل الدولة أو الريجولاتوري rules in support climate change risks. يمكن الآن أن نفتح باب الأسئلة. تفضل.
أولاً أنا بحب أشكر مستر إبراهيم ودكتور شكيب على الدعوة وعلى الفرصة وعلى التنظيم والسادة الحضور كلهم. إحنا في فوك فاند، وده فاند في UK وUSA، مستعدين نرعى المبادرة الدكتورة داليا قالتها إن إحنا بالشراكة مع إحدى الجامعات الخاصة نعمل كلية تأمين، علوم تأمينية وعلوم اكتوارية في مصر. مستعدين إن إحنا نمولها وتبقى كلية خاصة مش مجرد قسم في إحدى الكليات. وإحنا بقالنا حوالي 3 شهور في مفاوضات مع إحدى الجامعات الخاصة في مصر بنفس الفكرة اللي حضرتك بتقوليها، تبقى كلية علوم تأمينية وعلوم اكتوارية ترعى الدراسات العليا. ومستعدين كمان إن إحنا نرعى كل الطلبة والعاملين في مجال التأمين والمجال الاكتواري إن هم يقدروا يحصلوا على دراسات بره ويقدروا ينموا الدول العربية.
شكرا دكتور محمد.
أحمد. حاجة أخرى تانية، كانت في أخت من تونس امبارح قالت إن هي ممكن نعمل بلاتفورم. إحنا مستعدين إن إحنا بالشراكة مع إحدى شركات الفينتك في مصر إن إحنا نعمل بلاتفورم أو آب لكل العاملين في المجال التأميني والمجال الاكتواري ونتحمل كافة التكاليف لإنشائه.
شكرا جزيلا. تدخل ثاني؟ دكتور علاء.
السلام عليكم، تحياتي للجميع. دكتور علاء الدين عبد اللطيف، دكتوراه في الحقوق وعضو الهيئة القومية للتأمين الاجتماعي. بعد إذن حضراتكم، من الأمس والجميع تكلم عن الخبير الاكتواري ودوره في تحقيق أهداف التنمية المستدامة، وأجد على أرض الواقع أنه ليس هناك تغطية إعلامية للخبير الاكتواري وما هو دوره في تحقيق أهداف التنمية المستدامة، تمام، وما هي المساءلة القانونية في حين الخطأ سواء كانت مسؤولية تقصيرية أو مسؤولية تعاقدية. رجاء الإفادة وشكرا لسيادتكم.
Yeah.
Yes, very good question. So maybe this gets at the first point in my talk about the responsibility that we have in advertising ourselves as being critical to sustainable development. So I would say three things to that. How do we bridge the gap between the reality of actuaries being critical to sustainable development and essentially popular media and the mainstream not being aware of this? So first, we need to talk to our friends and family and change that. That is something we can do immediately, and we have to go forward on that front. The second theme I'll mention is from a Society of Actuaries perspective, a part of the local Irish Society as well. And I sit on a committee that they have called Public Relations and Public Affairs. So they, for instance, have a dedicated committee that manages relationships with media outlets and journalists, which I personally have found quite effective. So that's another avenue I would suggest to professional associations to kind of formalize the function of PR and PA.
Thank you.
Also, يعني برضو ممكن أضيف حاجة برضو للإجابة على السؤال ده. احنا محتاجين شغل كتير في الموضوع ده. يعني احنا كاكتواريين معروفين ان احنا يعني برضو حكاية ان احنا to present ourselves and we're more focused on the work and the technical work more than advertising for ourselves or marketing. But this is an important issue nowadays. يعني we cannot miss that, and everyone is marketing. يعني for himself or the companies that it's يعني a new world and a new science. فاحنا لازم نشتغل جامد في الجزء ده. ويمكن انا يعني اشرت للكلام ده في التوك بتاعي ان انا يعني شايفه طبعا ان احنا حتى لو في مجهود معمول فهو مش باين يعني ومش واضح. فاحنا لازم ان احنا يبقى الايفنتس موجوده في ستيتمنتس بتعلن، نبقى موجودين على الساحه على طول في المشاركه في الفعاليات، ورك شوبس، ايفنتس. لازم نبقى سيستماتيك، لازم يبقى في يعني زي ما بنقول اكتيف رول للاسوسيشنز بتاعتنا. وطبعا انا بتكلم برضو على البروفيسورز والانستتيوشنز سواء يعني من حيث البراكتيكال سايد او من الاكاديميك سايد، لان احنا السبيشاليزيشن صغير فعايز يظهر. يعني حاجه صغيره لازم يبقى في افورت اكبر علشان تظهر، بالرغم ان في مجهود ممكن يكون مبذول من وراها يعني. شكرا.
سؤال وجيه من السيد علاء. المسؤولية هي مسؤولية كبيرة، لأن هذه أشياء سنتركها للأجيال التي ستأتي من بعدنا، وللأسف هذه الأجيال ليست هنا لتحاسبنا الآن. المسؤولية هي كذلك دور الدولة. أشرت لهذا في ما سميته بخطر الانتقال. في خطر الانتقال هو حين أن الدولة ستتخذ أمور حازمة في حق الشركات والأشخاص لكي يمتثلوا لما تطلبه من الحد من الغازات ومن زيرو كربون وكذلك. وهذه قد تكون له آثار سلبية على صحة الشركات لكي تمتثل لهذا. ولكن هل من سؤال آخر قبل أن نختم؟ أستاذ شكيب.
صباح الخير. It is not per se a question, it's a comment. For the past decade, I think I have attended tens of conferences, meetings, and we are talking always about the SDG and all this stuff. I'm not against, to the contrary. I'm really a fervent believer on environment, and we need to take action. However, I went I think it was in September, if I am not mistaken, I attended one day in the COP27. I was really disappointed. I don't want to say more. It was a big event, 450 private jet coming, and we are talking how to limit, the carbon emission. This is, I think we are not serious about, this. This is one thing. When we are talking to the, let's say, to the companies, they have capitalistic approach. The ideology, the mindset, the culture, it's the capitalistic. You cannot ask a capitalist to be aware of the environment, because the bottom line is always profit and dividend. Let's be aware. I think what we need to do, at least actuaries, insurance companies, institutions, to work on specific program. Just to give you one example, if I take the 22 Arab countries, we have, let's say, an insurance scheme for an insurance fund for natural catastrophe in Morocco. In Algeria, they have a kind of system. In Tunisia, they are planning, and I think it is going the right direction, but it's still slow. In Egypt, they want to start something, but what about other countries? Yemen, Sudan, Syria, etc., etc. I think we need to focus and to sit and say, we need to do something. We need actuaries to do modeling. We need, because modeling costs a lot. And I was talking to CCR CEO, and we are talking about millions of euros. But this is what we need to do. I think we keep talking about the SDGs, etc. Honestly, I think for the past decade, we were talking, but we have to stop this and to do things, specific things. What we need, in fact, and now to set up objective. The first objective, what to do to limit the impact of the catastrophe. This is the most important thing. I'm not talking about the war and all this political events. I'm talking about earthquake. I'm talking about floods, etc., etc. This is, I think, in my humble opinion, this is the first priority for insurer, the first priority for insurance companies. And now we have another, and Mr. Ibrahim was talking about this, is the health. Because today, and we have seen with the COVID, that all the health system, at least in the Arab countries, except few GCC countries, 5 or 6, were not able to face the COVID-19. And this, I think, should be our two main targets. Except that I don't think that there is something component. Thank you.
شكرا أستاذ شكيب. أعطيتني الفرصة لأتكلم عن النموذج المغربي. ففي سنة 2020 دخل حيز تنفيذ قانون إجباري التأمين على الكوارث الطبيعية بشقيه. فالمغرب أحدث شقين. الشق الأول هو شق تأميني بحث، بحيث كل المؤمن لهم إجبارية في التأمين على ضد الكوارث الطبيعية. والشق الثاني وهو شق تكافلي، هو صندوق تكافلي لتأمين الغير المؤمن لهم. وهذا الشق والاكتواريين المغاربة أحدثوا كذلك نموذج اكتواري الريسك كاتاستروفيك للكوارث، كوارث الزلزال. يعني هناك موديل مغربي لنموذج مغربي للزلازل. وكذلك لتأمين هذا الشق التكافلي الاكتواريون المغاربة استعملوا ما أشارت إليه أربيتا لبارامتريك رينشورنس. عندهم بروجرام بارامتريك رينشورنس مع سويسري. وكذلك النقطة الثانية في المغرب، منذ سنتين الآن هناك تغطية شاملة صحية لجميع المغاربة. فهذا نموذج مما يحدث مثلا في المغرب في هذا الإطار. It's okay with the translation? Yeah, I was speaking with the...
Is this on? Okay. So you covered a lot of themes, and I absolutely agree. Sometimes it gets frustrating that it's all talk and no walk. So absolutely agree that action needs to be taken. I think that the two things I would add to what you said, which I completely agree with, one, again, is highlighting the disaster risk management response. I think the very good thing over the last few years is that it has become a lot more systematized. Within that, though, and you mentioned capitalism, so I think, and this we didn't have time to talk about, regulators and policymakers, we are key in modifying the incentive system within capitalism. So disaster risk finance, this is actually a great option for investors because they are getting returns that are not correlated with market risk. That is a huge benefit to their bottom line. This is not being talked about enough. So this is an example where the incentives have to be better aligned. And similarly with tax credits. So in the US, for instance, there's been a lot of work going on in giving companies tax credits. So that kind of aligns regulations with the end profit motive. But regulators do need to come in with those definitions and that consistency that I spoke of to essentially modify the incentive system and use it to our advantage. So those are the things I would add. Especially for which? Oh, so I have an easy answer to that. The SOA has a dedicated page to climate and catastrophe risk, where we have all of the information, a wealth of information, including something called the Actuaries Climate Index, which right now is for the US and Africa, but a wealth of information on climate issues. So that's a quick one.
سنأخذ آخر سؤال. ياسمين.
صباح الخير، دكتور خالد الملاح. أشكر السادة القائمين على الجلسة، جلسة مثمرة جدا. هو سؤال موجه للدكتورة داليا. أنا بتكلم على إن إحنا عايزين ننشر، إذا جاز التعبير، ثقافة نشر دراسة الخبرات الاكتوارية من خلال الأندر جرادويت. ايه اللي يمنع ان هو بدل ما هو يبقى في كليه تجاره فقط يبقى في قسم العلوم، كليه العلوم قسم رياضيات على ما اعتقد. فيبقى ده في نوع من انواع الانتشار شويه، ان هو يبقى في جزء اكتواري منبثق من قسم الرياضه في كليات العلوم بالاضافه لكليات التجاره. الحاجة الثانية، ليه ما بيتمش التنسيق مع شركات التأمين، التنسيق ما بين المجلس الأعلى للجامعات أو الكليات في الجامعات مع الشركات العاملة في مجال التأمين؟ مثلا على مستوى مصر عندنا حوالي 60 شركة، فإيه اللي يمنع أن يبقى في تنسيق بحيث أن شركات التأمين تقدر ترشح حد من الموظفين عندها بحيث أن هو إذا كان يحب يدرس في هذا المجال. الجزء الثالث اللي هو الام بي اي والدي بي اي برضو يبقى في جزء خاص بالمواد الدراسيه الخاصه بالاكتواري. شكرا حضرتك.
طيب شكرا على السؤال. هو ده يعني سؤال يعني بقاله فتره يعني، او كان في يعني مناقشات دارت كتير حواليه. احنا طبعا كلية التجارة يعني هوستد البرنامج years ago، لان كان في راعي زي ما بنقول دايما، كل فكرة بيبقى ليها سبونسر. فكان ماسك الفكرة دي، واللي كان معايا طبعا الدكتور محمد توفيق المنصوري، لو انتوا تعرفوا عنه، كان يعني رئيس قسم التأمين، ويعني وهو واحد من الليدرز مع الدكتور فتحي إبراهيم، وده كان رئيس شركة مصر للتأمين، ودي احد الشركات الرائده او اكبر شركه كانت في مصر في التوقيت ده. هم كانوا اصحاب الفكره، وهم دي ليد الايديا، وابتدوا يعملوا البرنامج بالتعاون مع انجلترا. So the point is ان هو يكون من faculty of science or faculty or business school. That's not يعني ما بشوفوش after years يعني of experience. That's not the issue. يعني احنا يعني established في دبلومة professional diploma كانت موجودة في جامعة القاهرة، واعتقد ان برضو في we are in a process برضو in يعني activating another diploma in other institutions. يعني بيتكلم على ان ممكن ال graduates from different disciplines to join الدبلومة دي. فممكن زي ما حضرتك بتقول الشركات to nominate people to join so you don't have يعني to be an undergraduate student in order to يعني have or to work in the profession. فيمكن أكون جاوبت على السؤالين دول. يمكن أرجع بس في نقطة صغيرة كومنت بسيط لمستر شكيب، إن إحنا يعني بالنسبة للكوب 27 كان في competition even في climate change among students in universities و research projects على الستاف ليفل. و I couldn't see يعني أنا برضو I mentioned that يعني I hint to that برضو in my talk إن ما كانش في حاجة في الاكتواريين، كان كله faculty of science, faculty of engineering، كله بيتكلم على renewable energy، ما فيش research project عن climate change. أنا I'm not pessimistic, I'm always optimistic إن إحنا it's never too late, we can do, we can maybe يعني طبعا of course Apita said that we can of course يعني have this incentives through regulations, through of course برضو moving the associations بتاعتنا to do يعني more active role إن شاء الله. Okay.
The last question, Yasmin. Yeah. Keep it short, please.
The last question.
I'll keep it short. Right, thank you. This is Yasmin Hussain, consulting actuary. So my question has to do with how climate change is usually presented to an audience, whether it's actuaries or not. So there's a lot of discussion about the risks of inaction, so that's the physical risks. And there's also sometimes, to a lesser extent, a discussion of the risk of action, which is transition risk. And this is either by compulsion by a regulator or if it is something that is voluntary by companies. Now, I think that this is quite material, not just because it has to do with changing the way things are done in companies, but also changing your entire investment portfolio, for example, to companies that have a lower carbon footprint. I don't think this is something that is discussed a lot in discussions about climate change in the Arab world, and I was wondering, based on your exposure, if you know if this risk is actually being considered seriously as well.
Yeah, I wanted to give Michael a chance to respond first, if there was, because I think Dr. Dahlia and I have.
Quickly, no? Yeah.
Okay.
That's a really good question and an important question. And I think that generally I'm not hearing about those risks. Milliman itself has a Milliman resilience group, and we are talking about those issues. We do webinars on that, but I don't hear about these discussions, the kind of transitional risk and the breakdown of I haven't heard very many of them.
Uh,
I gave you the. Yep. Sorry about that. Yeah. Okay. Good. So so yeah, I'm not hearing that in a lot of public discussion. I'm really not. And we're doing some things in Milliman, and there have been some webinars that we've done, and I've heard a couple others, but really it's not at top of mind. It's not what I've been hearing.
Just indicated in my introduction the transition risks, and I said that in France, for example, 10% of the investment portfolio of insurers are in companies linked to the transition risks, and 12% of the portfolio of banks. It's under risk. 10% and 12% of banks' portfolio and insurer portfolio, it's very huge. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'll just quickly mention, physical risks get a lot of media attention, but you're absolutely right. Transition risk, and also related to that, litigation risk is another one. So those three, so I think one of the reasons we don't hear about it is not because it's being ignored, but because the stakeholder typically is the compliance function of an insurance company, who are not particularly vocal or marketing. But I can assure you that from an insurance perspective, from an asset liability perspective, they are very concerned with physical transition and litigation risk. So if you look at all the climate tools out there right now being offered by almost every actuarial company, I'm sure Milliman has one as well, they usually cover all three risks. So I think that's the reason we don't hear about it in kind of popular media, but it's being considered.
I think it's coming with the ISR. there will be an index of climate-friendly companies. والآن لنختتم هذه الجلسة أتمنى أن نكون قد حفزناكم كفاية لأهمية الموضوع، أهمية أخطار تغيير المناخ. لقد تحدثنا عن أخطار تغيير المناخ وذكرنا أن هذه فئات الأخطار هي مادية تكون مزمنة وتكون كارثية، وهي أخطار مرحلة الانتقال أو transition risk كما قلنا. هناك أخطار مسؤولية لم نتحدث عليها، ولكن أخطر من هذا أخطار تغيير المناخ التي نتكلم عليها هي what we call systemic risk. هي أخطار بالعربية أخطار منظمة، يعني حين تقع لن تكون واحدة، ستجر معها كل سيستم. يعني هنا يكمن خطر هذا. وكذلك للتحفيز، إذا رأيتم إسقاطات علماء المناخ فهي تقول أن في أحسن الأحوال التساقطات المطرية في حوض البحر الأبيض المتوسط يعني في بلداننا ستتراجع ب20%. هذا على أحسن الأحوال. وفي السيناريو إذا لم نفعل شيئا فالتساقطات المطرية ستتراجع ب40%. لكم أن تتصوروا ماذا يحدث إذا تراجعت الأمطار كما يقول الإحصائيون with a certain confidence، يعني بثقة جيدة ستتراجع ب40%. فقط هناك presentation على النموذج المغربي، وفيها كذلك شرح لنموذج الكوارث، وهي at your disposal عند إذا أحببتم. شكرا للجميع. ونتمنى أن يكون الدكتور عمرو بصحة جيدة.
هو عايز يخليك صورة بس للأربعة، بس just make it quick in 10 seconds. يلا دكتور عادل. Hello. We will have this session now, and immediately after that we will go to the coffee. So please don't go out from the room. Huh? We have a very Dr. Adel, take your place. Thank you for the great panel. It's been a great panel. We had a typo on your name here, like your title, but people know you good enough that you are the Milliman Guru. Arabita, fantastic. MashaAllah. شكرا دكتور داليا. It's very hard to say.
السلام عليكم. احنا هنبدأ السيشن الثاني الآن، وإن شاء الله بعد السيشن هيبقى فيه بريك، فعندنا سيشن شبه قصير يعني فبندعوكم للاستمرارية. وإن شاء الله يكون سيشن مفيد وممتع للجميع. السادة الزملاء، اوكي. excuse me، انا هبدأ. طب طب انا هتكلم مع بعض. صباح الخير، السلام عليكم. نبدأ السيشن الثاني. السيشن الثاني very interesting, life product development and post-pandemic effects. الحقيقة أنا بعتبره من السيشن أو الموضوعات ذات الأهمية المباشرة وذات العلاقة المباشرة أيضا بالحاجة إلى الخبرة الاكتوارية. كلنا experienced فترة البانديميك by different effects، لكن احنا النهارده بنتكلم على الدايركت افكتس على اللايف برودكت، لايف انشورنس برودكت. let me begin زيادة الابيتايت عندنا بس كده ومحفز بإحصائية ذات علاقة بالموضوع. And excuse me to speak in Arabic. And you are free, of course, you are free than me to speak English if you like. إحصائية من الولايات المتحدة تدينا إيحاء بالتأثير المباشر للبانديميك على اللايف برودكت. حصل mortality increase over normal. الأوفرول percentage of total mortality increase versus normal was in United States pandemic time 18% for 2020 comparable to 2019, and also 20% increase in mortality in the United States for 2021. Of course طبعا ده أثر بدرجة كبيرة جدا directly على البرايسنج، أثر على البرودكت اللايف انشورنس برودكت، واصبح تشالنج. البانديميك حطت تشالنجز، والحقيقه ان صناعه التامين بما فيها اللايف انشورنس استجابت، وكان الريسبونس فيري انترستنج. واعتقد الاستجابه اثرت في الصناعه مش وقتها، دي مؤثره للصناعه دلوقتي وهتاثر على الصناعه مقدما. انا يعني معايا خبراء وانا لست اكتواري، فاسمحوا لي بقى ان انا يعني استمع وانتفع بالمعرفه الوفيره من الزملاء. ممكن بس يقدموا نفسهم وبالطريقه اللي يفضلوها، استسمحكم.
السلام عليكم، أشرف العزوني، الرئيس الإقليمي للميدل إيست للشرق الأوسط وشمال أفريقيا Reinsurance Group of America RGA based في دبي. 13 years with RGA and about 30 years total experience in the insurance and reinsurance industry.
السلام عليكم. اسمي محمد صغير. So I'm the CEO of Haya Insurance Company in the UAE. So the head office is Abu Dhabi and we have a branch in Dubai. So it's a dedicated life and health insurance company. It's actually one of the few in the region which is really dedicated and specialized in life. More than that, I have to say that I'm a qualified actuary as well. And this kind of event is very good for me because when I started my career, actuary was still one of these words that you're not coming across so much. So happy to be here. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I am Elida Aboul. I am the branch chief actuary for the Middle East and North Africa at Genri Reinsurance. I'm a fellow of the Society of Actuaries of the Lebanese Association of Actuaries and a financial risk manager from the GARB Association of Risk Professionals. I'm very pleased to be with you, and hopefully this session will put some light on our topic of COVID impact. Thank you.
يعني محظوظ ابقى وسط 2 خبراء اكتواريين وزميل عزيز لونج تايم، وبنشكرهم. طبعا انا برضو قبل ما نبدا اسمحوا لي اشكر السيد ابراهيم على قدرته انه يجمع هذا الكم من العمق الاكسبرتيز اللي موجود عندنا، وليس فقط عمق معرفي، كمان يعني كروسنج اجيال وكروسنج دول. يعني احنا يعني في مجمع دولي للمعرفه وخاصة مؤتمر متخصص. إقامة مؤتمر متخصص وزي الاكتواري، يعني أنا بس بقول حاجة فاني، لو يعني لما بحكي ما احكي لحد من العائله مع اني في صناعه تامين، هو بيعتقد ان يعني احنا محتاجين الاكتواري ليه؟ يعني ده زي السمكه اللي عايزه عجله، هي السمكه عايزه عجله يعني مفهومه كده. فطبعا انا بزعل وبحبط عقبال ما افهمه بقى الاول يعرف يقرا ويكتب يعني. فطبعا لا، ده فيري اسينشال. احنا زي السمكه في الميه، التامين بالظبط زي السمكه في الميه بالنسبه للاكتواري. الاكتواري ما تقدرش تعمل مستشفى بدون طبيب، كذلك ما فيش تامين بدون اكتواري. فطبعا انا بشكرك على هذا التخصص، وخاصه انه قام في مصر في مره، ودي شجاعه منك، حكمه وشجاعه. بشكرك جزيلا. وفريق التنظيم، احنا يعني المؤتمر منظم جدا للدرجه كمان احنا مش شايفين حد فوق دماغنا بينظم، ده سحر. نشكرك جزيلا. اسمحوا لي ارجع للزملاء، نتقدم السيد إلي بتقديم البيبر. شكرا جزيلا.
شكرا دكتور عادل. I'm very pleased to be today with you, and the reason is to see the progress that the actuarial profession has done in the region, in the Arab world, in the past decades. As Dr. Munir was saying, and sometimes we used to look at the actuarial role as a cost more than a value to the companies. So hopefully this is changing. And I would personally have not imagined this gathering to happen. I mean, if we look at this 5 years ago, I would have not imagined this to happen, but here it is. We are all together today, and hopefully this is going to be a recurring program. And there might be a lot of events we don't imagine them to happen, such as also a pandemic to be around the door. I mean, in 2018 and 19, nobody would have put this on the top priority risks. First, I mean, like few numbers on January. We are a reinsurer, part of Berkshire Hathaway Group. We are present in 22 countries. We have around 11 billion of premium. We are AA plus rated. If we look at the history of pandemics, we can see, of course, there are many pandemics recurring. And as I said, sometimes we do not imagine the impact of the pandemic and how much it might impact us. And actually, there are two reasons, or many other reasons, but two in particular, which are cognitive bias, which are in our body without us knowing. We think in a certain way. And one way is called optimism bias, which means that we always tend to believe that bad things will not happen to us. Bad things does happen, but not to us. I mean, I will not have a car accident. It's only my neighbor who will have it, but not me. Whereas actually, we as actuaries, we look at facts as they are. And the second bias is confirmation bias. If I believe that pandemic will not be huge, then I will try to find any indicator that says pandemic will not be huge, and I will believe in this indicator other than other indicators that might be present. And I think this is what happened to us at the beginning of the pandemic. We underestimated a bit the impact. Even us actually, that we only trust numbers, I think, was trapped in these two biases. Also, as Dr. Munir was saying, we looked at the beginning maybe at the number of reported COVID claims or COVID cases. For us, they are claims. But soon we started to look at what is excess mortality. So how the mortality is increasing. Because there was some underreporting of COVID. There was some indirect effect of COVID. And if we look at the countries, we can see from year to another how the mortality in per mil of members is changing, and how in 2020 the increase was huge. It was around 20% in our region, and this is a huge impact on the mortality. And if we look at other countries like the US, it's 119, as Mr. Munir was saying, 20% increase in the mortality in the United States. In other countries, we can see some deviations, and this means that the impact, it was managed differently from one country to another, as we will see in other slides as well. So basically, now how it is developing after this period. We made, in our portfolio, a sample of 1.5 million insured. This is around 25 billion of sum insured. And we said we're gonna check how is the development of the mortality in the past 5 years. And we can see that in the 2018 and 19, the mortality rate, it was around 1.86. It was, somehow stable. And then we can see how hugely increased in 2020 and in 2021. But the most important number I want to talk about is the 2022 number, because mortality did not drop much. Of course, we are at the beginning of 23, and we don't have the numbers yet. And there are some indications that the number is going down, but it is still very far from the 2019 level. So, which means that mortality did increase during pandemic, but it did not decrease in 23 to the same level. And we're gonna see impact of higher mortality for maybe a longer period of time. So this is something we should take it in our pricing, in our approach to our products, to our policies. Of course, to put this in the context, this is for a general population, not underwritten. There are many details we can go through, but the general picture is that mortality might not be reversible very soon to the old level. If we want to project also the mortality and how was the impact on each of the countries, there are some, some variables that we believe they might be linked to this, such as the GDP per capita, such as the availability of hospital beds, the healthcare spending per capita, the government expenditure on education. So these are some parameters that we can see them, how they affected from one country to another, the impact of COVID. Now, if we look at what would be the future in terms of pandemic risk, of course, if we consider COVID to be 1 in a 100 years event or 1 in a 50 years event, of course we know that these events are somehow uncorrelated. So this means we will not need to wait another 50 years or 100 years to see another pandemic. It might be just tomorrow. And we need to be prepared for this. Unfortunately, the pandemic risk is not like any other risk that we can price easily. It's better to be managed through risk management, shifting the risk, seeding the risk, avoiding the risk where is possible, and through capital strengthening. So we should have enough capital to face such risk, and this would require at the same time higher return on capital. So if we hold more capital to face the risk, we would need higher return on capital, and hence this should be embedded in our margins. So basically, as we were also discussing just in the previous session, the climate change is impacting us very seriously. And the developed urbanization means we are expanding, us humans, our presence in the nature more and more, and we might have more impact and more contact with the nature, which would increase also the probability of pandemic. So we should maybe look at the risk of pandemic coming more frequently, and not only 1 in a 100-year event. It might become much more quicker and much more visible. As we saw in the first slide, pandemic, COVID is this circle here, if you can see it. Fortunately enough, it wasn't as big as other pandemic we saw in the past. So if we imagine another pandemic with much higher mortality rate, then COVID is still very small compared to what the history has showed us. So this is to show how much, we are exposed for other pandemics to hit us, and how we should reflect this in our capitals and in our pricing. And thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Eli, and thank you for deep and thoughtful and structured presentation. And I think you share with me now, you know how actually look to the pandemic and the events and as a proof that mortality actually changed, and it is a challenge, and I think it is an opportunity also for the business. We'll see that. Let's go to Mr. Ashraf Lazouni, MED of GRA. Welcome, please. Take your time.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum again, good morning. My presentation is going to be in English, unfortunately. I could have prepared it in Arabic, but yeah, I was just a little bit too late of a notice. The presentation was already done in English. So I'll try to answer questions in Arabic if needed, so please do let me know if I need to answer anything in Arabic, and I'll be more than happy to do so. I think just a quick summary, it's not far off from what Eli has displayed probably earlier, but more of a focused look at the Middle East countries. I think we can look globally. I don't know if this pointer is working or not. It doesn't seem to be working. Anyway, so if you look at the last line where we're having a number of deaths per 1,000 at 0.9, so 1 out of 1,000 people roughly globally was the death rate. And I think that there is a substantial underreporting on this wherever we look at it. Our statistics as a company from an insured population point of view says that it is more than that. However, these are the official statistics that you see globally. And you can see specifically in certain areas of the Middle East, there has been some places where it's slightly higher and some places which is significantly lower, which indicates, again, an underreporting, which is a problem for us, generally speaking, as an industry, when we don't have the right level of statistics. I mean, a couple of things that I would like to mention. I mean, at the beginning of the pandemic, from a magnitude point of view and from a size and impact point of view, people were deliberating at the beginning of it, is this an event of 1 in 200 years, not even in 50? And then eventually settled to somewhere where it's saying that this is an event of 1 to 100 years, once in every 100 years. So this is the most probably impactful thing that we have seen in our lifetimes, right? And the magnitude of it is one of in 100 years type of impact from a risk management and a capital management point of view. Now, when you look at the frequency of it, whether it's going to happen again, who knows what's the next pandemic and when it's going to hit. I think one of the stories that I have, I want to share with you today, after the pandemic and the lockdown and all these buzzwords that we used to hear on a daily basis were over, and we had our first meeting in person within RGA, in head office of RGA. They showed us a snapshot of an early warning system that exists within the organization that showed multiple diseases, infectious diseases that were going on globally at that point in time, and COVID was at the bottom of that list. So Middle East respiratory syndrome, which is probably we're all familiar with, was up higher because of the impact of the mortality. 1 in 3 infections would result in a death under the Middle East respiratory syndrome. So COVID was very low, and the expectation was that it's going to be a local thing, and before we noticed it, it became a global pandemic. And I think those words will stay with us for a long period of time and with generations to come, similar to what we hear about the Spanish flu, that no one of us has experienced, but the statistics and the information are there to tell us how it looks like. I think the 7 million deaths, again, that we're talking about probably are way underestimated, and this is not taken into consideration also the long COVID impact, which has been established as a medical term today as long COVID. What does it mean in the longer term for those who get infected? What does it mean for those who are seriously infected with hospital admissions and ICU admissions. Does it have an impact on the longer term health? The obvious answer is yes, but how much and how we should be taking care of that? I think everybody has his own ways of looking at things and statistics and predictive analytics that relates to this, but at the end of the day, it's something yet to be seen in the future. And when we look at the excess mortality that COVID has impacted the world, we're definitely talking about, similar to the numbers, about 20%, depending on which country, but when you look at it globally as a picture, it looks like a 20% excess mortality. I think realistically, COVID had an impact on the bottom line of everyone. Depends on how you look at it and which company and which country and what line of business that you are writing. At the end of the day, it did have an impact on the life, on the health, it had an impact on the P&C lines, it had an impact on everything. So again, once in 100 years type of magnitude and once in a lifetime type of event that we have seen ourselves. Shedding the light a little bit more on RGA experience and what RGA has seen. We have paid close to $3 billion worth of COVID claims, directly related COVID claims, and we're still talking about underreporting, right? So $3 billion, a single company that we have paid. That's a global number, obviously, right? And the number in the Middle East region was 25 million. It's not that because the picture was better. I think it's very obvious answer, as way underinsured compared to other parts of the world where permanent health insurance exists in a big way, long-term care exists in a big way, and probably more of whole-of-life type of benefits exist to a very large extent in developed markets like US and Japan and the UK, which were very high on the mortality, and then from a penetration point of view resulted in much higher numbers, obviously. So it was a real acid test to the strength and the balance sheet of organizations, ourselves and other organizations. At the end of the day, we paid the $3 billion. Our balance sheet is as strong as it was prior to the pandemic today, and at the end of the day, we still maintain a AA- rating without being put on a negative outlook or a watch. And that's a real test for, again, as a test for the capital management and the risk management of the organization, which tells you at the end of the day that you can survive such an event, which is, again, we said, 1 in 100 years type of event. So what do we do, generally speaking, is that there is a deep research that is going on a quarterly basis, and this has not been over. When I've asked, when we had the presentation, or the title of the presentation, I was like, COVID again, isn't that over, right? And when you think about it, maybe we as human beings would like to forget about it, but at the end of the day, the reality of it and the numbers and the statistics and the long-term impact of COVID is going to remain for a very, very long period of time, and probably generations will follow and will talk about it. So there is a continuous research that is going on internally for us to look at quarterly impact of still assessing COVID claims and assessing whatever underreporting that happened in COVID, again, in order for us to understand where we stand properly. I think the important thing to highlight also is the multidiscipline collaboration within an organization or within an industry that is needed in such type of events. So it is definitely in the core of actuarial data modeling, statistics, etc. But at the end of the day, this is not in isolation of other requirements that you need from a financial point of view. How do you relate this to your capital position, and how do you relate this to your liquidity position? And if you have the certain metrics that you're working on, you need to know your cost of capital, your internal rate of returns, your return on investments, etc., etc. Right? So all those need to relate together, plus the medical profession and a good number of doctors who were working on this alongside the actuaries for us to reach to a point in time where we know what's the impact and how we could overcome another pandemic type of scenario. Underwriting support goes without saying. At the end of the day, all the insured population that we're talking about is a selected population. It's been underwritten. at one point in time or another. And we still had a 20% excess mortality and $3 billion worth of claims. So did the underwriters do their job properly? The short answer should be yes, right? But that didn't change the fact. So all those needs to tie in together in a proper way for us, again, to be ready for a next type of pandemic or event. This is a survey that RGA has conducted in a few locations. I think for a couple of Middle East countries or one Middle East country, I cannot remember. But yeah, is 8,000 customers across 8 markets have said that, you know, we're positive about the industry and looking at the way that the insurance has filled the gaps and has stepped in as far as the pandemic is concerned and as far as COVID is concerned specifically. 18% were not sure whether there has been any changes. It's kind of like, we're fine, okay-ish. We didn't see a big impact nor seen, for instance, the industry turning their back on their customers, which didn't happen, luckily. And we're talking about a few percentage that looked at this and said this is relatively a low or a negative perception subsequent to the pandemic. So I think from this you can tell, generally speaking, that the industry or the insurance industry stood up or has risen to the occasion and did cover their obligations as far as COVID is concerned. As a part of the survey, and which relates to the topic of our discussion and panel today, is the product development side of things and what's needed. There were a lot of outcomes that came as a part of this. And first one was premium payment flexibility. There was not only a medical impact or kind of like mortality impact, obviously. The economic impact of COVID was also extremely big, again, once in 100 years type of event that we're talking about. So people lost their jobs, people had substantial cut in their income, people lost loved ones, so they needed to reorganize their financials, et cetera, et cetera. So did the industry come up with premium payment flexibility type of products? I think this is what's needed in such situations. Premium flexibility becomes, for those who are looking for the protection and wants to continue their protection, but they cannot afford the premium probably at that point in time, becomes an important aspect of the continuity of coverage and having the security part of it. Ecosystem partnership. What did we do as an industry really to bring in non-traditional, non-conventional means and ways to support people who were impacted by COVID? I think there has been a great deal of response. We saw COVID has pressed like a fast-forward button on digitalization. All of a sudden, all of us were kind of like living in a Zoom environment, all of us, and not seeing each other face-to-face. And that was efficient and was fine. Medical profession evolved into telehealth. Caregivers started even having remote type of laboratory and X-rays done in minivans that can even reach to the customer, not on all markets and all locations, but there was responsiveness in there. That ecosystem that is needed needs to be thought of on the longer term, and how can we as an insurance industry, as insurance companies, really step in such situations and probably change some of the perception that we saw previously and increase the green over there. Converging retail and group offerings. I think this is an area that was also very obvious in the survey, with a lot of impact, with a lot of expectations on whatever is needed from. If I'm covered as an individual and I'm moving into a group or vice versa, and I have a continuity of coverage, noting the impact of such a pandemic on someone who could be re-underwritten again. Do we need really to re-underwrite such an individual when they're moving from an individual to group, and if you have their kind of like medical records or they have a medical history of that person? Is that something that we can benefit from and make sure that the continuity of coverage, which is based on a survey, was a big concern to a lot of people when they lost their jobs as a result of the pandemic, and then they were looking for an individual cover that guarantees the continuity. One of the things that we saw is expanding critical illness footprint or distribution and being more innovative as far as critical illness products is concerned. This is something that evolved in many markets. People all of a sudden realized that, you know, all what we've been buying insurance for and protection is a reality. Maybe some people would hope that I will buy this policy and I will never have to use it, right? And it's just a protection for my family. This is probably the mixed feelings that a person having when buying such a policy. But then all of a sudden it became a reality and they understand the value of it. So the demand became even bigger for products like critical illness. And how did such products evolve during the pandemic period? Can tell you that we have reached to a point in time where the full digital sales as far as critical illness is concerned, immediate issuance, point of sale type of issuance, with staged type of critical illness policies and recurring even diseases type of critical illness policies and advanced payment type of critical illness policies. So this goes on and on and on. So that was a response to critical illness type of demand as a result of the pandemic. And last thing I would highlight in here is the data-driven decision making. And it's not that it's not being used before. Obviously, this is in the core of what we do on daily basis. But at the end of the day, I think this relates to the predictive analytics that relates to such type of events. Predictive modeling and propensity to buy type of studies that we need to know on who's the target customer, what's the target segment, and what type of product matches their requirements, be it a critical illness or a conversion from group to individual and other type of products. And then I think there was like, if I look at the pie over there, some of the things that I need to highlight as well apart from this is the additional health services, which we touched upon a little bit by talking about the remote health management services and talking about telehealth that has evolved alongside the pandemic. But I think the nature of health insurance as well, and more so permanent health insurance and long-term care, needs to evolve a little bit better, especially in this part of the world, in this region, generally speaking. When we were talking about long-term care that relates to health insurance, I think we can hardly see any proper products and proper platform offerings. And the reason is, I think we're all kind of like relying on a government expenditure that in some scenarios does not exist, unfortunately. And in other scenarios, it's more of attempts rather than a true proper offering that the population has access to. So there is a great deal of opportunity for insurers and reinsurers to step into long-term type of care, especially that we know that there are impacts that are gonna stay for a longer period of time, and there is a medical term today, and it's a reality and called long COVID, and what kind of impact it's gonna have on the health of people. So long-term care, longevity type of products, and permanent health insurance are a lot of products that have been thought of in the background and needs to probably find its way to the market and to the consumers. I guess with this, I end my part, and happy to take any questions. Thanks.
شكرا السيد أشرف. الحقيقة هو يعني عمق وعرض معرفتنا بالتشالنجز وإيه بعض الحلول المقترحة، وده كان متوقع من شركة GRA دايما يعني. الحقيقة أنا تاتشت مع مقترح الفليكسيبل لايف انشورنس برودكت، لأن إحنا بعد البانديميك أصبحت الشركات بنسميها كاستمر اورينتد اكتر. ازاي تو كاستمايز ا برودكت، وخاصه في اللايف انشورنس يو نيد مور فلكسبيليتي اكتر من النال لايف. هو اشار للتاثير ايضا او لمس تغير الكاستمر بيرسبشن. احنا عارفين ان كلنا اتاثرنا وزادت عندنا الانسرتينتي، والجماعه الاكتواريين لما بيتكلموا على الانسرتينتي بيبقى لهم راي غيرنا شويه، لكن هو بيقيسها. لكن الشعور العام عندنا الانسرتينتي والتغير السريع ادى الاحتياج للامان، ولذلك ده كان فرصه بنقول عليها اوبورتيونيتيز لصناعه اللايف انشورنس برودكت. وبرضو انا بحب الارقام. لما قلنا ان اليونايتد ستيتس اللي زادت المورتاليتي عندها اوفر 18 الى 20%، ده كلفها اوفر 90 مليار دولار من شركات اللايف انشورنس، ده بلس النورمال مورتاليتي كوست. حبيت بس اضيف المعلومه دي. لكن قدام شويه برضو احنا يعني عايزين نعرف الاكتواريين هيعملوا لنا ايه. احنا كنا يعني مرتاحين ان الانفلونزا حصلت 1918 وغابت 101 سنه، ثم فجاه بعد ال 101 بقت في 102 جالنا البانديميك، فاصبح عندنا وان ايفنت اتش 100 يير. ده كويس لان احنا يعني هنعيش مره يبقى بنادمك واحد، لكن المشكله ان يبقى عندنا 2 بنادمك في 100 يير. يعني بدانا نقلق احنا كمان لو كنا هنعيش 70 80 90 سنه. نبقى نعرف الكاتاستروفيك موديلز بتاعت الاكتواريين هتحل لنا هذا التنبؤ ازاي او ديل ويز ات. فيري انترستنج thoughts. ثانك يو. مع استاذنا الاستاذ محمد صغير. ويلكم and please present your speech.
Thank you. السلام عليكم. I will speak in English as well. على كل حال ممكن ما تفهموش اللهجة الجزائرية, so it would be better I think for everybody in English. First of all, I really wanted to thank you, Mr. Ibrahim, because what you are doing is great. When I started my career, I was feeling alone as an actuary in the Middle East. So really thank you for that. I think the turn up of people and the quality of the people and the discussions as well is something that we could not have dreamt of before. Honestly, it's very good. Thanks to Mr. Shakib, I think, but I think he's not in the room, because I can see that the GAIF in the last year has made a lot of efforts to professionalize the industry. And of course, if we want to professionalize the insurance industry, it has to go through the actuaries. After that, what I wanted to say as well is that in my case, it's a bit interesting because I'm an Arab, but I was born basically outside in Europe, and I did most of my career in Europe, and I wanted to come back to the Arab world. So yesterday I had a discussion with Jose from the SOA on what is an Arab. Because the definition of Arab as such is already very complicated. It has a lot of factors. Is it the geography? Is it the blood? Is it the culture? Is it the language? It's actually all of it. And I think that we all want to be involved in improving our societies. المجتمع العربي, يعني we all want to make sure that the Arabic society can benefit, and insurance is one of those things which can help as well the society to improve. Then, speaking as an actuary and speaking to actuaries, we love equations. And what we love more than equations is actually paradox. And there is an equation for me which is very interesting when we speak about pandemic and life insurance, is that there is nothing which is more actuarial than life insurance. That's why you need more actuaries. It's definitely in life insurance. And the same goes for pandemics. So actuaries love the pandemics modeling. It's very statistics based. You use a lot of very advanced techniques, the Markovian chains, the inferential statistics and these kind of things. But actually when you take both of them together, life insurance and pandemic, they're actually antinomic. They don't go together. They go even against one with another, and I will explain why. It's because the life insurance, and the beauty of life insurance, is something which is predictable and measurable. It means that when you have a life insurance policy, you know your sum insured is $1 million. You know it's $1 million, and you know the period of time in which you are being covered. Pandemic is exactly the opposite. Pandemic is you don't know the amount actually of your potential claim, and you don't know if it will hit or not and when. And both of them are very, very complicated to correlate, and that's something which we always need to keep in mind. It's one of the challenges of the pandemic. Eli actually mentioned that before. For me as well, the pandemic kind of containment is more on the risk management, more than on the pricing as such. The modeling of pandemic is very interesting, but the impact is very complicated on life insurance. We speak about the product, life insurance, but if you speak about the product, you need to speak about its reserving. So if you have the best model for the pandemic modeling, your reserving will be highly expensive and very expensive, which doesn't make sense because then you will price out basically customers who cannot be covered because of a very specific risk. So that's for me it's one of the first comments I have on this the link between pandemic and life insurance. And actually, if you ask me during the COVID-19, I think it was a kind of a positive time for life insurance companies to show the political impact they can have on policies, help on modeling this kind of risk and so on. I think it was done very differently from a country to another one, but I think in some countries we actually saw the impact of actuaries of the life insurance industry and how it impacted positively some of the decisions being made by the governments. Just the fact of having proper statistics and so on is really something which did help to that extent. Beside that, beside the impact on policies that we can have, one thing which was mentioned actually by both of you is the not going to the polemics, vaccines may have impact and so on. It's actually a kind of public health issue which has direct consequences on the claims mortality, on the mortality that we observe in the country and in the country, including the UAE. If we pull out the statistics from our book, I can tell you just this year we had an unusual number of claims from people who are in a young age, from heart attack without any predisposition, nothing, 35, 40, and so on. So would it be a long COVID? Because as such, perhaps these people never had COVID before, but the impact of vaccine is unknown. And this is also something, you know, in terms of the life insurance that we need to be aware of, because these public health policies will have an impact directly on the way we price. And it's something very, very clear. Then I would like to rewind back on the product development as such. So actually I started my career as in product development. I was working in Germany, working for the Western Europe market and for the Middle East, developing products. And the interesting thing about the product development is really that you are very central because you coordinate on the overall value chain of the company. And one thing which struck my attention really in the MENA region is that 90-ish% of the products were imported, meaning that it's a product which is being sold in the UK, in Europe, in the USA, and so on, and being imported as such to the MENA region. Whereas the demographics are very different. The tax aspect is very different. The economics are very different. The mobility of people is totally different. And this is something really which struck my attention. I was like, you know, we cannot continue like this. We cannot continue like this. We need to have a solid product development philosophy if we want to be successful as an industry. Within the MENA region, actually, you already have a lot of differences. The GCC countries mostly have expats. So of course, the interest of an expat would not be the same as one of a local person, because they will look more at the portability of the product. If we speak about savings policies, they will look more at the FX or the conversion rates of the currency impact and all these kind of things. And this is what we need to integrate. So that's why the actuaries as well were lacking in the industry before, because we didn't have the, I would say, the intellectual power to be able to develop products which were relevant to the Middle East and North Africa. One of the positive impact in terms of product is that during the COVID-19, there was a raise in awareness. People actually were speaking about morbidity, mortality, disability, so there was really an awareness. And I think that it was grabbed more or less successfully in some markets, because even on our side, we realized a lot of people were inquiring about life insurance. And it's true that in some of the countries in the Middle East and North Africa, where you don't have taxes, you don't really have tax incentives to buy life insurance. And actually, we saw a peak of people coming to us and saying, we want life insurance because, you know, perhaps we have the impression it's already far, but it was only 2 years ago. But whenever you were listening to the television or radio, there was a lot of anxiety. And this anxiety created that people basically looked at products and so on. And from the feedback we collected from our customers, we realized that many of them, they wanted to have a cover. Of course, the pandemic was always the first question, is it covered, is it not, and so on, what are the conditions? But actually, they realized as well that very often on the market, many of the products were not geared toward them. And I think it's a mission as well that we have to make sure that the products respond to the customer's needs. You mentioned before the customer orientation, to have a customer-oriented approach, and this is exactly what's happening. And also on the on what we saw in terms of product, now when we develop product, what you need is to be much less transactional. What I mean transactional is that typically, especially life insurance, the only contact you have with your customer is when they pay the premium and when you have to pay a claim. In between, there is no touch point, there is no data, there is nothing. The customer is literally unknown to you. He may have moved, she may have changed her profession, whatever. You don't know all these kind of things. And if you want to engage a community of insured, you need to make sure that even your product has or integrates some elements which allows you to have this kind of touch points and to know better your customer and better how they evolve. It's not because you sell to a customer a policy for 20 years that for the next 20 years, you don't need to contact them back. You don't need to change the policy. You don't need to have them evolve because their situation will have evolved anyway in 20 years. And I think it's something as well which we did at Haya. We really put a lot of focus on it. And I think it's the right thing to do. We really need to make sure that the touch points, the transactional aspect of insurance is actually going back to something which is more engaging. And that's where the technology as well is helping. You know, having the app, you mentioned the telehealth, but all the tele-underwriting as well is an experience as well for to gather information, data, and to engage with the customers. I think that's all these kind of things which will happen. My very strong belief is that more and more in the future, we will be more lifestyle brand than insurance brands. Why is that? It's because today the world is moving very fast. We have the people who have a power of data that we don't have as insurance companies. I mean the GAFAM, the Google, Amazon and so on, but even other more local kind of companies. And I really think that the future is to the B2B2C. And for us, insurers, we need to accept that we will be more and more on the passenger seats because we don't have the direct access to most of customers. And this is something we need to integrate, and that's where we need to have as well the change into the digital. So for me, really one of the impacts of the fact of having suffered from the pandemic is that we know now that we have to change our operating model. We have to change. We have to go more to the digital kind of space. And one thing as well is by getting the more data. That's why you will have the best product development in the future, because you'll be able to have more tailor-made products than we have today. Because the more data, the more model points you can have, the more precise and accurately you can develop a cover for one of your customer. And I think it's really one of the challenges for life insurance in the coming years. And it's really what will provide value to the end customers.
ثانك يو مستر محمد. الحقيقه انا استفدت كتير النهارده، مش عارف هعلق ايه، بس انا متوقع من كرم السيد ابراهيم انه هيحط لنا الحديث والبيبرز على الموقع، لان يعني لا تكفي الجلسه الله يكرم. الحقيقه مستر محمد ended with we have to change in future، ودي advice ضروريه. العالم لم يعد مستقر، واحنا كمان لازم نكون مش مستقرين. لازم يكون في استدامه في التغيير. احنا we have to change always every time. also هو يعني ادى نصيحه بان او اكد ان لتحقيق مهنيه عاليه في التامين وخاصه في اللايف انشورنس احنا محتاجين اكتواريين، وخاصه دراسه الامباكت في اللونج وفي الشورت في الميديوم واللونج تيرم في تاثيرات الابيديميك، لانه لم ينتهي حتى الان، لان في ناس خدت الفاسين وفي ناس ما خدتش الفاسين ومش عارفين تاثيرهم، وخاصه ان حتى المورتاليتي اشارت ان التغيير ليس 20% او 18%، ليس on a specific group but in specific age groups, maximum 35 45 something like that, especially more. So احنا still we have to dig in to overcome and to manage the epidemic effect. انا بشكركم جزيلا على الصدف وتحقيق الهدف من السيشن. الباب مفتوح، بنستسمح السيد ابراهيم قبل البريك 10 دقائق اسئله. يو ويلكم. طب هناخد من بعيد ونيجي كده، لان في ناس لما بتكون بعيده ما بتشوفهاش. بعد اذنك سيد ابراهيم اتفضل.
السلام عليكم. فريد فليسي, an academic researcher interested in actuarial demography from Algeria. First, thanks for the three speakers. So my question go to the three speakers. So as we know, many methods have been developed to estimate the direct and indirect impacts of the COVID crisis on mortality all over the world. According to your experience, each one from his part, I'm wondering if there are some methods that have been developed to estimate the impact of the COVID crisis on the future evolution of mortality or longevity, which is very important in the pricing and reserving the life insurance products for the long term. Thank you.
Thank you.
So first of all, the impact was not the same across countries, but also it was not the same across products. So if we look, for example, for credit life, people who are insured because they have a loan, and we know in our region most of these loans are group business, so basically the members are not well underwritten. We have seen much more difference than if we look, for example, for individual business with people who are underwritten. Also, the age played a big role, as we said as well. So basically, we cannot just say, okay, 20%, maybe the number has been presented several times, but this is just a global average, but there are many other details. So we need really to look at what category of people we are addressing our product. Is it individual business? Is it for young people? And what also has very important that today the more tendency is to look at not only one-time underwriting, so not to do one-time underwriting and forget about the policy, but such programs can be like continuous underwriting, or if you want more accurately, on real-time underwriting. So with the help of apps and technology, we can see many indicators of the person, if he is healthy, if he's eating well, if he's doing exercises, and we can adjust our prices accordingly. And we have seen that for people who has some illnesses, COVID has much more impact than people who are healthy. Of course, there are people who are perfectly healthy and they die at age of 30 out of nowhere because they had COVID or just after COVID, so we don't know the real reason. But we can also do some continuous underwriting on our products and hence enhance our accuracy of reserving and our pricing.
I will add one thing to that, is that it's the issue between static and dynamic statistics, because basically what we have now is just a static picture of what happened during the COVID without having the long term and how it will impact. Most of countries have communicated data, which are aggregated data. They tell you there is this number more, percent more of people who died, but you don't know the age and the distribution of the age of these people. What is very important actually to look at for actuaries is what is the gap between the age people died and what was the expected life expectancy. And this is actually giving you much more information, because of course if it's somebody who is 75 who passed away, the impact on your mortality rating is not the same if it's somebody who is 30, because the impact of years, of months lost because of the death is not impacting the same. But this will take a lot of time to get, because this dynamic data will be really on the long term. Plus today we have to be very honest as well, we don't have access to this data, even in the most advanced countries. It's very complicated to have. You may have it on a specific portfolio, and then through inferential statistic you can assume for a larger portfolio, but today we are not in the position to have exactly the impact of the pandemic as such.
I'll probably say something very, very similar, but in a probably more holistic way. When you look at it, there are three things that are very important to as far as statistics and the future and how we price for COVID and so on and so forth, and product that relates to this. There were an abundance of accelerated deaths, right? So when you're looking at the higher ages, at the older population, that was an accelerated death as a result of COVID. People with comorbidities, with probably bad health state, they would have died anyway in 5 years, but they just died much earlier, so that's one impact. The second impact is basically the mortality improvement that we assume on a younger population. Does it exist anymore with long COVID? During the COVID and now beyond, as we look at long COVID. Definitely there has to be something that will be evolving, but statistics should be, and in the future should be telling us a little bit more about that. And the last thing that I think is far more important than both of them, that the future of insurance, as probably Muhammad pointed earlier, has to change. It has to be an engaging type of insurance. If it's an engaging type of insurance, then we'll be reaching to a point in time where we'll be able to get all these data and all these information and be as informed as the individual himself about his health, or probably even better. Or sometimes avoiding an anti-selection from the individual himself who knows better about his health than the insurance company or what the medical record would say somewhere in his regular attending physician. So those three things, I guess, are going to be big changing dynamics that we need to keep an eye on.
We can take 2 questions.
Hello. ممدوح سعيد, Head of Life and Saving AXA Egypt. First, thank you for the nice presentation and the insights that you've given about the COVID progression and the post-COVID product development that we're having. Having 3 questions directed to the reinsurance experts on the topics that you have shared. First is about the long-term products. What I do understand from what's being presented that we are not doing anything related to the mortality tables for the long-term products right now because of the scarcity of the data. But are we doing anything, speaking here about the status quo, on the underwriting guidelines, what we are doing already in terms of re-rating the chronic diseases or whatsoever based on the impact of COVID? This is the first question. Another question about the short-term products, which is the one-year products that you are saying. What I do understand that the 20% extra mortality rates, or the 1 per mil that already was in Ashraf's presentation, is an extra mortality rate for the COVID at the peak, at the 2020-2021 experience. And this is already the margins or the prudencies that's being taken in pricing more or less the short-term products that we are having. But in Eli's presentation, what we've seen that there is a protective effect for maybe the vaccination in 2022. The mortality rates have dropped. It's not comparable to, it's still higher than the pre-COVID, but it has dropped. So the 20% right now already have gone to what? And what do you expect as a status quo? We're not talking about the future. The third question is about morbidity, because already in the academia and the context, a lot of discussions is speaking about the mortality. But what about the morbidity, the COVID impact on the morbidity? What do you expect? But this is a status quo, not a futuristic expectations or so on. Thank you.
I think a short answer, definitely the 20% does not exist today in our pricing, right? And that's a fact, right? So this is like a mirror view of whatever we had during COVID time. Are there any dynamics that relates to the future impact of COVID, again, in a long term of COVID impact, long COVID? Yes, again, the short answer is yes. And it depends on the experience in each and every company. Unfortunately, you cannot look at things on a holistic way from a specific market, and at least I'm talking from the Middle East region. And I guess that the answer is not far more better in developed markets yet, right? So again, there is a lot to be figured out as far as this is concerned in the future. And as we start, hopefully at one point in time, as I said, like, you know, the future of insurance is engaging. More engaged your insured population is, the better it's going to be for these information and statistics to evolve. When you look at morbidity, I think the critical illness part, long-term care, permanent health insurance type of products that I touched upon are very, very important because people realize the impact of COVID, as we were talking about it earlier, and Muhammad pointed that from their experience in the portfolio, which we have seen as well. Sudden deaths, right, that were not even predictable, right? With people who are fit and healthy, they didn't have any existing morbidities that could result into such a death. And that's from one side. And from another side, those who survived a strong, or let's say a complicated COVID ICU hospital admission type of severe COVID, had accelerated other comorbidities in such people. And the simplest form that we have seen, and we have seen many of that, like, you know, in a very high percentage, I would say, is allergical type of reactions. All of a sudden, you'll find that the person started developing many different natures of allergies that are not even medically correlated, And then what does that mean again on the longer term? These are probably small, simple outpatient type of health insurance related covered benefits. But on morbidity side, long-term care, I think, and critical illness are very important products to look at from that angle.
مرحبا.
I have two questions. Our lady first, then sorry.
اوكي مرحبا. نلجان هاكوز من البنك المركزي بالاردن. كان بدي اسال بالنسبه للمورتاليتي ريت يعني اذا كان في فرق ما بين الذكور والاناث نتيجه الكوفيد. يعني احنا حكينا تقريبا عالميا من 10 ل 20% كان الزياده بالوفيات نتيجه الكوفيد. كان في فروقات بين الذكور والإناث ولا لا؟ اثنين نذكر موضوع يمكن الفاكسين والإصابة، فهل في فرق ما بين اليوم نقول معدلات الوفيات للي أخذوا الفاكسين مقارنة باللي مثلا انصابوا وطابوا من الكوفيد، ولا هي نفس تقريبا معدلات الوفيات؟ شكرا.
Okay, about the vaccine effect in our portfolio, if you want to talk like data بالبورتفوليو تبعنا يعني كتير صعب نقدر نميز هالشيء، لأنه نحن عندنا البورتفوليو اليوم نعرف الحوادث ونعرف الكليمز، بس ما فينا نعرف مين أخذ الفاكسين أو لا. على النيو بزنس فينا نعرف، بس على الإكزيستنج بزنس ما فينا نعرف مين أخذ الفاكسين ومين لا. فهيدا الشيء ما بنقدر نعرفه من الانترنال داتا تبعنا. هلا طبعا الدراسات في بعض الدراسات بتقول انه طبعا كان في عدد وفيات اقل بكثير عند الناس اللي اخذين الفاكسين، بس اذا بدنا نحكي واقعية عن البورتفوليو الانشورد بورتفوليو ما فينا نجاوب على هذا السؤال. بس انا بدي كمان ازيد شغله، انه مش بس اذا بنطلع على الوفيات، اذا بنطلع كمان على الميديكال انشورنس بنلاحظ انه الفريكونسي اوف كليمز بالميديكال انشورنس كثير 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 عم تتزايد، مش بس بال 22 وب 23، يعني نحن عم نحكي هلا بعدها الفريكونسي عم تتزايد، وهيدا بيشير انه الهيلث اذا بدك ستيتس تبعنا عم بتكون بحاجه لاكثر علاج، عم نكون نحن بوضع شوي اكثر انهيلثي، وهيدا اكيد كورليتد باخر النهار مع المورتاليتي. وكمان السؤال اللي انسال قبل عن الديزابيليتي، كمان نحن عم نشوف more disability related to mental health. So this is something also we did not see much in the past. So mental health هلا كمان it's one of the reasons that is increasing in disability product.
Last question.
شكرا. Just to joke and question. In this conference, we need a polemic between non-life and life actuaries. As dear Muhammad, you said the real actuaries are life actuaries, and now with pandemic, they became super real actuaries. As an old chauvinist non-life actuary, I would like to say that I am happy to see that life actuaries discover the extreme value and accumulation theories, which is the daily business of non-life actuaries. And now, just joking, my question for reinsurer, you faced an increase in terms of claims during the COVID. Is this increase in line or correlated with the official statistics of COVID?
As I said in one of my slides, the number of reported COVID did not match with the reality of claims, no. So the clear and short answer is no. Now there might be reasons for this. First, the underreporting. We don't know how much the underreporting was, but also there is the indirect effect of COVID. So we gave some examples, someone who had COVID and then he died after 6 months, but he was not positive. He was not positive at the time of death. Is it due to COVID or not? We don't really know. We don't really know if it's an indirect effect of COVID. So this is why the percentage that we look at is the excess mortality. So we're not looking anymore into the official numbers. This is, of course, they are important numbers. You can take some takeaways out of them. But if we want to look at the final impact, we look at the excess mortality.
نشكركم على هذا
country to another.
نشكركم على هذا السيشن وعلى يعني فتحتوا لنا الشهية قوية، بس الشهية للكافي برضو يعني بتأثر فينا شوية. بنشكركم جدا وبنشكر السادة المشاركين جميعا. السيد إبراهيم
Well done, mashallah. Two very interesting, very inspirational sessions this morning. If it had just been for these two sessions, we would have covered the value for coming to this conference. Enjoy a 30 minutes of time, quality time with networking, changing business cards, knowing each other. And then we will be back with the most interesting session, which is about IFRS 17. IFRS 17 workshop. We will do it hopefully in 30 minutes time. Enjoy good networking outside. Thank you.
مساء الخير. مساء الخير جميعا. بنرحب بالسادة الحضور جميعا من داخل وخارج جمهورية مصر العربية. طبعا في البداية بحب أتوجه بالشكر للسيد إبراهيم على المؤتمر وعلى إن هو أتاح لنا الفرصة إنه نتكلم على موضوع السيشن النهاردة، موضوع IFRS 17 أو معيار 17 اللي يمكن الشغل الشاغل لقطاع التأمين دلوقتي. وأحب كمان أشكر دكتور عادل منير على فكرة المؤتمر وعلى يعني الفكرة إن احنا نقدر نتبادل الخبرات الاكتوارية في العالم العربي وحول العالم لنرى العالم بعين اكتوارية. الحقيقة معيار 17 هو جديد على قطاع التأمين وبيشغل كل قطاع التأمين بصفة عامة والاكتواريين بصفة خاصة، لأن المعيار ده تقريبا يعني شقلب الستيتمنتس وطريقة الريبورتنج اللي كانت بتحصل، وإزاي إن هو خلانا نبص على الريسكس أو نبص على تقييم الوثائق بشكل محدد قوي وعلى أساس الخطر قوي. فهو معيار محتاج اكتواريين، وخلى يمكن أصحاب القرار أو رؤساء الشركات في القطاع يعرفوا أهمية الاكتواريين وأهمية الدور بتاعهم، وإزاي إن هم لازم يكون عندهم فريق عمل اكتواري مدرب وعنده جاهزية كافية وعلى كفاءة عالية إن هو يقدر يتعامل مع معيار 17 ده. وده يمكن اللي هيخليهم الفترة اللي جاية ولكافة أصحاب القرارات إزاي يقدروا يقدموا دعم لمهنة الخبرة الاكتوارية في مصر وفي العالم العربي كله. فعشان كده الجلسة بتاعت النهاردة دي هنتمنى إن هي تكون مفيدة، ونقدر إن احنا نستفيد كمان بخبرات السادة المتحدثين، ينقلوا لنا خبراتهم في الأسواق اللي بدأت بالفعل في تطبيق المعيار ومشوا خطوات كويسة إن احنا نقدر نستفيد بيها في الأسواق العربية اللي لسه ما طبقتش المعيار أو اللي لسه بتخطو خطواتها الأولى في تطبيق المعيار. في خلال الجلسة النهاردة هنحب نعرف من حضراتهم وضعهم إيه بالظبط في IFRS 17 في الأسواق اللي هم بدأوا فيها تطبيق المعيار. كمان هنحب نعرف من حضراتهم إزاي الخطوات الأولى في التطبيق وإيه الإجراءات اللي اتخذوها في بداية التطبيق والتحديات اللي واجهوها، وإزاي قدرنا إن احنا أو إيه الحلول اللي حصلت لمواجهة التحديات دي، وإزاي كان في تعاون ما بين الخبير الاكتواري والرقيب وكافة الستيك هولدرز أو الشركاء في تطبيق المعيار للوصول بتطبيق آمن وفعال للمعيار. والحقيقة أنا مش عايزة أطيل على حضراتكم عشان نقدر نستفيد من تجارب السادة المتحدثين، فهنبدأ على طول في الجلسة. السادة يعرفوا نفسهم، السادة المتحدثين يعرفوا نفسهم، ونبدأ بالجلسة أو بالحوار. وحابين إن السيشن تكون انتراكتيف أكتر وتكون عبارة عن زي أسئلة أو حاجات لتبادل الخبرات عشان السيشن تكون انتراكتيف أكتر. فأنا بشكر حضراتكم، والسادة المتحدثين يعرفونا بنفسهم ونبدأ نتكلم على المعيار.
اوكي. اهلا وسهلا بحضراتكم. انا احمد ناجي، خبير اكتواري، المانجنج دايركتور بتاع لاكس اوفيس في مصر، ومستشار اكتواري للعديد من الشركات، وكونسلتنج اكتواري برضو للعديد من الاند اوف سيرفيس بنفيتس. وبشكركم طبعا على الحضور النهارده، وان شاء الله يكون سيشن مفيد باذن الله.
اهلا، معاكم ريان الحايكي من لكس Actuaries UAE Actuarial Manager هناك، و I'm involved in a lot of IFRS 17 implementations currently, so I look forward to this session. وشكرا على حضوركم اليوم.
Good afternoon, everyone. Allow me to speak in English. I'm not Arabic. My name is Zulson Angwenyi. I'm a director with Lux in East Africa. Been involved in more than 10 IFRS 17 implementations. Looking forward to sharing my experience with you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Abdul Moeed from SHMA Consulting. I'm the director and a qualified actuary based in Riyadh office. I've been involved in various IFRS 17 implementation as well as working with regulators and in various working groups of AOFI, SAMA, partially, and then basically I've been sort of also involved in SSCP. So my experience, I think we will share our experience today of from various perspectives.
Hi, assalamu alaikum everyone. My name is Mohammed Asad Irshad. I'm the managing director for Milliman Saudi Arabia and a partner in the Dubai firm. I lead our IFRS 17 initiatives around the region. We've been involved with 35 plus IFRS 17 implementations, along with supporting quite a lot of the regulators on their demands and needs to get this implemented properly. And we'll share our experiences with you today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, and thank you for having you all here. First, I would like from you to tell us about the status of the IFRS 17 implementation in your markets or the markets you work in. So we'll start by Mr. Asad. Can you tell us about the status of IFRS 17?
Perfect. Thank you very much. So as you are aware, most of the markets within the region, the live date for IFRS 17 was 1st of Jan 2023. There are other countries like Egypt and other, Lebanon, India, Sri Lanka, etc., where it's 1/1/24 for now. So in terms of the markets where the implementation date was 1st of Jan 2023, what we've seen is that the implementation is not going as smoothly as expected, I guess. Most of the market is still struggling with the first quarter financial results, which were due this month. Saudi Arabia has therefore extended the deadline for Q1 reporting July, 7th of July, and that's after discussions between the Saudi Central Bank and the Central Markets Authority, which looks after the Security and Exchange Commission work. In UAE, that extension was not there, so companies are struggling in terms of getting their financials ready for Q1. Some companies have got some numbers, but it's not necessarily completely there as expected. In Oman, the regulator has asked for dual reporting for the rest of the year, where they're expecting Q1 to be challenging, but then they expect Q2 timelines to be met by the company. So they're given some extensions, but not full extensions. And then in other parts, for example, Bahrain, Kuwait, Qatar, Qatar had a zero extension policy. Their deadline was end of April, and they expected everyone to report by then. Some companies were able to give some sort of a reporting, others did not. And the biggest challenge we saw was not just companies getting their results out, but also for the external stakeholders like the external auditors and others to be able to sign it. What we've realized, especially when it comes to Saudi Arabia, is the company consultants did give the numbers, the companies did produce the numbers, but then the appointed actuaries were not able to sign it off because of lack of time, or the external auditors were not able to sign it off because of lack of time, and so there's been quite a lot of to and fro. So overall, in terms of the status, if I were to summarize it, I would say that, it will probably take another quarter for the market to potentially get to a position where they want it to be. And if that's any lesson, I think for the markets which are going live in 1/1/24, such as Egypt, I would suggest that we use that experience and we use the shortfalls that have happened within the other markets, because we have the experience of hindsight now, to be able to make sure that whatever was the problems there are being addressed. And hopefully in today's session, we'll be able to bring out some of the specifics in terms of the challenges and concerns that were found. But as a status, that would be my view.
Thank you, Asad. Any one of you would like to share the status of the IFRS 17? Wilson, do you have something to add at this point, the status? Okay.
Yes, I'd speak from an East and West African perspective. Basically, that's where I operate. We've seen quite a number of companies being able to cross over the opening balance sheet stage and most of them struggling with the comparatives, mainly because actuaries are leading the implementation, and actuaries are more or less focused on the balance sheet rather than the P&L. So getting the numbers through from a P&L perspective has been a challenge. But then we also still have latecomers who are yet to start the implementation process because of one reason or the other. I mean, IFRS 17 is not the only item affecting the different companies. So I'll give an example with Kenya. The South African-based companies, that is companies that have their headquarters in South Africa, that's your Old Mutual, your Sanlam. Those are way ahead of the pack within East and West Africa, mainly because of the support from the headquarters. But then we have other companies that are now at the position of designing their implementation process, getting their opening balance sheet, which is going to take quite a bit of some time. However, we've seen regulatory interventions trying to fast track this. Kenya, for example, the regulator has given 31st July 2023 as the deadline for comparatives. If you go to Tanzania, 30th June is the deadline for comparatives. In Uganda, you have to report on the 15th of every month. If you go to West Africa, there are countries where the regulator is considering deferring the implementation date. Sierra Leone, for example, is considering deferring this to 2024, 2025, mainly because, one, there's a strain on the existing personnel that are supporting the implementation. So a number of factors are really affecting the implementation across different countries, but generally I would say most of the companies are at the opening balance sheet stage. Then hopefully towards end of June, July, we should be able to see comparatives coming through for most of the companies. And then see, what we are expecting is also that there won't be a full transition in the regulatory reporting. We are foreseeing dual reporting in all the countries, mainly because changing the regulatory templates is quite a task. It's a legal process in its own, so it will take some time before we get IFRS 17 ready templates from the regulators.
You have the ready templates right now from the regulator. You have a ready templates for the IFRS 17?
No, what we have across all these countries is guidance from the regulator, but then it will take time. So mainly because IFRS reporting based on the different regulations, based on the different insurance acts that are there, is only mandated for annual reporting, not quarterly reporting. So we do foresee that by the time we get to 31st December 2023, which is when we need to have fully compliant IFRS 17 financial statements, then our hope is that all the regulators will have had everything in order, and we will have IFRS 17 ready reporting templates.
And just to add here, by the way, today we have like Actuaries Conference, Arab Actuarial Conference, but generally this IFRS 17 is not limited to actuaries. It's certainly impact accountant as well, and because ultimately it's an accounting standard. So what happened, for example, in Saudi Arab market, they start from the phase approach, from first phase, gap, then financial impact, dry runs and implementation. So there were different phases. However, they sort of request on a monthly and quarterly basis different regulators that they have to, each insurance company have to submit their reports to regulator. What is their status? What exactly they have been doing each month or each quarter? So that sort of, and there is a sort of project ownership. So each insurance company, they take some sort of ownership, like largely CFO, not actuaries, largely CFO. And ultimately, it is important to understand that this IFRS 17 is not designed for actuaries. It requires actuaries to implement it. However, it is impacting everyone who read or who is linked with the financial statement. So in simple word, if for example, we have CEO, top management, board of directors, so they also have impact when they review the new financial set of statement. The new financial set of statement, and then basically financial statement based on IFRS 4, they are changing. So if board is not aware, senior management is not aware, and actuaries technically they just work on it, that is not also okay. So everyone, in terms of the awareness, all stakeholders need to work together. There should be some sort of ownership, and that is again required by the other regulators in the market. So this is one of the area which we generally saw in terms of the experience. I understand, by the way, Egypt regulator has also issued some sort of phases. Phase 1 again, gap analysis, which has I think completed, and then financial impact assessment, which is due by 30th May, and then basically we have some sort of future deadlines as well. So generally, I think this is something which, and by the way, one more sort of observation in terms of the other region is maybe having a working group at the industry level. So industry level working group creates some sort of senior management and senior sort of experienced people who have sort of a different background, maybe audit, actuaries, maybe some sort of CFOs. So they can sort of contribute in terms of their experience. When, for example, how it will impact on your one area of, let's say, regulation, how it will impact on your statutory return, how it will impact on the actuarial side. So that is also being done by the other regions.
Okay, thank you so much, Abdelmajid. Okay, and now we can talk about the first steps, or let's go back to the early steps. What were the course of action taking during the transition period just to ensure an effective implementation for the IFRS 17? What were that? Would you like to start, Elsa? Okay.
Okay, I think it depends on where your starting point is. So each company will have a different starting point. Some companies might have more actuaries in-house. Some companies might, rely more on external consultants. So I think initially, just organizing some type of, internally, just organizing your human resources, getting them geared up and ready for the implementation, setting the expectations correctly between all the stakeholders, so interdepartmental as well. I'm talking from an insurance company point of view. So it's extremely important to have everyone on the same page. And hopefully keeping the communication and the upskill of the human resource continuously growing. So that's definitely something I think which is a good starting point. But if anyone wants to add?
Yeah, so I think I would add up to what you just said, which is the first thing that needs to be understood, and this is coming back from what you said as well, Abdul, is you have to understand the stakeholders and you have to understand what has to be done. And I don't want to be someone who's scaring everyone here, but you also have to understand that this is not an easy thing to do, and that's why it's taking long. I think one of the starting points that need to be there is to manage your own expectations in terms of what needs to be done. We started pushing for this since 2017, and I remember initially when I met with a CFO or a CEO or even a regulator at that time, this is back in 2017 when it was due on 1/1/21, they said, "You are a madman, why are you coming and talking to us in 2017? We have 4 years. Come in 2019 for 2021, right?" And that's the problem. I think what you have to kind of understand first is this is not something which can be done within 3 months. This is not something where you can take shortcuts. This is not something which can be done by a singular team. It requires multiple stakeholders, it requires proper planning, and it requires a lot of work that has to be done. The other thing that you have to think about, again, trying to manage expectations, is that if you hire a consultant, whether that's for your IT implementation, whether that's for your design implementation, actuarial, accounting, otherwise, you can't expect that means you don't have to do anything more. So I think that has to be also a very important part for the companies, that there is still a huge responsibility on the company and the stakeholders within the company. The data still has to come from the company. Actuaries, accountants, consultants cannot create that data out of thin air. So that data has to come through, and the biggest challenge that we've seen with all of these implementations is in fact data. So unless that passes through, things will not happen. The second thing is that you have to be very patient. You will not get it right the first time. And I'm not saying this because I just want to make this harder than it is, but that's from experience. 35 implementations later, I can tell you, I've not had a single implementation where we got it right the first time. And that's not because we don't know what we're doing, or the company doesn't know what they're doing. It's because there are so many different things. The way the company is operating will change. And then finally, and most importantly, you have to understand the stakeholders. You have an actuary. Previously, accounting, IFRS 4, was providing information on a reserving basis on IBNR, ULAE, PDR, just the typical actuarial stuff. And then the accounting team would take that input into their own chart of accounts and their own disclosures and get the reports out. That does not apply anymore. It's not as simple as that anymore. Although this is an accounting standard, the work of the actuary has increased significantly. I would go as far as saying it's a 50-50 between an actuary and an accountant, which means that you need to have more coherence between your accounting team and your actuarial team. Where you do not have an in-house actuarial team, you need to kind of make sure that there's coherence between your consultants and the accounting team. But then more importantly, you also need to understand that this all has to be reviewed. The regulator will not review all of this. It's not their job. It's the external auditor's job to get everything reviewed, and they will ask their questions, so they need time. The problem you have is that if you look at any of the big four in Egypt or elsewhere in GCC, even they don't have big actuarial teams, if any. So how do they review it? They need to also be prepared. So from an overall perspective, the market has to have all the stakeholders being completely prepared. If you have a company which is fully prepared, but the auditor is not prepared, they'll ask questions which you may not be able to explain. I'll give you one example we had recently where we calculated everything, the company was ready, the numbers were checked, and we were comparing the numbers from the opening balance sheet to the ending balance sheet on IFRS 17 versus IFRS 4. The auditors came in and they started asking questions about, 100 million difference between the closing balances between IFRS 4 and 17. But it turned out that when they were doing the comparison, and it took 3 very valuable days given the timelines, when they were doing the comparison, they were doing apples to oranges in terms of comparison, because they were looking at IFRS 17, which was purely because of your liabilities which are covered under IFRS 17, but they were looking at IFRS 4, which also had other elements which are not covered in IFRS 17. That meant that we wasted 3 days or 5 days or a week exchanging emails and contracts with the external auditors when it's no longer required if they know what they're talking about. So it has to be a multi-pronged approach towards this implementation. It has to get the required amount of investment, time investment. It has to have all the key stakeholders on the same page. And there has to be a feeling between the stakeholders that this is not going to be simple. It's not going to be outsourced. You have to put in the effort. And the last thing that I would mention before I kind of close my comment would be the biggest challenge that you will find in this market and all across GCC is the lack of experienced, talented people who understand IFRS 17. We actually, Milliman, we did a survey with KPMG, a survey with 160 countries across the world, 160 cities across the world, 30 countries. And effectively in there, we asked the CFOs and CEOs about the biggest challenge that they have on IFRS 17 implementation. 9 out of 10 CFOs or CEOs said human resource. If I ask the same question here in Egypt, it will be 11 out of 10. Because in that market, you still have some actuaries. You still have a big four having accountants and actuaries within there. Here you don't. Yeah. So that would be my starting point.
Okay. أحمد دكتور أحمد تحب تقول لنا عن مصر؟
I will speak in Arabic because this is Arab Actuarial Conference. بالنسبة للسوق المصري يمكن الهيئة جت في سنة 21 ألزمت الشركات بحساب ECL requirements according to IFRS 9 وبعد كده بدأت تبان البلان الخاصة ب IFRS 17 اللي هو المعيار المصري رقم 50. البلان كانت يعني هي طبعا كان مفترض ان كل الشركات تكون مستعده لتطبيق المعيار، خاصه يعني هنا الهيئه هو ما بعتبروش تطبيق متاخر قد ما هم شافوا البيست براكتس اللي موجوده في الماركت علشان يبداوا ان هم يوجهوا الشركات تجاه افضل حاجه بعد ما يشوفوا خبرات الاسواق الاخرى. مع تطبيق IFRS 9 يمكن اللي حصل ان في جزء خاص بالانشورنس ريسيفبلز كانت ادى الهيئه او ادت الخيار للشركات ان هم يا اما هيطبقوه في 21 في 12 21 او ان هم يستنوا لتطبيقه مع معيار 17. اعتقد ان ده هيبقى تشالنج للشركات اللي ما طبقتش او ما خدتش الهيت وقتها في 21. دلوقتي هو ملزم ان هو ياخد الامباكت الخاص بمعيار 17 بالاضافه للامباكت الخاص بالريسيفابل اي سي ال. يمكن كان في دراسه مؤخرا اتكلمت على التشالنجز اللي موجوده في بعض الاسواق وقسموها كالتالي: 56% كان بيتكلم على التشينجز اللي حصلت في البروسيس والسيستم وهايرنج نيو ستاف. 9% كان ليها علاقه بفهم الكومبليكيشنز الخاصه بحسابات IFRS 17. اللي كان غريب بالنسبه لي 26% كان متعلق ب how to communicate results، ازاي توصل النتائج وتبرر النتائج اللي طالعه من تطبيق المعيار سواء للمانجمنت او للشير هولدرز. وكان في 9% ليها علاقه ببعض الريجوليشنز. فدي يمكن احد الاوجه اللي احنا شفناها في السوق المصري، وفي بعض النقط الاخرى الخاصه بالتحديات هنجاوب عليها، يعني هنتعرض لها لان هي جايه في السيشن ده كمان. شكرا.
طيب anyone want to add something for this point?
Yes, I think I wouldn't want to repeat what my fellow panelists have said, but then there are two important things that, based on my experience in the implementations that we've been involved in, that many people do overlook. One is project management, and then two, change management. At times, one will tell you an implementation project is as good as your project manager and your project team. So you'd find, as my colleague has said from Milliman, that people will give all the work to a consultant and then leave it at that. But then internally, or even as the implementation partner, then do you then enforce the fact that internally you do need to have a project management team whose ownership is actually right from the top executive, whether it's the CEO, the CFO. And this CEO and CFO actually holds the internal project team to the deliverables and the timelines. This has actually been a big pain point, and I'm sure you can agree with me. It's been a big pain point because the project managers then tend to sleep on their job, wait for the consultant to give out the final deliverables, and in the end it needs to be a collaborative effort. Like the consultant will do their part, and you also need to do your part as the internal project team. So my question to you right now, as the industry players, is even as you onboard the different consultants, have you considered coming up with project teams that involve everyone, not only actuarial and finance? You need representative from IT, you need representative from underwriting. Are those teams in place? And are these people being held to account on their different deliverables? The other aspect of project management is also from the regulator's perspective. What is the regulator doing about the implementation project? We've seen instances whereby there's delayed communication from the regulator, and you're given 3 months timelines, to come up with comparative financial statements. I mean, you can easily do it, but then it's garbage in, garbage out, because you don't have enough time to actually critically look at the different assumptions, to look at the data that goes into the different actuarial and accounting engines that are in place. So this has been one area which I would say should be the starting point, just trying to map out the entire project and having different project management teams in place, which will then manage the change that is coming. That brings me to my second point. We are all assuming that everyone within the space clearly understands IFRS 17, given that it's going to affect all of us. But then this is not the case, and what we've seen, and also based on my own experience, is that having a proper change management system with knowledge and skills transfer programs at each and every stage of the implementation really helps, because then you move along with the entire crowd. So right now, as you started your implementations, as the regulator, for example, are you rolling out industry trainings? I'd give an example of the Kenyan regulator and the Ugandan regulator, where I've been involved in quite a number of trainings. So the regulators are actually driving the agenda together with the Accountants Association and the actuarial associations in the different countries. Are you carrying out the different training? You should train people as if they've never heard about IFRS 17 before. That has really created an appetite for people to even understand what they are doing, what is required of them. And even as you progress along to the final stages of the project, then it is easy to hand over whatever the consultant has done and embed IFRS 17 into business as usual. Because at the end of the day, as a consultant, I will come, I will go, I will bill you, get my money, but then this is going to be something permanent that you need to live with. So have we embedded a robust change management program that will enable a successful transition, right, from the consultant to the teams internally, so that at the end of it all, IFRS 17 is business as usual. So that is, those are two critical points that I felt that I should mention, and that you should start thinking about them at this point in time, if you haven't thought about them.
Thank you so much. طيب يبقى احنا نقدر نقول انه علشان نضمن تطبيق آمن او تطبيق فعال للمعيار، الخطوة الأولى لازم تكون التعاون ما بين كافة الستيك هولدرز أو الشركاء في المنظومة، سواء اكتواريين أو مديرين الشركات أو الرقباء. كافة الستيك هولدرز إن هم يبدأوا في التعاون علشان نوصل بالمعيار للتطبيق السليم. لازم كمان يبقى عندنا الأساس الخبرات الكافية، نتأكد من وجود الاكتواريين والمحاسبين وكافة العناصر اللي موجودة في الشركات اللي هتقدر إن هي تطبق المعيار ده، ويبقى في تواصل مستمر ما بين كافة الستيك هولدرز علشان لتحديد ايه الاحتياجات او ايه المشاكل اللي هتواجههم علشان نقدر نوصل المعيار بالتطبيق السليم. طيب أنا أحب دلوقتي أعرف من حضراتكم على التحديات اللي واجهتموها أثناء تطبيق المعيار، بالذات التحديات الفنية. I would like to talk about the challenges you faced in the IFRS 17 implementation, especially the technical challenges, because for me it's very interesting to know all the interest rates. As the Egyptian market, the interest rates are very volatile. So it's very interesting to know how did you deal with this when you implement the IFRS 17. Can you talk about the challenges you face in implementation of the IFRS 17? I would like to point the question for Ahmed, because you started to talk about challenges. تقدر تكلمنا في السوق المصري ونسمع من حضراتكم بعد كده التحديات. وممكن نبدأ بدكتور أحمد.
بالنسبة للسوق المصري، يمكن أكبر تحديات، أو لو قسمنا التحديات هنلاقي إن في تحديات تخص شركات التأمين نفسها، وفي بعض التحديات اللي هي خارج عن إرادة أو إيد شركات التأمين. يمكن لو بصينا على شركات التأمين، أهم تحدي بيواجه تطبيق المعيار، وإحنا دلوقتي محتاجين داتا تفصيلية لأكثر درجة. داتا تفصيلية بتبدأ من تقسيم البرودكتس البورتفوليو، بعد كده على حسب الاكسبكتد بروفيتابيليتي، بعد كده على حسب الاندررايتنج يير. بنتكلم على البيزنس، ان احنا هنبص دلوقتي على نتائج الاعمال من وجهة نظر جروس وري انشورنس، بدل ما كنا بنبص عليها على اساس صافي نتائج الاعمال. الداتا التفصيلية اللي احنا بنتكلم فيها، طبعا يعني حابب اوضح نقطه برضو، لان بعض الكلاينتس اللي معايا بنتكلم فيها، هل في سيستم لايفرس 17 هيمانج كل حاجه from A to Z؟ الاجابه لا، مفيش. السيستم ده مش موجود، لان اي سيستم هيكون محتاج انبوتس، سواء كانت من البوليسي ادمن سيستم، الكليم سيستم، الاندررايتنج، الريسك، الاكتواري، الايكونوميك اسامبشنز، كل الكلام دوت بيروح في الاخر لحساب الجروب كالكوليشنز الخاص باي IFRS 17، ومنها بعد كده بيبدا نرصد او نطلع المركز المالي او نطلع الجنرال ليدجر بتاع الشركه. بتفاجئ دايما ان بلاقي مثلا حد يقول ده انتو ان سوليوشن. لا، ما فيش انتو ان سوليوشن، في انبوت كبير بيجي من الاكتواري، لان الاكتواري دوره هيفضل موجود ان هو بيقدر مخصصات فنيه وبيقدم شهادات للهيئه العامه للرقابه الماليه. بالاضافه طبعا ان في التحديات اللي احنا حاسينها دلوقتي الخاصه بالديسكاونت ريت والسلكشن بتاع الديسكاونت ريت، فما فيش سيستم الشركه تقدر تجيبه ياخد من السيستم البوليسي ادمن سيستم بتاعها ويطلع مركز مالي. كل اللي بيتعمل ان بيكون في حاجه وسيطه في النص، سواء كان مانجد سيرفيس سيستم او حاجه نقدر نسميها قريبه من ان هي تبقى اند تو اند سوليوشن. طيب في برضه بعض التحديات اللي بتواجه السوق المصري في الظروف اللي احنا فيها، تقلبات اسعار الفايده اللي احنا حاسينها دلوقتي وشفناها يمكن سنه 2016، ان الريسك فري انترست ريت وصل دلوقتي حوالي 18% او ازيد. طيب هنعمل ايه واحنا بنقيم المعيار؟ فالحقيقه المعيار ادى تو ابروتشز ان احنا نبدا نستخدمهم في الديسكاونتنج. واحد اللي هو بوتوم اب او اب تو بوتوم. الحقيقه احنا تبنينا المدخل ده في حساب اللايبيلتيز بالنسبه للشركات، ان احنا بدانا نشوف ايه اليلد كيرف المتسق اللي ما فيش فيه تغيرات بحيث ان احنا نقدر نستخدمه. يمكن برضو لو بصينا للبيانات هنلاقي ان تفاصيل البيانات، يعني هنلاقي على سبيل المثال الاعاده ممكن تبقى الشركات بتعمل الاعاده على فرع المارين كله مع بعضه، بينما ان لا، احنا هنحتاج مثلا ان احنا نقسم مارين هال، مارين انلاند، مارين كارجو. فدي طبعا هتبقى تحدي من تحديات الشركات ان هي تحصل على التفصيلات بير ريسك على حسب وفقا لمتطلبات المعيار. لو بصينا تاني هنلاقي ان التريننج برضو للشركات ان هي مستعده ان هي تطبق المعيار ده اعتقد برضو من ضمن التحديات اللي بتواجه الشركات في السوق المصري. في بقى بعض التحديات الخارجيه واللي يعني نتمنى ان يحصل فيها تعديلات ان شاء الله تشريعيه قريب. يعني احنا كلنا منتظرين تعديلات القانون رقم 10، بس قانون رقم 10 في الماده 37 اللي بتلزم الشركات بمخصصات فنيه معينه، سواء الUBR او مخصص الاخطار الساريه او التقلبات العكسيه. طبعا مخصص الاخطار الساريه وفقا للتعليمات المصريه برضو، بما ان احنا معانا ضيوف من الخارج، هو بيتحسب باحد ثلاث طرق ايهما اكبر، يا اما الطريقه اليوميه بروراتا باعتبار ان السنه 365 يوم والريسك فيها كلها يونيفورم، او الطريقه ال24 او الطريقه القانونيه وفقا للنسب المحدده في القانون. الشركات هنا بيحتفظوا بيحسبوا الUBR وبيتم خصم 20% كحد اقصى مقابل الديفيرد اكوزيشن كوست او تكاليف الاستحواذ. الحقيقه ان مع المعيار انت محتاج ان انت هتحسب الرقم مش على الصافي زي ما احنا بنعمل دلوقتي، احنا هيتحسب على الاجمالي وهتشوف الداك الفعليه. فلو حضرتك عندك الداك كانت في حدود 10% 15%، فانت هتكون لازم تتوقع امباكت في حدود 5%. الفرق دوت ما بين ال20 المستخدمه دلوقتي والباقي والريت الفعلي اللي عند حضرتك، ده طبعا هيبقى ليه امباكت كبير شفناه. ممكن برضو من ضمن العناصر اللي انا شايف انها لازم هيعاد النظر فيها مخصص التقلبات العكسيه، خاصه ان تعليمات الهيئه ما اشارتش ان احنا هل ممكن نستخدم التقلبات العكسيه ده في ان احنا نخفف اثار تطبيق المعيار. قد يكون ده مقترح ان احنا لو نقدر نستخدمه ده هيبقى مناسب جدا، لان حتى التصرف في مخصص التقلبات العكسيه بيكون في حدود 50% اذا تجاوزت الانيشال اكسبكتد لوس ريشيو مقدار معين، فده قد يكون من المناسب ان يعاد النظر فيه في الفتره الحاليه. كمان حابب اضيف ان التقلبات العكسيه حاليا بيتحسب من الايرادات والمصروفات لكل لاين اوف بزنس على حسب انيشال اكسبكتد لوس ريشيو محدده من الخبير الاكتواري. مع الوقت خلاص ده اصبح مش موجود، لان عناصر المركز المالي اللي بيتحسب على اساسها مش موجوده، فدي اعتقد لازم نتخلى عن المخصص كله بالكامل، ونبدا ان احنا طالما هيبقى في ريسك ادجستمنت موجود في المعيار، هيكون هو بيسد محل التقلبات العكسيه. بس للاسف ده نص في القانون، كمان نص في القانون بيقول ان التقلبات العكسيه حقوق حمله وثائق، مع انه في حقيقه الامر حقوق حمله اسهم، فده قد يكون برضو محتاج ان هو يتعالج في الفترات القادمه باذن الله. يمكن احنا كان من فتره لينا قمنا في مصر تأمينات الحياه ان احنا اشتغلنا على الكاش فلو بروجيكشن، وكنا يعني اخذنا الخطوه دي في حساب التكنيكال بروفيجنز او الماثيماتيكال ريزيرف، خدناها كستيب استباقيه. فمع الوقت بدانا خلاص الامباكت بالنسبه لنا مثلا بدا يبقى قليل، لكن لو كنا استنينا لغايه دلوقتي اعتقد الامباكت كان هيبقى كبير على الشركه. فدي برضو من ضمن التحديات ان الشركات احنا مطالبين ان احنا نقدم فاينانشال امباكت اناليسيز يوم 30 مايو. ده هيدينا لمحه عن الوضع هيبقى شكله عامل ازاي عند تطبيق المعيار، لان في الاخر الترانزيشن افكت هيتاخد يوم الترانزيشن، فالشركات تبدا ان هي تشوف ايه اللي مأثر وعامل الامباكت الكبير، ويبدا يعني يحط خطه ان هو يوم الترانزيشن يكون الامباكت برضو قدر ان هو يكون مخصصات ليه كافيه علشان يقلل الفلكتويشنز الوارد انها تحصل. في تحديات طبعا خاصه بالشركات، لان السوفت ويرز والكونسلتنتس وكل الكلام دوت مثبت سعر بالدولار، وحضراتكم عارفين اكيد الديفالويشن اللي حصل الفتره اللي فاتت، فده اكيد معلي التكاليف على الشركات. وان شاء الله يعني بنتمنى التوفيق في التغلب على التحديات دي للشركات. وحابب برضو لو في اي احد من الزملاء حابب يضيف اي حاجه.
Thank you, Ahmed. Thank you for your comments. I would like to again mention here, basically the complexity is slightly different for general insurance as compared to life insurance. Generally, again, life insurance products, everyone is aware that they've been written a long-term approach where you have maybe with-profit products where you are sort of guaranteeing bonuses to policyholder. This product is again for life companies are very famous in this market, and then you have unit-linked product as well. So those products where you are providing bonuses now under IFRS 17, these type of question will arise. That, for example, what should be the mechanism going forward? About how much your P&L will sort of change, profit loss impact, how much your bonus is there any impact on the distribution bonus policy? Then further question will arise if, especially on the tax side. I think there is a tax in HF market as well. So all these technical areas need to be very carefully looked into it. It's not just insurance company, but again for life companies, in my opinion, there is a more significant challenge. Unit-linked product, universal life product, whole with profit products, which is I believe are all famous here. So again, life insurance company, if they are even working without actuarial software, because typically insurance companies keep the reserve based on account value or unit-linked cash value. So basically now they need some cash flow generator model that needs actuarial expertise as well. And how to utilize those cash flow model in IFRS 17 engine, as Ahmed sort of mentioned, and then there's a tool involved. So I think this is something, a journey, which is, again, when IASB, International Accounting Standard Board, they also issued this standard, so they clearly mentioned this is a significant impact on life insurance. There is an impact on general insurance, definitely, but obviously in terms of comparison, I'm saying. Then obviously for general insurance, there is definitely an impact because they, as Asad mentioned earlier, that we have like UPR, PDR, but obviously they need to be changed in terms of the actual calculation. Then our assembly engine is also involved. But again, I'm just comparing the complexity in terms of the implementation area. Another part which is typically very important and most of the companies face when the numbers comes out, how much is the impact on equity. For example, one of my experience in Egypt with one of the very large life insurance company when we were working for them. So basically the impact on equity comes out to be very different direction. Then basically this question arises that how the numbers and what are the sources of having maybe the impact on equity. When I say impact on equity means that basically you have IFRS 4 liability, let's say 100 million. And when you calculate IFRS 17 liability, it may be 80 million, it may be 120 million under IFRS 17 because you are applying a new accounting standard. There may be an increase in liability, decrease in liability. And this is also very depending on the assumption or the methodology that you're using. So basically these type of questions do arise. There are certainly technical justification for both sides. One of the most going forward, I believe, is, as per my experience, most important challenge that life insurance companies especially will face here is in terms of basically the overall data for the life companies, especially when they calculate a transition impact. As Ahmed also mentioned that during transition, basically there are three different methodologies. So even the very simplistic and easy methodology is fair value, where based on prospective valuation. I'm not going into technical part, but I'm just saying that the impact on equity needs to be very carefully looked into it because different methodology will give you different results. How you will sort of satisfy board to the board, numbers are okay, and maybe all methods are right, all methods are giving different numbers. How sort of regulator needs to look into it. So all these are practical challenges. This also, again, as I mentioned, applicable to non-life insurance as well, but the complexity is different.
Yeah, thank you. So yeah, no, I would add up to some of this. I think when it comes to, I'll talk about transition first because that was the topic just discussed. On transition, one of the very important points is the three approaches are not necessarily available, all three of them, because by default, if you have the data, you have to run either the full retrospective approach where you have to kind of go back and assume IFRS 17 existed from the date you wrote the policy. So as you can imagine, you have to go back to 2010 that's when the policy incepted, but then you have to ignore everything and assume that you did not know what happened for the last 12, 15 years, which is impossible because you already know, and redo the calculations. And if you don't have that data, you have to do fair value, unless you can prove that you have enough data to be able to still do some of that. And the reason why this is important is because fair value would give a higher liability, therefore have an impact on your equity, as Mohit said. But the other very important aspect when it comes to life and non-life is under IFRS 4 right now, when you were doing your calculations, you were doing gross calculations, for example, and then you could net off by just simply taking a ratio, gross to net, however you want to do it. Under IFRS 17, that's no longer a case. So effectively, the data that you require is not only on the gross level, but also you need to do the same thing for reinsurance contracts. And therefore, that is another big challenge that we have seen because, where the reinsurance data was coming, it was not necessarily in the same group of contract level that you've decided on your IFRS 17 basis. Therefore, one of the biggest challenges that we have seen, even for non-life, is the data in the format that is required, and therefore the segregation of the data or getting it into the same level of aggregation becomes a big challenge. But the other big challenge, and before I talk about it, look, I'll tell you the biggest challenge is. The biggest challenge is to sit in a room here in a panel and talk about IFRS 17 and keep it engaging. Because it's one of the most boring topics that one can talk about. And I don't want to see sleepy eyes, so that's why I'm trying to kind of see what we can do to kind of liven up a little bit, but unfortunately it's a very boring topic. So that's the biggest challenge, to kind of go to people and talk about IFRS 17 and to get them to engage with you and talk to you and listen to what we are saying. But coming back to IFRS 17 on the IFRS 4 side, what was happening right now was when your actuaries were calculating reserves, what you tend to find out when the reserve calculation was being done was that the reserve calculation would be done by the actuary or the company, but you would not necessarily look at it from a best estimate perspective. You would say, okay, you know what, my reserves are 10 million or 12 million or 15 million, whatever that number might be, and then the company may push it down or up, put some reserves extra. Now under IFRS 17, what has happened is that the reserves have to be best estimate. By definition, best estimate means that it could be high or low the next year. 50% probability that you're getting it right. Now, that creates a challenge because most of the reserving that was previously done was on a deterministic basis. When you do deterministic calculations, you cannot necessarily come up with best estimate unless you find different ways.
And that's why it's very important, because here in Egypt, we're very conservative regarding the
exactly.
reserving assumptions. Yes, that's why it's very important and very challenging point.
Precisely, and that's why I'm bringing it up, because non-life, although very simple, can become tough because of one of this thing. Now, what IFRS 17 tells you to then do is simply, calculate a risk adjustment on top of your best estimate liability to deal with the uncertainty and volatility, because reserves are uncertain. The problem is that some companies kind of take that as an option to say, you know what, if our reserves were 10 million, and now the actuary will say, okay, best estimate may be 8 million, put 2 million on top, and you still get 10 million. So they're trying to find shortcuts. Sorry.
You just put the difference as the risk adjustment between the best estimate and the
which is the shortcut, but not the right way of doing it, and therefore the auditors and everyone will start questioning. So this is where it becomes, the challenge comes, because when you go and talk to people up front, they're like, yeah, okay, then we will do this and we'll do this and things will be done. But unfortunately, it doesn't work that way. And so when you get to the last stage, then you find challenges. Okay, we can't do it, so what do we do now? Because what I've realized with our implementation, the CFOs took their net out and said, no, we'll talk to the auditors. Just do what we're telling you to do. And now the auditor is saying we won't sign. And they've put, all sorts of disclosures in, and so now they're coming back and saying, can you give us best estimate immediately? And can you do risk adjustment in 2 hours? It cannot be done that way. So there are these challenges. The other challenge on a risk adjustment is when you calculate your reserves and just put a margin, which is what companies are used to, you don't really think about diversification. You don't think about, if I'm writing a medical business and a motor business and a life business, let's assume, you're writing those business and COVID happened, just 2 years ago. Now, one way, cars stopped going on the roads. Second way, maybe your medical claims were going up because you had to pay for COVID. I'm making this up as an example. That would mean that if you're writing both businesses, you are more diversified than someone writing one business. Therefore, your risk adjustment, your volatility should reflect that. Unfortunately, again, no one is thinking about that in this market right now because the way that things are being done are very differently. So these are the things which, again, if the management does not engage with you, if they don't understand, if they are simply doing a tick box exercise, then they will not take these things into consideration and therefore not get the value from IFRS 17. The reason IFRS 17 came through in the first place, we have to understand, is so that you can compare companies across the board. One of the reasons was that, so that companies are consistent in their financial reporting, so that you can see what a company in Egypt, how does it compare with UAE or France or anywhere else in the world except US, because US is different. But here, unfortunately, people don't understand that. So I think that's the reason I say that's a challenge, is because now that we're getting into the implementation and finalizing everything, those things are now coming up. And we kept telling them, but now they're saying, okay, you know what, our auditors are saying, a regulator is saying, so can we change it? And you can't do it last minute. And the other very important thing here is that, and this is a challenge, is when I started these conversations with the CFOs, they got an impression, okay, if our equity is changing, if our profits are changing, does IFRS 17 change our overall profits? Obviously not. It's a standard. IFRS 17 is not going out and killing people or, damaging your cars. IFRS 17 is just changing the way you're reflecting your profits. So as Abdul Moy said, and others said, what would happen is your profit profile will change. The timing of your profit will change. Your profit itself will not change. So the challenge is, how do you go and explain that to your board? People, I was in a board once who did not even, some of the members did not understand what GWP is. let's talk to IFRS, about IFRS 17 risk adjustment with them. It's not that simple. So you have to explain to them, you have to kind of give them an indication that, when you're making these decisions, the policy choices, risk adjustment, discounting, level of aggregation, onerous contracts, whatever you're doing, you need to be able to make those decisions after looking at the impact of each of those decisions, then communicating with the senior management and the board so that it doesn't become a challenge now. And right now, across the board, the challenge we've got is, we've got numbers, they're reconciling, everything is done, but the CEO and CFO are saying, yeah, my board will fire me if I go with this. Well, why did you not keep talking to them over the last 3 years? So now that, the reason I'm mentioning this is because you are in a position where you can learn from that. You need to engage your boards, you need to engage your senior management, you need to look at the impacts, you need to look at what's happened in the other countries so that you don't make the same mistakes and you have a smoother journey. So that's the other thing I would just mention apart from what you said.
I would just like to add one more thing on takaful. Takaful is another complexity under IFRS 17. So I worked with AOFE and I significantly contributed there to develop the AOFE IFRS 17 takaful accounting standard. So when they were they also took time, I think, in terms of the developing that exposure draft, then they issued, then various comments, and then they finalized that standard. Although the deadline, by the way, for the takaful company as per AOFE is 1st January 2025. However, again, takaful companies, because they have participant takaful fund, shareholder fund, I'm not aware about the local Egypt regulatory requirement for takaful, so apologies from my side, but the takaful companies will also have to sort of see how they operate, especially in line with AOFE, the technical part.
حابب بس يعني أضيف تحدي موجود في السوق المصري يمكن مش موجود في باقي الأسواق، وهو إزاي التعامل مع المجمعات التأمينية اللي موجودة. لأن النهاردة الشركة بيجيها رقم outstanding، رقم UBR، رقم IBNR، وهي في الفترة الحالية بتعمل لها consolidation ضمن الأرقام. لكن أعتقد في مستقبلا لازم يا إما المجمعة هتمنح الشركات الارقام وفقا للديسكلوجرز الخاصه بIFRS 17 او ان هم هيشاركوا الداتا معاهم بحيث ان هم يقدروا يدخلوها ضمن الجروب كالكوليشنز مودلز بتاعتهم. شكرا.
Now I have challenging questions regarding the challenges. Have you experienced a case where you need to reduce the reserves after following the IFRS 17, so you had a reduction in the reserves? What did you do when you faced that, if you have experienced it? Did you accept an immediate release for the reserve, or you added to the risk adjustment? I need to know all this one.
Yeah, I think it depends on various scenarios and various assumptions. It happened, by the way, that there is a release, especially, for example, in the life companies. The one part is very important, like life companies do not usually defer their commission expenses. And it is, again, under the technical and general major model and VFA, it is mandatory to defer the acquisition part. So that sort of gives very significant reduction in terms of your liability. And further, again, based on my experience here in Egypt, most of the companies kept universal life or cash value, account value reserve. Simple unit link, for example, you are keeping the account value reserve. And under IFRS 17, you have to sort of project future charges, future expenses, and sometimes it become future charges are usually higher than your future expenses. So it become a negative liability, and that's hence the decrease in reserves. So these are the significant areas where life companies face decrease in the reserves. And as long as the justification numbers are justifiable, because we know for a fact that life companies just keep the cash value. They do not consider, but they will provide liability adequacy testing proof through sort of projecting gross premium valuation or prospective valuation, what we typically call actuarial, that you have to project your future income, project your future expenses, unclaimed, etc. If it is, let's say, not profitable, is like your inflow is greater than outflow, then it's fine. You do not need to keep IFRS 4 any liability. And hence, this point is important in a way that there is some sort of justification that reserves may decrease. But on the other side, for example, non-life insurance or life insurance, depending on how the company is booking their current liability, it may happen that their liability will increase as well. In simple word, as long as justification is there, yes, it is possible.
Just one thing to add to that, and I know we are short on time, so I'll be very quick. As Mohit said, I think we have found for life companies, the overall profitability or the reduction going both ways, increase or reduction. There was a company which was not booking DAC, so they were not deferring their acquisitions, so they had an increase in profits. There was a company which was deferring under IFRS 4 because you had an option. For that, it was completely the other way around. That's number one. But coming back to your question, you mentioned that Egypt is more conservative when it comes to reserving, especially with non-life. So in Egypt, you may see a reduction as a result, because if you go to best estimate and if they are currently booking conservatively maybe more than 70th percentile, I'm making this up, and they agree that the risk adjustment should be up to the 70th percentile, then obviously you will see a reduction even after the risk adjustment addition, because the discounting will also come in play depending on the duration. However, in other parts that we have operated in, the reserves have tended not to be that prudent. Therefore, on average, I have actually seen increases on the non-life side when it comes to reserve along with the risk adjustment.
Very quick, because we're running out of time. I'd like to know about the regulatory framework and how it's changed due to applying the IFRS 17 and the engagement of the regulator and the implementation process, the collaboration between the cooperation between the regulator, the actuaries, and the insurance companies. Can we know about that very quick?
I'll start with this if that's okay. Yeah, so look, given that we work a lot with the regulators, I can give you some examples about the regulators in GCC. If you look at the Saudi Central Bank, they have done a fabulous job in terms of structuring and creating a framework around IFRS 17. They made sure that everything that was submitted to the regulator was reviewed and feedback went back to the regulators. They made sure that there were templates that the companies had to fill, which was communicated upon. They had a lot of dry runs. 3 dry runs were done in time so that the companies were ready. They also, one thing that they did really well was that they included the external auditors very early in the process and made sure that the external auditors had good teams to be able to review everything. Back in October, November, they got companies, CFOs, actuaries to talk about it, talk to the regulators, auditors to discuss everything. And they also clarified who's signing off on what in terms of the appointed actuaries versus the CFO, etc. So overall, they did a very good job, because not only were they able to come up with the regulation, but they were able to implement that and provide feedback to the market, which meant that the market knew that whatever they were submitting was being scrutinized. When it came to the Central Bank of UAE, they also tried to do it. They had a framework, but the review process was probably not as robust or the communication as it was for the Saudi Central Bank. And then, the other regulators also kind of took on from the similar thing, like the Egyptian regulator as well. You've taken those timelines of gap analysis, impact assessment, design, dry run, etc. But the important point from our perspective is that the regulators, whatever they did, whatever they are continuing, the ones that really did well were the ones who were following up, providing feedback, and making sure that companies were giving justifications of what they were doing. And the last thing, which is important that you mentioned, was creating these working groups. Saudi Central Bank did that. As UAE also did it to a certain extent, but Saudi Central Bank had working groups with all the CFOs and actuaries, or select CFOs and actuaries, to come and talk about their issues, learn from their issues, come up with common policies and procedures that the market could use.
And I will add some points that most of the regulators currently, when they calculate their solvency, it is linked with IFRS 4. So this is one of the regulatory challenge to review their solvency once they implement IFRS 17, because the liabilities of IFRS 4 will no longer be there. So therefore, you have to sort of implementing IFRS 17, implementing IFRS 9, and then basically reviewing your solvency regulation. Because also, you cannot say to the insurance company that calculate your solvency based on IFRS 4, but apply IFRS 17 as well. They have, so that sort of again should come from the regulator. Some of the regulators moving toward risk-based capital regime. So that's sort of a shift from accounting-based solvency regime.
Right. I guess I'll speak from an East and West African perspective, and I'll also allow my colleague Ryan to comment a bit on Bahrain and the other regulators within the GCC. I think from an East African perspective, yes, we've seen the working groups work, and not only the CFOs and actuaries, we've even seen the certified public accountants and the actuarial society sending in representatives just to give their comments from a society point of view, what they feel. And what the regulator has done is then it's given the mandate to the Institute and Certified Public Accountants of Kenya and the Actuarial Society of Kenya to now start to give guidance on certain aspects which then are pertinent to the market that we operate in. On the issue of solvency, that's a long shot because even from looking at the likes of EIOPA, having conversations with the likes of the Reserve Bank of South Africa, having conversations with people in the Office of the Superintendent of Financial Institutions in Canada, it will take time before we are able to align solvency reporting with IFRS 17 reporting. And my suggestion then to the Egyptian regulator will be then to first of all focus on getting IFRS 17 over the line and aligning the templates. Then afterwards, then we can have that solvency conversation, maybe in a forum like this or maybe within the Egyptian actuarial set. Because if Solvency 2, it will take up to 2025 to finally get, Solvency 2 aligned to IFRS 17, then let us also not be over-ambitious. Let us take one day at a time and, just sort it in bits and pieces, and finally we'll be able to get there. Thank you.
Yeah. تعقيب سريع برضو خاص بالتغيرات التشريعية اللي احنا متوقعين انها تحصل، ان يبدأ الاكتواري ان هو يكون involved اكتر في التسعير خاصة في التأمينات العامة، ويتم اعادة تسعير معظم المنتجات اللي موجودة في الماركت، خاصة عشان يبقى في explicit profit margin موجود نقدر ان احنا نراجع بيه بعد كده. محتاجين ان احنا برضو نراجع تعليمات الملاءة المالية او هامش اليسر المالي اللي موجود في القانون. اكيد تطبيق المعيار هيقلل الادميسبل اسيتس اللي موجوده في الشركات او هيبقى له امباكت سلبي على معظم الشركات، فده اكيد هيقلل السولفنسي. فدي يمكن معظم الحاجات التشريعيه اللي احنا منتظرين ان يتم مراجعتها، بالاضافه للنقط اللي احنا اتكلمنا فيها، ان كل خبير اكتواري دلوقتي شغال مع شركه يبدا ان هو يبلغهم بالارقام، بدل ما كنا بنبلغهم برقم بس على مستوى صافي العمليات، لا هنبدا نبلغهم بارقام على الاجمالي وعلى حصه الاعاده وعلى الصافي. واخر تشالنج، اخر برضو حاجه محتاجين برضو يمكن نبص عليها، ان احنا مش شغالين IFRS 4 بيورلي، احنا شغالين لوكال جاب، فاحنا محتاجين ان احنا نتنقل من لوكال جاب ل IFRS 4 قبل ما نتنقل ل IFRS 17، لان ده هيخلي الترانزيشن صعب هنا في مصر.
طيب، وزي ما احنا شايفين التحديات كتيرة جدا ومتفرعة، بس الحقيقة من ضمنها تحدي الوقت بتاع الجلسة بتاعتنا دلوقتي، ان احنا الوقت بتاعنا بيخلص للأسف، فمحتاجين ناخد أسئلة سريعة جدا، 3 دقايق للأسئلة. اتفضل حضرتك.
So by the way, in the meantime, the mic is going there. I'll just take 10 seconds more. I would like to thank you, by the way, Josie, Andrew, and Chaki from Society of Actuaries, and Jeff. We did 3 sort of seminars for IFRS 17 in Arabic and English. It was beginners, intermediate, and advanced level, 3 different sessions. So if someone is interested to learn technical part, they are fully available. I think Society of Actuaries can also provide. So that sort of Society of Actuaries and Chakib, Jeff, they sort of contributed there.
Assalamu alaikum. Hani Saleh, faculty member, Actuarial Science and Insurance Department, Mansour University. Actually, as Dr. Ahmed says, insurance market in Egypt, prices or premiums need to re-estimate for fair premiums. Actually, I would like to ask if there is any role for IFRS 17 in this re-estimating process. This is one topic. The second topic, in terms of this situation for the Egyptian economy with high rate of interest rate or inflation, what is the most important determinants to take into consideration in applying IFRS 17 to the Egyptian insurance market? Thank you.
مساء الخير. بسنت من مصر، بشتغل في النون لايف. simply بس كنت عايزة أسأل أسئلة وسامحوني لو هي very technical. بس كنت حابة أعرف as an overview how was the impact of discounting في ال different markets, especially that when we are talking about the country risk premium in any market from 2021 to 2022, we see an unexpected jump in the country risk premium. So how was the impact of the discounting in the different markets, especially IFRS 17, all of the terms of the P&L or the balance sheet are already if affected by the discounting. So I just wanted to know that, and also I wanted to ask for the risk adjustment. Do you take the payables and receivables into consideration when you're calculating the risk adjustment, or it's excluded because it's temporary liability and it had high volatility from time to time? Actually, this one is also, for simplification, it's also recommended to exclude it, but I wanted to know what is the practice in the different markets as well. So that's all from your end. Thank you.
في معدلات الفايدة إذا في recommendation في مصر أو لا، حتى الآن لسه ما صدرش أي حاجة بخصوص معدلات الفايدة، لسه جاري مراجعة حاجة زي دي. بس ممكن يكون الريكومنديشن الطبيعي إنه إزاي نقدر نعمل asset liability matching، وإزاي هنشوف معدل الفايدة اللي مضمون بنسبة قد إيه حضرتك هتقدر تستخدمه مع تطبيق المعيار. وبالنسبة للتسعير طبعا بيتم مراجعته، فده سريعا جدا. أكيد في تأثير، في financial impact بيختلف من تطبيق أو من بلد للتانية أو من شركة للتانية، دي حسب يعني حسب الستيتمنت أو الفاينانشال ستيتمنتس بتاع كل organization يعني. بس أكيد في financial impact لتطبيق المعيار. بس شكرا جزيلا، شكرا لحضراتكم وشكرا للسادة المتحدثين، وأضفتوا لينا كتير جدا، وللأسف وقت الجلسة ما سمحش إن احنا نكمل، بس شكرا جدا على الاستفادة الكبيرة من حضراتكم. شكرا لحضراتكم.
شكرا.
مساء الخير على الجميع. أتمنى من حضراتكم تلتزموا الأماكن عشان نبدأ الجلسة. اسمحوا لي أرحب بحضراتكم جميعا. أنا إبراهيم مصطفى، نائب رئيس الهيئة الاقتصادية قناة السويس لشؤون الاستثمار. واسمحوا لي أرحب بالضيوف اللي معانا في الجلسة، الأستاذة رنا بدوي، تشيف اكتواري في أكسا ايجيبت، والدكتور يوسف من CFA Instructor Risk Expert، والدكتور تامر Business Development في RGA. بصراحة هو الموضوع النهاردة بيتكلم على جزء مهم جدا بيتعلق بمعدل التضخم وأسعار الفايدة، وإزاي بتأثر على مش بس شركات التأمين أو الناس اللي بتشتغل في قطاع التأمين. طب يا جماعة، حد يحب يسمع الجلسة؟ اللي يحب يسمع الجلسة يتفضل يقعد معانا، واللي عايز ياخد بريك يقدر يتفضل وياخد بريك. فممكن نهدى عشان نبدأ الجلسة مع بعض. عايز يا جماعة الأصوات بس بعد إذنكم، عايزين هدوء في القاعة. سكند لاين، صوت يا جماعة آخر. مش هبدأ لما تبقى القاعة هادية خالص. أرجع تاني. معدلات التضخم لما بترتفع بتخلي صانع السياسة يبدأ يفكر ازاي يحد من آثار التضخم. في نفس الوقت تتأثر الشركات في مختلف القطاعات بارتفاع معدلات التضخم. فبالتالي صانع السياسة النقدية النهارده لما يشوف معدل التضخم بيرتفع يبدأ يفكر يستخدم أدواته عشان يحد من آثار التضخم في السوق. فنبدأ نشوف أسعار الفايدة بترتفع. فلو خدنا بالنا في كوب 27 قصدي في كوفيد 19 حصل ان معدلات الفايده بقت تنزل عشان تشجع السوق تضخ فيه سيوله وتبدا الشركات تشتغل. طب لما حصل الازمه الروسيه الاوكرانيه معدلات التضخم بدات ترتفع في العالم كله، بقينا نشوف البنوك المركزيه تبدا ترفع اسعار الفايده عشان تحد من اثار التضخم وتمتص السيوله في السوق، فيبقى عندنا سياسه انكماشيه. طيب شركات التأمين أحد الشركات المهمة، وقطاع التأمين أحد القطاعات المهمة، ويعتبر رقم 2 بعد القطاع المصرفي. حجم أعمال وشركات. طيب سؤالي للأستاذة رنا، لما ألاقي معدل التضخم بيرتفع وبالتالي ألاقي أسعار الفايدة بترتفع، تبدأ الشركة تقول لك إيه؟ أنا هعمل إيه؟ أكسا عملت إيه؟
متشكرة قوي لحضرتك. الحقيقة أنا هتكلم من الزاوية المصرية. أنا عارفة إن هو مؤتمر عربي بس هتكلم أكتر من الزاوية المصرية لأن دي الخبرة اللي أنا تعرضت ليها. مصر زي ما دكتور إبراهيم قال تعرضت في خلال السنتين اللي فاتوا لمعدل تضخم عالي جدا إثر الأزمة الأوكرانية الروسية. بس وكانت الحكومة عملت جهود إن هي تزود العائد بتاع الاستثمار عشان يحد شوية من التضخم. فمن أول السنة اللي فاتت وكان في زيادة تدريجية في معدلات التضخم. ده أثر علينا إزاي كقطاع تأمين؟ أولا هو العميل لما بيتأثر بالمؤثرات الاقتصادية، العميل هو أول حد. فطبعا القدرة الشرائية بتاعة العملاء بتاعتنا قلت، وبالتالي بقى في صعوبة في أولا دفع قسط التأمين، شراء تأمين جديد، أو حتى الحفاظ على الأقساط الحالية للبوليسيز القائمة. بس طبعا شفنا يعني كان في تشالنجز في النيو بزنس عندنا، وكمان لأن العملاء تستمر في دفع الأقساط بتاعة البوليسيز الانفورس. ده كده أول حاجة، وده للعملاء. بالنسبة للشركة طبعا كان في برضو تأثير على الشركة، لأن هي محتاجة أولا إنها معدل التضخم بيأثر على إن الإكسبنسز بتاعت الشركة بتزيد، فلازم إن هي برضو تبقى بتقدر إن هي تغطي الإكسبنسز بتاعتها.
رفعتوا أسعار التأمين؟
فندم؟
رفعتوا أسعار الخدمات بتاعتها؟
ومضطرين إن احنا نرفع أسعار التأمين عشان نغطي تكاليف التعويضات، فبالتالي ده أثر كمان بقى عبء أكبر على العملاء بتوعنا. طبعا كان في تأثير من الناحية.
هل أثر ده على حجم مبيعاتكم؟
يا فندم؟
أثر على حجم مبيعاتكم في السوق؟
أكيد أثر. هو في ناحيتين، هو ممكن عدد الوثائق تأثر، بس في نفس الوقت متوسط قيمة القسط زادت، لأن هي بتمشي مع برضو معدل التضخم. الجنيه من سنتين غير الجنيه النهارده، فلما العميل بيشتري بوليسي طبعا قيمة القسط زادت، فممكن عدد الوثائق قل بس المتوسط القسط زاد، فبرضو ده كان بيعوض ده شويه.
طيب طبعا لما يبقى عندي معدل تضخم مرتفع ممكن الاقي فيه تحديات، فيه ريسكس. يبدا الخبراء الاكتواريين يقول لك ايه، خلي بالك هنا في ريسك عايزين نحسبه. بما ان احنا النهارده في المؤتمر الاول العربي الاول موضوع الخبراء الاكتواريين، فلازم اسال اي خبير اكتواري النهارده انت بتتعامل مع التحديات دي ازاي؟ وازاي بتدي البوليسي او الريكومنديشن بتاعتك للمانجمنت، تقول له فين الريسكس وهنعالجها ازاي؟ دكتور.
طيب اوكي. خليني اعلق على نقطه بس قبل ما نخش على موضوع حسابات الريسك. خلينا نبص على ايه اللي حصل. الانفليشن اثر ازاي مش بس على السوق المصري، على الاسواق الثانيه وعلى قطاع التامين ككل. لو احنا هنتكلم، انا هتكلم اكتر على اللايف انشورنس، يمكن هو ده تخصصي اكتر من النون لايف. بس النون لايف حصل الانفليشن وتغييرات في سعر الصرف اللي حصل، اذا كان في السوق المصري هنا خاصه، حصل ريفالويشن للاسيتس. ريفالويشن للاسيتس على سبيل المثال مثلا، ويمكن حاجه يمكن مست ناس كتير قوي في السوق، اسعار مثلا السيارات. العربيه اللي كانت ب 600,000 و 500,000 من سنتين دلوقتي بقت 2 مليون. طبعا انت لازم تعيد تريفالويت الوثيقه بتاعتك، وده ادى لزيادات في اقساط التامين، لان انا كنت بامن على عربيه ب 600,000 دلوقتي بامن على عربيه ب 2 مليون، وما اقدرش اخلي العربيه بنفس الثمن القيمه ال 600,000، لان حاجه تطبق اللي اسمها الافريج كلوز في حاله الكليم، او لو حصل توتال لوس شركه التامين ملزمه بس انها تدفع ال 600,000. فده حصل زيادات في اسعار التامين، وده هتلاقي في الاقساط سوق زي السوق المصري هتلاقي فيه حصل زيادات في الاقساط، ولكن لما تيجي ترجع لها ان يو اس دولار هتلاقي يمكن المبلغ ما فيهوش زياده. النقطه دي لازم نخلي بالنا منها، ويعني اعضاء مجلس الادارات في شركات التامين يخلي بالهم من النقطه دي، لان الزيادات اللي حصلت مجرد عباره عن ادجستمنت في الاسيتس فاليو، اذا كان سيارات او ممتلكات.
هل النسب اتغيرت؟
النسب بتعتمد على ريسك، ودي تيجي بقى نقطه الريسك. نقطه الريسك بتختلف، ان انا لما باجي ابص دلوقتي على مثلا بيلدينج وبقول ان الريت بتاعه 1 في ال1000 وهو بأمنه بمليون، معناه انا هأمن عليه ب1000 جنيه. ممكن الواحد في 1000 يستمر زي ما هو، بس دلوقتي انا هضطر أأمن عليه ب3 مليون، ف 3000 جنيه، انما الريت نفسه احتمال ما يتغيرش لو الريسك ما اتغيرش. انما لما نيجي نبص على اللايف الوضع مختلف. سوق اللايف هيتأثر اكتر بالانفليشن بالايجاب وبالسلب في حتت معينه. سوق اللايف هنقسمهم لثلاث اجزاء. جزء اللي احنا بنسميه الانديفيدوال لايف اللي هو الفردي، وده هينقسم لوثائق الادخار ووثائق الحمايه اللي هي بنسميها المؤقت في السوق المصري. وثائق الادخار هيبقى في عندها تشالنج، انا دلوقتي انا بستهدف ابليكانت او مؤمن عليه، بقول له تعالى استثمر معايا. طب دلوقتي الشخص المؤمن عليه ده عنده وسيله استثمار تانية موجوده في السوق مضمونه عن طريق البنك بتدي في حدود 20%. فده طبعا اتس ا بيج تشالنج، ودي اللي انا كانت بترجع له برضه بخصوص السرندر. انا شخص دلوقتي عندي وثيقه ادخار وبيجي لي عائد ادخار في حدود مثلا 10% عشان دي وثيقه قديمه او يمكن اقل من كده، ودلوقتي في عائد استثمار في السوق يزيد عن 20%. من المتوقع ان يحصل كانسليشنز ويبتدي ياخد عائد استثمار من وسيله ثانيه. بالنسبه للمؤقت المؤقت هنا، معظم المؤقت، التأمين المؤقت الفردي اللي في السوق المصري مربوط بالقروض. بمعنى ان انا دلوقتي واحد واخد قرض بيزنس لون وباجي امن على نفسي. طب دلوقتي في الوقت الحالي البيزنس لونز الانترست ريتس بتاعتها هتتعدى ال 20%. مين البيزنس مان اللي هياخد قرض كبيزنس لون عشان يقدر يغطي قيمة التمويل ويقدر يعمل أرباح؟ الحل الوحيد إن هو يكون شغال، يعني كنا لسه بنتكلم في النقطة دي، يكون شغال في الدراجز. دي الحاجة الوحيدة اللي ممكن يعمل فيها يمكن أكتر من ال 20%.
دكتور يوسف، رأيك إيه؟
في الحقيقة أنا ليا وجهة نظر مختلفة شوية في موضوع increasing الانفليشن وincreasing الانترست ريت، لأن أنا دايما بؤمن إن في الأزمات تولد الفرص. يعني خلينا نقول أنا زمان أول بداية حياتي اشتغلت في شركة انشورنس، كان عندنا وثائق مثلا وثيقة الجواز ووثيقة الحج فليتس سي إن في عميل كان بيحوش مبلغ ما، وبعد 10 سنين وصل لمبلغ والمفروض إن هو هيعمل بيه البلان بتاعته، فاكتشف إن قيمة الفلوس اللي وصل لها ما بقتش أصلا تؤدي لأتشيفنج الجول بتاعه ده. فهنا العميل المفروض هيبدأ يدرك أهمية السيفنج، أهمية إنه لازم دايما يشيل جزء من مرتبه على جنب فور فيوتشر بلانز. دي أول جزء. الجزئية الثانية، جرى العرف في شركات التأمين على استخدام الاستثمارات الآمنة اللي هي زي البونز، زي التريجري بيلز، الجزء اللي هو ما فيهوش ريسك قوي، وده حط الشركات في أزمة كبيرة جدا مع ارتفاع الانترست ريتس، وبالتالي قيمة البونز دي انخفضت في السوق، وبالتالي قيم صناديق الاستثمار بتاعتها بدأت تنخفض، وبدأت الاسيتس بتاعتها تقل. في نفس الوقت فادتها على اساس ان اللايبيليتيز بتاعتها بقت تو بي ديسكاونت ات هاير انترست ريت. فالنهارده شركات التأمين لازم تدور على بدائل جديدة، لازم نخرج بره الإطار المعروف بتاع صناديق الاستثمار الطبيعية. شفنا هيئة الرقابة المالية من كام يوم اعتمدت إنشاء صندوق جديد للذهب، فده ممكن يبقى واي جديدة للتحوط لأي واحد بيسيف، إن هو ممكن يسيف في بعض الأوراق الادخارية المختلفة. فاحنا we need to think different، لازم نبقى مختلفين، لأن الأزمة دايما فيها فرصة. دي وجهة نظري يعني.
هاخد من كلمتك ان الازمات تخلق فرص. وقت كوفيد لو خدتوا بالكم التأمين على السفر بقى مهم جدا، والميديكال انشورنس بقى مهم جدا، فحصل ترند في القصة دي وبقت شركات. بس في نفس الوقت خلق لكم تشالنج انه لما الحالات اللي كانت حصل لها كوفيد بيتصرف عليها كتير، فزي ما خلق لك فرصة خلق لك أزمة، اتعاملت معاها ازاي وعملت البالانس ده ازاي؟ رنا.
أنا عايزة برضو أبتدي أعقب بس الأول على الدكتور يوسف. فكرة إن معدلات الاستثمار عند الشركات، يعني جزء كبير من دخل أو جزء مهم من دخل شركات التأمين هو الدخل من الاستثمار. فطبعا مع زيادة معدلات الاستثمار ده كان يعني آلية مهمة جدا في إنها تكاونتر الإفكت بتاع الانفليشن وأي زيادات محتاجة تاخد يعني that takes place. فدي حاجة إيجابية حصلت في خلال السنتين اللي فاتوا. بس وبالتالي برضو كانت الشركة بتفكر هل يعني ما بين أبيع ويجي لي قسط تأميني فبالتالي أكسب عليه او اقدر استثمره واقدر ان انا احقق يعني عائد استثمار عليه، ولا اعلي السعر فبالتالي ما ابيعش اكتر. فهنا فكره ما بين البروفيتابيلتي وما بين ان انا ابيع اكتر بس يعني اخد انكم اكتر اقدر اكسب عليه عائد استثمار. ده بالنسبه للفرص، فده برضو كان فكر موجود ان الواحد ينتهز فرصه طبعا ان هو ممكن يعمل عائد استثمار عالي في الفتره دي. بس هرجع بقى لسؤال حضرتك.
بس لو انت غيرت الريت بتاعك
يا فندم،
لو انت غيرت الريت بتاعك fitting with the new rate applied by the banks، صح؟
ما انا ان انا بستثمر شورت تيرم طبعا، ان انا يبقى بستخدم السيوله اللي موجوده النهارده.
عندكم فيكست وعندكم فاريبل وعندكم اسلاميك وعندكم حاجات كتير جدا، فالبالانس ده بيأثر على الكاش اللي هيخش له او على الفلوس اللي هتخش له بعد كده. فلو هو فيكست مش هيستفيد. لو فاريبل هتطبيق عليه يبقى فاريبل، هتتعاملي مع تغير سعر الفايده.
انا بتكلم اكتر على الاستثمارات قصيره المدى، اللي هي ان انا الكاش اللي انا عندي النهارده استثمره
كشركه
كشركه بتكلم على كشركه مش كفرصه يعني كنوع من
تستخدمي
انواع
الكاش
الفرص
بتاعك عشان تاخدي تو بنفيت فروم الانترست ريت العاليه عشان يزود لك
ازود العائد واقدر اكاونتر ان انا عندي دلوقتي الاكسبنسز عاليه بسبب المعدلات التضخم، فاقدر ان انا يعني ده بيعادل ده من ناحيه الربحيه بتاعت الشركه.
بتعتمدوا على الخبراء الاكتواريين عندكم في الشركه ولا بتركنوهم على جنب؟
لا طبعا بنعتمد عليهم. بنعتمد عليهم. لا يعني برضو كنت هرجع لنقطه الحكي على موضوع التامين الصحي. احنا كشركه كنا اطلقنا في 2018 منتج صحي جديد، وكان اللي هو منتج صحي فردي وما كانش موجود او هو مش منتشر قوي في السوق، وساعتها معدل الخساره على المنتج ده كان 20%، من 20 ل 30%. ممكن شركه التامين تبص على ده، ايه ده هايل، معدل الخساره قليل، بعمل عليه مكسب، بس احنا كنا بنبيع اولا وثائق قليله جدا، وفي التجديد العميل بيبقى حاسس ان هو ما استفادش من الوثيقه فما بيجددش، فكان عندنا نسبه التجديد 20% بس، يعني بخسر 80% من المحفظه بتاعتي. بعد الكورونا معدل الخساره على الوثائق دي وصل ل 70%، ومعدلات التجديد بقت اعلى من قبل كده، ممكن وصلت ل 50. ايه سبب ده؟ الوعي اللي موجود. وانا كشركه افضل ان انا يبقى عندي العميل يعني بياخد تعويضات، بيستفيد من وثيقه التامين، لان هو هيحس بقيمتها وهيجدد. وده فعلا يعني حتى لو معدل الخساره زاد، بس ده في حد ذاته كويس، لان فعلا الناس قدرت الوثيقه نفسها. فمن هنا احنا برحب بان الناس، لا الناس تطلب تعويضات اكتر، وده في فرصه حتى لو كان باين في الاول ان كان فيها خسائر. بس
طيب في 3 سنين الاخيره قلنا كان في اسعار فايده بتقل، واخر سنه اسعار الفايده بتزيد نتيجه معدلات التضخم. اكتر سنه حققتوا فيها خساره وربح كانت امتى؟ سؤاليكم الثلاثه.
طيب ممكن اتكلم على السوق المصري. اكتر سنه يعني مش اكتر سنه، في خلال ال3 سنوات اللي فاتوا، سنه 2020 سنه الكوفيد الحقيقه حققنا مكاسب عاليه، وبالتالي ده ينطبق، يعني اللي هقوله اعتقد ينطبق على سوق التامين وممكن كمان الاسواق الثانيه، وتامر يبقى يعلق.
الجاستيفيكيشن
هقول لحضرتك. في 2020 اللي حصل، 2020 دي سنه الكورونا، فاحنا طبعا التسعير بيتم في اول السنه، والوثيقه بتبقى مدتها سنه بس. فاحنا بالذات التامين الطبي انا عملت تسعير على اساس ان هيبقى فيه معدلات مطالبه بليفل معين، سواء في التامين الطبي او التامين بتاع السيارات او التامينات الثانيه. اللي حصل في الحقيقه ايه؟ في سنه 2020 الناس اولا كانت قاعده في البيت، فهي العربيات مركونه ومحدش بيعمل حوادث الحمد لله. وبالنسبه للتامين الطبي الناس ما كانتش بتخرج من البيت، وكان ناس خايفه اصلا تروح المستشفيات. فاحنا في السنه دي المعدل بتاع التعويضات كان اقل بكثير من اللي حصل في اللي كان معمول التسعير عليه، فبالتالي كان في مكسب كبير في السنه دي. سنه 2021 الناس كانت مش بس بتعوض كان عنده عمليه وما عملهاش، اللي عايز يخرج اكتر عشان ما خرجش وكده، فكانت المعدلات الخساره اعلى بكتير من المتوقع. ومش بس كده، لا زاد عليها مطالبات الكورونا، لان احنا كشركه مثلا كنا بنغطي مطالبات الكورونا. فكان الناس اللي هو بانت اب ديماند، يعني كان في باك لوج السنه اللي قبليها الناس ما عملتش المطالبات بتاعتها، عملتها في 2021 وكانوا بيخرجوا بيتفسحوا، فكانوا بيجي لهم كورونا، وبالتالي كنا بنغطي برضه كورونا. في 2021 الحقيقه كانت صعبه علينا كشركه. وبعدين السنه اللي بعديها 2022 بدات الشركه طبعا اولا ظبطنا التسعير اتعدل ان هو يعني يبقى بيرفلكت معدل المطالبات اللي كان موجود، وابتدت يعني ايه عامه الايكونومي ابتدت تقوم. ففي 2022 الحقيقه كانت ابتدت تقوم. بعدين على اخر السنه ابتدينا بقى نحس بالتغييرات الاقتصاديه، منها التعويم والمعدل التضخم. فالسنه دي هتبقى اصعب طبعا من السنه اللي فاتت، لان برضو ميزه يعني في 22 ليه ما تاثرناش قوي، لان في حاجات كتيره بتبقى كونتراكت بيست. انا العميل متفقه معاه لحد اخر السنه. انا الميديكال بروفايدرز المستشفيات وكده بيبقى في كتير منهم ببقى محدده معاه سعر لحد اخر السنه، فالتجديد بيحصل السنه اللي بعديها. فكان في حاجات قدرنا ان احنا نحد من ان يبقى فيها زياده خلال 22، بس طبعا كله في بدايه السنه 23 عمل بقى مراجعه للاسعار وكل حاجه
كبزنس ديفلوبمنت.
بس
بص يعني اللي انا قالته ده سليم 100%. هم اكبر تو لاينز اوف بزنس موجودين في الميدل ايست كله، الموتور والميديكال، ودول فعلا 2020 was يعني a very happy year لكل الوطن العربي. فعلا ما كان الكليمز كانت قليله جدا، الميديكال كليمز قليله، كل الناس ديكليرد بروفيتس. بالنسبه برضه للموتور نفس الموضوع. اتفايرد باك في 2021 الباك لوج بتاع الميديكال ابتدى يدخل، وفي 2022 ابتدت الانفليشن تو بي انذر توبر. يعني انا بالاضافه ان انا عندي باك لوج جاي، انا عندي انفليشن عاليه. ولو احنا بنبص على انفليشن عاديه، لو بنتكلم مثلا سوق زي السوق المصري وبنقول الانفليشن وصلت 40%، لا الميديكال انفليشن should be at least 15 to 20% higher than the normal inflation. فدي نقطة في الحسبان. بس بنتكلم برضه عن الموتور، لو اتكلمنا عن الموتور، لو احنا بنتكلم عن نسبة انفليشن، لا دلوقتي قطع غيار السيارات دلوقتي ثمنها مختلف تماما عن قطع غيار السيارات السنة اللي فاتت. فالحاجات دي كلها اوفر اند اباف اللي حصل في السنين اللي فاتت، جت الانفليشن حطت بيردن زيادة وعبء زيادة على الشركات في اكبر تو لاينز اوف بزنس عندهم اللي هم الموتور والميديكال.
عقب بس على حاجه الزملاء قالوها، يمكن النتائج في 2020 و2021 جت عكس التوقعات بتاعه الناس كلها. يعني في 2020 كل الناس كانت متوقعه خسائر، الكليمز كتيره، حصل العكس. والاضافه اللي قالتها استاذه رنا ان ده جه من الكاستمر بيهيفير. إذا المعيار الأساسي لتحقيق المكسب في الستوري دي كلها الكاستمر بيرسبشن أباوت البرودكت نفسه. أنا فاكر وأنا زمان في التأمين كان بنبيع اللايف انشورنس على إنها سيفنج بوليسيز وانفستمنت بوليسيز، وده كان خاطئ، لأن إحنا العميل لازم يفهم كويس إن هو بيشتري وثيقة تأمين، لأنه لو عايز يستثمر في أوعية استثمارية كتيرة دلوقتي متاحة يقدر يستثمر فيها ويحقق عوائد أفضل، إنما هو بيشتري الوثيقة عشان يبقى having the insurance plus the investment. بتهيألي هيفرق كتير وهتخليه يبقى مقبل أكتر على التحويش، مقبل أكبر على حسبة الريسك بتاعه، ويقدر يتحوط منه ويشوف إيه اللي ممكن يعمله في سبيل الكلام ده.
طب أنا اللي أنا عارفه في الكوارتر الأولاني بتاع السنة دي، شركات كتير ريلاكتنت إنها تجدد وثائق التأمين، بقى عندها برايورتيزيشن، أولويات للدفع. هصرف على إيه ومش هصرف على إيه؟ أكيد بتواجهوا التحدي ده. في شركات بقت إنها مش عايزة تأمن أو عايزة تقلل في الكوست وتشيل حاجات وتحط حاجات. بتتعاملوا مع الحاجات دي إزاي؟
أعلق على النقطة دي بعد إذنك. أنا بس هبص على نظرة شوية ريجنال. الوضع ده فعلا موجود، ومش موجود في السوق المصري بس، موجود في أسواق كتير. لو جينا مثلا سوق زي السوق السعودي وعندهم إلزامية للتأمين الطبي وإلزامية للتأمين السيارات، فابتدت الشركات تحط أولوياتها. فلقينا بيحصل ديكريز مثلا في الجروب لايف، إن هو دلوقتي بيحاول يقلل البنفيتس على الجروب لايف. نفس الفكرة في السوق الإماراتي وفي أسواق تانية عربية تانية. ابتدت الشركات عشان الضغط اللي موجود عندها، والضغط ده جاي من كذا حتة. هنرجع تاني للتوبيك بتاعت السيشن اللي هو الانفليشن. الانفليشن اللي حصلت ادت ان الشركات تضطر ان هي تعمل زيادات استثنائيه في المرتبات. حصل زيادات استثنائيه في غير الاجور برضو الايجارات. فكل الزيادات الاستثنائيه دي مع الضغط اللي حاصل في البيزنس نفسه، يعني الفلو اوف ذا بيزنس از نوت ماتشنج، او زياده الاقساط او زياده الايرادات مش مساويه للزيادات اللي بتحصل في المصاريف والتكلفه. اضطرت الشركات تقلل في البنفيتس. شفنا شركات بتطلب بنفيتس اقل بالنسبه لللايف، بالنسبه بنفيت اقل بالنسبه للميديكال. الشركات اللي كانت بتعمل حاجه لاكجري ميديكال برودكت بيغطي على الناس ببنفيتس اعلى، ابتدوا يبقى سيلكتيف اكتر ويروح على الحاجات الالزاميه اكتر، عشان برضه هو مش عايز يقطع، بس في نفس الوقت مش عايز ياثر على الميزانيات بتاعته. فدي حاجه شفناها مش بس هنا، شفناها في اسواق كتيره موجوده، الكاتنج ان ذا بنفيتس. وبرضه في الاسواق الاوروبيه على فكره احنا وضعنا، يعني الناس بصوا ان اوروبا احسن. خلي بالكم اوروبا كانت الانفليشن وتوكينج اباوت ليس ذان 1%، وزادت وصلت ل 10%. بنتكلم على 10 اضعاف. لو احنا بنقارن على السوق المصري احنا بنتكلم على احنا كنا في حدود 6 ل 7% قبل مشاكل الانفليشن والكرنسي ديفالويشن، وصلنا ل 40%، فاحنا ما وصلناش ل 10 اضعاف لسه. فيعني انا عارف يمكن في ناس كتير ما تتفقش معايا وتقول يمكن انا ببص الموضوع من منظور مختلف شويه، بس احنا وي هاف تو كومبير ابل تو ابل. الناس دي زادت عندها مصاريفها ب 10 اضعاف، يعني الانفليشن بتاعته 10 اضعاف. في ناس كتير دلوقتي في اوروبا they cannot afford a lot of things، وكلنا سمعنا عن ازمه الطاقه اللي حصلت، وازمه الطاقه الناس مش عارفه اذا كانت في الشتاء اللي فات اذا كان هيقدروا اصلا هيتدفوا ولا لا، والناس تقعد في بيت في اوضه واحده عشان يبقى فيها الهيتنج في اوضه واحده. الحمد لله احنا ما وصلناش للوضع ده.
طيب خليني اقول ان طبعا الوضع
أنا هختم بالجزء ده عشان هاخد من كل واحد فيكم 2 key messages، واحده للمؤتمر واحده لشركتك في ظل التحديات دي، تمام؟ وبعد كده واحده لشركتك.
طيب خلينا نقول ان كل الشركات فعلا
او كلاينت اللي بتتعامل معاه سواء كخبير يعني.
طيب
عشان هفتح الفلور للدسكشن، تمام؟ هاخد 3 اسئله ورد عليهم واقفل السيشن.
خلاص خلينا نقول ان كل الشركات فعلا دلوقتي بقت تعمل ترتيب لاولوياتها، وكل واحد بيدور على خفض جزء كبير من انفاقاته. بس في نقطه لازم تبقى كل الناس واخده بالها، اللي هيفقد اسد دلوقتي صعب جدا يعوضه، فالناس هتتجه اكتر للتامين على الاصول بتاعتها، وممكن تكون بقيم يعني مرتفعه عن ما كان السابق، لانه اصبح الموضوع دلوقتي صعب جدا. الناس اللي ما عندهاش انشورنس هتتجه دلوقتي ان هي يبقى عندها انشورنس ايفن حتى لو هو برايفت بره الشركه بتاعته، لان اللي هيعيا مصاريف العلاج كترت جدا. فهو النهارده فانا شايف ان لا، ده في اوبورتيونيتي دايما في القصه دي، لان الناس هتحتاج اكتر التامين سواء لايف او بروبرتيز.
عشان كده الجهات رفعت نسبه التحمل على الموظفين بتوعها، اللي كان 0 بقى 10 واللي بقى 10 بقى 20 وهكذا يعني. طيب الكي مسجز، واحده للمؤتمر واحده للكلاينت او الشركه اللي انت بتمثلها.
اوكي. انا بصراحه اوجه رساله لينا كلنا، لان احنا كلنا مع بعض في نفس المركب زي ما بنقول. بس بتهيالي ان زي ما حضرتك كنت بتقول في الاول ان في كل تحدي بيبقى فيه فرص، فانا بتهيالي مهم ان احنا كلنا نبقى مخليين التفكير بتاعنا ان احنا ازاي نستفيد بالقدر الاقصى من الوضع اللي موجود.
ده اول حاجه عايز ريكومنديشن المؤتمر. استاذ ابراهيم قاعد بيسمع مننا، عايز توصيه للمؤتمر.
ايوه
تمام، عشان الخبراء الاكتواريين اللي قاعدين اللي انتوا ساعات بتشغلوهم ساعات مش بتشغلوهم. تمام، فعايز كي مسج الناحيه دي، والثانيه هتقولي لشركتك في الوضع الحالي.
طيب الكي مسجز الاوليه ان احنا برضو بالنسبه للعملاء ان احنا العميل برضو في الاول وفي الاخر هو the heart of the business. بس فحضرتك كنت بتقول احنا عملنا ايه، علينا على العملاء ولا لا؟ لا، هو احنا بنشتغل مع العملاء ان احنا نلاقي حل يناسبهم ويناسب احتياجاتهم.
التوصيه للمؤتمر ايه؟
أيوة
استاذ ابراهيم قاعد بيسمع اهو. يعمل ايه في ظل وضع اقول له بقى تعالى هنا يا استاذ ابراهيم، قول للشركه بتاعتك اتفضلي غيري البوليسي بتاعتك عشان تفت وذ ذا ماركت 1 2 3 4 ايام 1 2 3 4.
لان انا شايفه ان احنا المفروض نبقى فلكسبل كفايه ان احنا نقدر ان احنا نعدي مع العملاء بتوعنا السنه دي. لو هو عايز يقلل التامين تمام، لو هو ده اللي هيعديه السنه دي اوكي. انا قصدي ان احنا نفكر مع العملاء في ايه المنتجات اللي هتناسبهم
دور الخبير الاكتواري ايه في القصه دي؟
دور الخبير ان هو يبقى بيفكر مع البيزنس على ازاي يعمل ده. يعني ان هو مثلا ان انا ادخل مثلا في التامين الطبي ان انا ادخل كو انشورنس، ده بيقلل السعر بس لسه بيدي التغطيه، حاجات كده. ان انا المنتج شركتي ده احنا دي حاجه احنا بنعملها. فدي حاجه بالنسبه للعميل ان انا ابقى العميل لسه في
الشركه.
بالنسبه للشركه عندنا برضو عايزه يعني اكد على حته او اقول تاني على حته عائد الاستثمار اللي موجود حاليا. ممكن ان هو يساعد. احنا عندنا الاكسبنسز بتعلى جدا، برضو في ضغوط عندنا في اكسبنسز بالفورين كرنسي، فمضطريه ان انا ادفع اللي كنت بدفعه السنه اللي فاتت 100,000 جنيه هدفعه 200,000 جنيه مع ان القيمه اللي باخدها هي. فكشركه محتاجين ان احنا نستفيد قوي من عائد الاستثمار العالي، لان هو هيدخل لي دخل، ده حاجه فعلا مهمه. ونبقى على طول يعني المفروض يبقى ما يتسابش سيوله، لا المفروض ان انا ابقى بتجاوب على طول ان انا اعلي عائد الاستثمار، لانه ده في الفتره اللي احنا فيها
يعني الشركه
من
بتاعتك
الحاجات.
تحط فلوسك في البنك عشان تاخد عائد؟
لا دي حاجات، لا ان ما تسيبش فلوس سيوله عاليه موجوده من غير ما يبقى عليها عائد استثمار عالي، لان ده بيساعد هيساعد على تغطيه بقيه
one message to the conference.
ماشي.
another message to the
خليني بس
client
اسبليت ذا مسج للكوربريت كلاينتس والانديفيدوال كلاينتس، ان احنا دول يمكن اكتر ناس احنا بنتوجه لهم. للكوربريت كلاينت لازم تعرف ان الموظفين بتوعك are assets. دي انت حاجه بتبنيها لسنين. Don't lose the assets for a small compensation for the shareholders. الشير وصاحب المال لازم يعرف ان هو بيستثمر في الموظفين دول، وهم اللي بيقوموا الشركه، اي شركه في اي صناعه. So you have to continue giving them the best benefit, continue giving them the best cover. طبعا لو كان في ضغط على الميزانيات تحاول to reach a compensation بس to maintain the cover as much as possible. بالنسبه للمستثمر او the individual buyer, individual buyer, remember that that's a long-term policy. The insurance cover is a long-term policy, it's not a short-term. احنا ما بنبنيش وثيقه تامين عشان تشتريها سنه وتكسب منها السنه الجايه. It's a long-term. حتى لو اضطريت ان انت تلغي a saving policy, you need the money somewhere else. عشان احنا في التامين طبعا بنلعب على disposable income. يبقى you have to replace the policy with a protection. خد تامين مؤقت يغطيك ويأمنك في حاله لو حصل لا قدر الله حاجه ليك تغطيك على اللونج ران فور ذا فاينانشال لوس. بالنسبه لشركتي صح؟
طب انت كده وجهت المسجز للكلاينتس مؤتمر.
الكلاينتس ما هو الكلاينتس والمؤتمر they all go hand in hand يعني.
مش هعديها لك المره دي.
بالنسبه لشركتي I think يعني أنا بتكلم on behalf of RGA we did quite well الحمد لله يعني we touch wood. حتى during the COVID we were able to pass with a profitability خلال ال3 سنين. فالانفليشن بالنسبه لنا طبعا is a big risk، ولكن we have a decent growth موجود عندنا we have a strong investment. وهرجع بس يمكن اعيد اللي انا قالته the allocation of the investment you need to make sure that you are allocating your investment in the right place to overcome the impact of the inflation.
يوسف.
طيب خليني اوجه الرساله بتاعتي للمؤتمر. مبدئيا المؤتمر ده اول مؤتمر يتعمل، وانا اي ريكومند ان ده يعني يبقى نواه المفروض يتعمل بشكل فريكوينت، لان احنا مش هنقدر نتقدم او نعرف اكتر او ندور على حلول من غير ما نقعد ونتناقش مع بعض ونطور من مهاراتنا سواء بالدiscussions او بالعلم او بالشهادات. يمكن انا بتكلم في الجزء ده بما اني انستراكتور فبقدر قيمه العلم، فلازم يبقى في تجمع بشكل دوري يناقش المشاكل اللي موجوده وتشير النولج بتاعت الناس كلها مع بعضيها، ويبقى في شهادات متخصصه في هذا المجال، ويبقى في انيشيتيف في كل شركه ان الناس بتاعتها تتطور وتعرف اكتر عشان توجد حلول في الازمات اللي احنا فيها. دي اول رساله للمؤتمر. الرساله الثانيه لاي شركه بتشتغل، بما ان قطاع التامين يعتبر زي ما حضرتك قلت اكبر قطاع في القطاع المالي الغير مصرفي، بس انا حاسس بشويه ريسك في هذا القطاع، لان قطاع المايكرو فاينانس دلوقتي بيكبر، بيحاول ياخد جزء كبير من الاندستري دي بسبب ان هو اقرب للفinTech واقرب للديجيتاليزيشن. فلازم كل شركه النهارده تتعامل مع العميل بتاعها ان الموضوع لازم يبقى فيري سموث فيري ايزي، كل حاجه ديجيتالايزد، اقساط التامين تحصل بسهوله، الموفينج فروم ديفرنت انفستمنت سايتس ممكن العميل يعملها ثرو الابلكيشن بتاعته، ياكسس البوليسي بتاعته، لان ده هيخلي العميل اكتر ارتباطا بالبرودكت اللي هو بيتعامل فيه. وشكرا لوقت حضراتكم.
الاسئله بس عد كام واحد عشان هقفل. 1 2 3 4 بس. اتفضل حضرتك. عرف بنفسك وسؤالك بس يبقى فيري شورت والنبي.
ممدوح سعيد، هيد اوف لايف اند سيفنج اكسا ايجيبت.
بشكركم طبعا على البرزنتيشن اللطيفه والدسكشن الفروتفول. 3 اسئله بسرعه.
لا كتير.
لا 3 اسئله بسرعه. سؤالي استاذ يوسف، ايه هي ادوات التحوط اللي ممكن تستخدمها اي شركه دلوقتي عشان اوريدي تمينيمايز فكره التضخم؟ سؤالي رنا، هل انت متوقعه ان الشركات التامين ممكن تعمل انفستمنت في الوقت الحالي لبرودكتس جديده جيفن برضه فكره التضخم عشان تيوزت في الكارنت سيتويشن؟ سؤالي التامر على فكره الرينشورنس. الرينشورنس بيسبورت الماركت ان ترمز اوف ري انشورنج بزنس، بس مع وجود التضخم هل في برودكتس بيقدمها اعاده تامين لفكره اوريدي مينيمايزنج فكره الانفليشن على شركات التامين؟ شكرا.
عايزين ناخد الاسئله مره واحده ولا تجاوبوا؟ بس كل واحد في 30 ثانيه.
بالنسبه لادوات التحوط، طبعا احنا عارفين ادوات التحوط الاشهر شيوعا الديريفاتيفز، بس يمكن الديريفاتيفز في بعضها اجينست الانفليشن. خلينا يمكن الديريفاتيفز او المشتقات مش معروفه في مصر قوي. ليتلي البنك المركزي اجاز لبعض البنوك او للبنوك بروفايدنج العقود المشتقات للتحوط من فروق سعر الصرف. بس انا شايف احسن تحوط ان انت دايما في الاوقات اللي بتبقى الصوره فيها ضبابيه يبقى بنتكلم في الحاجات الشورت تيرم انفستمنتس. دونت بوت لارج كوميتمنتس، دايما اوجد فرص بديله. لو صناديق الاستثمار في الاصول والذهب والحاجات دي موجوده يبقى اتس ا بيتر اوبورتيونيتي. معروف ان الذهب من اكثر الحاجات اللي اجينست او يو كان هيدج ذا انفليشن.
رنا 30 ثانيه.
طيب بالنسبه للمنتجات الجديده اللي هي ممكن نستفيد من الوضع بتاع التضخم العالي لشركات التامين، دي بتالي حاجه موجوده، بس برضو ممكن يبقى مش كل العملاء بياخدوها، بس ان يبقى لو احنا بنتكلم مثلا على التامين على الحياه ان يبقى القسط بيزيد او يبقى السيفنج يبقى بيزيد كل سنه مع يعني بموازاه مع معدل التضخم، او يبقى السم انشورد ما يبقاش فيكست بس ان هو يبقى برضو بيزيد مع التضخم، لان المنتج ده هيبقى بيحافظ للعميل على قيمه التامين اللي هو بياخدها بغض النظر عن سنين. النهارده في شركات كتيره بتبقى تحد من مبلغ التامين وبتثبته، فممكن مع الوقت ده هيقلل.
تامر
معلش ممكن كان في حاجه حاجه بالنسبه بقى للدوله. اعتقد ان في برضو سندات اللي هي بتبقى انفليشن لينكد بوندز، احنا دي مش موجوده في مصر وموجوده، ودي آلية موجوده في دول اخرى وبتساعد عامه يعني الايكونومي ان هي تبقى بتهج اجينست الانفليشن، بان يبقى البوند نفسه العائد بتاعه يعني بيتغير متغير على حسب الانفليشن، ودي حاجه مش موجوده، وديفنتلي آلية لو موجوده هتساعد الشركات وعامه الناس ان هم في هج على الانفليشن.
بالنسبه لدور مواعيد التامين، مواعيد التامين ما بيدخلش في السيفنج بارت، ده اكتر جزء بيتاثر في النسبه لللايف. بيخش دور مواعيد التامين بيبقى في الريسك بارت. في الريسك بارت بتاخد انتو كونسيدريشن the increases in the sum insured. يعني دلوقتي واحد مأمن نفسه بمليون عايز يغلي نفسه 2 مليون، لو الانفليشن عندك it accepts او it have double، طبيعي ان انت to accept this risk. ان احنا دايما بنبص على sum insured as a replacement of the income وبناخد في حساب الانفليشن.
طيب كان في 3 اسئله، في 2 هنا وكان في 1 هنا. اتفضلي يا حضرتك.
مساء الخير. Yasmin Hussein, consultant actuary. Actually, my question was partially answered. My question is in relation to long-term products. So your annuities, your endowments, and your long-term life insurance products, where your liabilities are either going to be fixed or inflation-linked. Most of the investment for these products will be bonds. Their value would have gone down because of the increases in interest rates. I was going to ask about index-linked bonds, but it's not available in the market in Egypt. So what that tells me is in the absence of derivatives, the balance sheet suffers. So I wanted to know how that was dealt with within the market, or if derivatives were used, or if you were just not worried because over time, by the time the policies mature, the value of the bonds would not be relevant anymore.
رد مختصر في 20 ثانية كل واحد. هيقل التايم هيقل.
حاضر. So just shortly as the answer, we do not have inflation-linked bonds. So this is an issue. But how do you protect yourself? I think in general, you have to have a strong balance sheet. If your balance sheet is strong, then you'll be able to absorb such impacts in the absence of having hedge tools in your economy. So if your balance sheet is strong, which is in our case, it absorbs these shocks, and obviously you adjust your investment strategy to match the yield that you need to make in the community.
So, let me just comment quickly on this. If you're talking about from a client perspective, most of the policies in Egypt and most of the Middle East is unit-linked policies. So the client is carrying the investment risk, not you. So he's choosing the investment strategy. If you're talking about endowment, where there's a maturity value, the Middle East actuaries are very smart. They're always in the pricing assumptions, they take a very low yield or return. So you didn't feel the hit. And that, and most of them invest in most of locally investments where the yields are already actually going up. It's not a US dollar investment based.
يوسف.
Yeah.
تمام. طيب كان في سؤالين هنا. بسرعة عشان
بسم الله.
time is running out.
شكرا لحضرتك دكتور ابراهيم على حسن إدارة الجلسة. دكتور علاء الدين عبد اللطيف في الهيئة القومية للتأمين الاجتماعي. تحدث البعض عن قلة عدد السادة الخبراء الاكتواريين وفي ظل المخاطر في ظل الإقبال وتفعيل دوره في المستقبل، ولم يتحدث أحد عن دور الذكاء الاصطناعي في تفعيل هذه الفكرة، وهل يتم استبداله بالخبير الاكتواري وما هي الأضرار المستقبلية على تلك الشركات. وشكرا لحضرتك.
ChatGPT ها؟ طيب هاخد السؤال هنا عشان بعد السؤال ده هاخد في 10 ثواني رد ونقفل الجلسه. دوس على الزرار دوس على الزرار.
Dr. Ibrahim, first of all, thanks a lot for the amazing moderation of the session and also for the panelist member for the insights you provided.
صوت شويه والنبي علي صوت شويه.
My question quickly to you is that before looking into the effect of the inflation to the insurance and industry and all of this, I think our role as actuaries is to understand it in a better way. And how we deal with it is by inflation modeling. Inflation modeling is two components. First, you have an inflation model, and second, you calibrate the model based on data. Where do you think we stand on this? Because before we talk about like derivatives and like having linked inflation-linked products, let's first see where we stand. Do we have inflation model here in the industry in the Middle East and Egypt? And also, do we have the data warehouse and data capability to be able to calibrate this model or not? So just to, I know it's a long question, very technical, but just to get you quickly in a few seconds your insight on this.
Thank you.
Thanks
Thank
a lot.
you. 10 ثواني يوسف.
Let's say the regression
one
model.
message على طول كان.
The regression model is there. However, I believe no one is implementing such cases. However, during the last 3 years, we faced an unpredicted circumstances. You never know what will happen after 6 months. We see big inflations. We see increasing of the Fed interest rate. We see collapse in the banking.
عايز تقول ايه؟
يعني you cannot predict anything these days.
طيب رنا.
في جملة واحدة بس.
هي just one.
عدى
5 ثواني.
We're still in the very early stages of that. You're right. This is absolutely necessary, but we're still building on having complicated models like this, which is also not easy in an environment, a volatile environment like ours.
تامر.
To build such models, you need data, and we're still in the stage of building the data. احنا لسه في مصر هنا بنعمل في العاصمة الإدارية الداتا بانك بتاعنا، السعودية بتعمل الداتا بانك بتاعها، we need the data to build the model. It's a big data, it's blockchain. We're still in a very early stage, and I think in a global level, we're still both on a very early stage from an insurance perspective. Maybe other industries have moved on, but still in the insurance we're in this early stage.
أنا بشكركم جميعا، الجلسة خلصت. بس عايز اقول حاجتين. لازم تبقى simulate your models all the time, update the models all the time. الحاجة التانية, data centers are very important to come and invest these days to help these companies to work, very accurately. Thank you.
خليهم صورة الدكتور إبراهيم عايز يصور معكم السبيكر من غيري أنا من غيري صورهم كل واحد يلا خلاص حرك معاهم I am not a speaker but I will cheat ما شاء الله well done عليكم
كلنا نعلم جميعا بأن أنظمة التقاعد موجودة في جميع البلدان عامة، وحقوق الضمان الاجتماعي عادة ما هي راسخة في التشريعات الوطنية وفي الدستور، وبالتالي أن تصميم أنظمة المعاشات التقاعدية هي من أهم عناصر نظم الحماية الاجتماعية في أي دولة.
السلام عليكم. لو سمحتم، البنشن actuaries is a very critical topic, very significant one. احنا ما عندنا الا 2 sessions on pensions، اليوم واحدة وبكرة الصباح واحدة، ف pay attention. يعني احنا أخذنا 1 hour إلى networking واللانش. Let's pay attention and respect to the speakers. Thank you so much. تفضل.
أوكي. فمن خلال الجلسة حنتعرف على أنواع أنظمة صناديق الضمان الاجتماعي، أساليب وطرق وصيغ تمويل هذه الصناديق، وما هو النموذج الأفضل فيهن. قد يكون هناك نعلم أن المخاطر قد تكون متشابهة التي تواجهها صناديق الضمان الاجتماعي في كل بلد، ولكن لا يوجد نموذج واحد فقط لمعالجة هذه التحديات التشالنج. ولذلك نحن سوف نتعرف على الحالات اللي حيقدموها الأخوة الخبراء في كل منهم الخاص بالدولة متاعنا. طبعا الصناديق عادة في حسب منظمة العمل الدولية وحسب صندوق النقد الدولي، البنك الدولي آسف، أن هناك مجموعة مبادئ يجب تتحلى بها هذه الصناديق. أيضا حنتعرف من خلال الطرح على مستوى انسجام هذه الصناديق في تلك الدول أو الأقطار المطروحة لتبنيها مجموعة هذه المبادئ، أهمها الشمولية والتضامن الاجتماعي والتمويل المشترك، كفاية المنافع وتكييفها بحسب المتغيرات التي تؤثر على المعاشات التقاعدية، مسؤولية العامة للدولة والأساسية، أحيانا يجب أن تتدخل الدولة لحل مثل هذه المشاكل، المساواة بين الجنسين والاستجابة للاحتياجات الخاصة بما يضمن تحقيق السستيبيليتي أو الفاينانشال أو الاستدامة المالية في تلك الصناديق. أيضا مدى التزام هذه الصناديق بمبادئ الجفرنس الحوكمة كالشفافية ترانسبيرنسي والمشاركة، مشاركة أصحاب المصلحة اللي هم عادة يكونوا المضمونين والأصحاب المعاشات. كل هذه حنتعرف عليها إن شاء الله من خلال جلساتنا اليوم. أيضا نتعرفوا إن شاء الله على الآليات التي استخدمت لمواجهة أو للحد من التحديات التي في النهاية هي تأثر على الملاءة المالية أو المركز المالي في صناديق ضمان اجتماعي. نترك الفرصة للأصدقاء. I will let Mr. Rahim to produce yourself for CV, academic and professional. Yes, okay.
Hi, my name is Sohim and I am from SHM Consulting. For last 20 years, I am being the pension actuary, and today I'll try to share my experience with you all. Thanks.
Yes, okay. أستاذ صالح.
السلام عليكم. صالح المهني، أنا موظف في المؤسسة عاملة التأمين الاجتماعية من عام 2006. تخصصت في الرياضيات ودرست العلوم الاكتوارية، لكن عشان ما يزعلون بس certified actuaries I'm not certified yet, but إن شاء الله next year. فبقدم لكم العرض اليوم عن الصناديق التقاعدية، أتمنى إن شاء الله أنه تستفيدون منه. أترك المجال.
السلام عليكم. فريد فريسي. I am a researcher from the Research Center in Applied Economics for Development in Algeria. I am interested in actuarial demography, and I work closely on pension-related topics, life insurance, mortality modeling, and also morbidity modeling. So I will try in my presentation to share with you some insight from the research that we are doing at CRIAD. Thank you. So first I would like to thank you for being here to attend this session. and I hope that you had a good lunch. So, enjoy. Today I will be speaking about population aging and its effect on the financial sustainability of pension or retirement system in Algeria. So I have some publications on pension related. The recent one is discusses the limits of parametric reforms in sustaining the financial sustainability of the Algerian retirement system in context of population aging. The paper will appear next month in the International Social Security Review. I have received pension benefits by pension provider. So at the moment where an individual or a worker got retired, its pension benefits, it's calculated based on an annuitization factor, let's say, for example, 2.5 according to Algerian case, by the number of years of contribution and by the final wage or the reference wage or the base wage. In the case of Algeria, a period of 5 years are used to estimate the reference wage. So we estimate the reference wage based on the 5 last years of activity. Then during retirement, pension benefits are increased by 5% yearly to fit inflation. From the other hand, we have what a pension provider say, because pension provider have two kind of people. We have workers who pay contributions, and we have on the other side retirees for whom we pay benefits. And what matters for pension provider is this balance between the total incomes and total retirement incomes during a year, which is very related to the ratio between the population or the number of retirees and the number of contributions. The more we have retirees, we have the more we have pension expenses, and the more we have contributors, the more we have pension or retirement income. That's why the financial sustainability or the financial balance of any retirement system, especially the pay-as-you-go here, I consider only the pay-as-you-go system, where the contribution paid by the workers in any year T are directly used to pay the pension benefits or the current retirees. So that's why the population aging matters. So what's population aging? Population aging translates as the top of the population pyramid, which is enlarging against the basis of the pyramid. That's example, for example, it's a relatively younger population, while the second pyramid is aging population. So we observe clearly that the population, the ratio between the population at retirement and the population at working age is greater in the second pyramid compared to the first one. So that's the aging situation of the world. So I took the data from the United Nations estimates and projections, and this plot shows the evolution of the ratio of the population at working age to the population at retirement age from 1970 to 2015. And observe, I don't know if you can see the legend here, so the brown represent a value of 2, less than 2. That means that for each person at retirement age, we have less than 2 persons at working age. For the yellow color, for example, we have for each person at retirement age, we have between 4 and 5 person at working age. And we observe how the situation of the world countries changed from 1970 to 2015, and we observe that the colors are moving from the green or the cyan color to be more red and brown. And that's a comparison between the two situations. We observe here that most of the countries in the MENA region are situated in this interval. It means between 4 and 7 in 7 people at working age corresponding to 1 people at retirement age. This situation is worse now with the ratios situated between 2 and 4, expected to fall down to around 3 by 2015. And this will affect certainly the pension sustainability, not only for the Algerian system, but for all the countries in the MENA region, which still working with following the pay-as-you-go system. So that's the situation for Algeria. We observe, just for information, population aging is driven by increases in life expectancy, accompanied by a decline in the fertility rates. So for the Algerian case, we observe the red for women and the blue for men. So we observe that life expectancy evolved from around 55 years in 1977 in Algeria, according to official statistics, to 77 now for men and 78 for women in 2019, and it's expected to continue increasing and reach a value of 81 years for women in 2050, 70, and for men and 83 for women. So on the other hand, we have fertility rates. So after the independence of Algeria in 1962 and during the 2 following decades, it means in the 60s and 70s, fertility rates in Algeria were at relatively high levels, around 7 children per woman. So it declined during the 80s and reached the value near to 3 children per woman, starting from the late 90s, and it's now at the same level, and it's expected to increase slightly to 2.5 children per woman by 2017, and that's the resulting population pyramid, and in the middle it's the global population, which is expected to reach 80 billions in 2070. But for our situation and what matters with what affects the more retirement sustainability, it's this ratio of population of people at working age to 1 retiree. So it's a reminder that this value was historically always higher than 6. And in January 2022, it's the first time that this value fall down below the 6. So we used to have 6 people at working age corresponding to 1 people at retirement, but this situation will change starting from this year, and this ratio is expected to fall down and reach 2.76 starting from 2045. So in 2050, we will have less than 3 people at working age for 1 people at retirement. And this start already to affect the financial balance of the main retirement or pension provider in Algeria is CNR, is the Caisse Nationale des Retraites, which is in charge of managing the pensions of the salaried workers in Algeria. And we observed that the financial balance of the CNR start to become negative starting from 2013. And according to our projections, we find out that the deficit will become more than 60% from total outcomes starting from 2040. So now in the current context, we need to answer the big question. We know all that reforms are required, but world parametric reforms, I mean that changing just the parameter of retirement, like the age of retirement, the annuitization ratio rate, the number of years required to access to retirement, and so on. So in recent work, we studied this possibility. So we did multi-scenario projections. We observed we considered 3 scenarios of life expectancy, evolution, high, medium, and low, and most importantly, we considered 4 or 5. So the low scenario is correspond to 1.5 children per woman in 2070, and the highest one correspond to 3.5 children per woman in 2017. So we can observe easily the difference between the 2 pyramids. On the top right, it's like the pyramids of Egypt. It's with large bases and the tight top. And here we have like bottom. In this, it's the worst case scenario. In such situation, we will have more and more elderly population compared to a young age population. Yeah. And if we compare, in the best scenario, the red line represent the ratio when considering retirement age of 60 years, and the green line or point dots correspond to a retirement age of 65 years. So we compare between the worst case scenario and the best case scenario. In the worst case scenario, with the ratio of population at working age to population at retirement will fall down to 2.5 by 2050, while in the best case scenario, in the best ever situation, this ratio will reach or stagnate around 3.5. And even when we postpone the retirement age to 65 years, this ratio can't increase to more than 4.5%. So our objective now is to consider the different possible scenarios combining environment evolution. When I say environment, this includes population scenarios, employment scenarios, salaried employment scenarios. That means the share of salaried workers among the working population and affiliation to salaried workers, and the wage evolution rate and the collection rate. Collection rate corresponds to the share of contributions that are really paid by contributors. So that concerns the environment variables. On the other hand, we considered some possible parametric reforms or some reforms, actions that can be taken by the pension provider in order to reduce the deficit. So we, for each variable, including the age of retirement, the reference wage period, the contribution rates, and the annuity rate, we considered three scenarios. So we have no reform, slight reform, and heavy reforms. So in total, we had to, for each scenario, we estimated and projected the total incomes and outcomes and calculated the financial balance. And in total, we had to evaluate around 300,000 scenarios. And that's the final result. So this plot shows the ratio and the expected evolution of the ratio of incomes to expenses. So a value of 1, for example, means that the total retirement incomes cover the total retirement expenses. A value, for example, of 40% means that the total incomes cover only 40% of the total retirement expenses. And this shows also the evolution from 2020 to 2070. And we have the blue line, dark line, it's the central scenario, the worst case scenario, and on the top, the gray line represent the best case scenario. We observe globally that whatever the reform taken is, the deficit will never fade. So it can remain between, in the best cases, I mean that when heavy reforms are engaged and together with a positive environment evolution, the ratio of the deficit can maintain up to 20%. So we will have always a deficit. The challenge of the Algerian policymakers now is how to make this deficit stable and to find all their financial resources outside the contributions paid by the workers to finance this deficit by the long term. Yeah, coming to the concluding remarks, so we, according to this presentation, we observe how population aging will be important in maintaining the financial sustainability of the Algerian retirement system. I know that this is application case based on Algerian experience, but due to similarities between the MENA countries, the findings which come out from this research can be applicable on other contexts in the MENA region. So in addition to the effect of aging, we have the effect of economic instability, the inflation, wage growth, and we have also the problem of informal economy. A great part of the workers in the private sector in Algeria remain still working in shadow economy. So systemic reforms are required, the heaviest one, and why not to consider other scenarios like introducing systemic reforms. Systemic reforms mean changing the system from pay-as-you-go system to fully funded system or a multi-pillar system. And in the framework of our research, we are currently considering other reform options like sealing the pension wage, the contributable wages, and also ways to implement a multi-pillar system. At the end, we have my email if you have any questions, and you have my web page where you can download the data and the codes to make the different calculations. And I'm also sharing a list of my publications, and also you can access a simulator allowing to project the financial sustainability of the Algerian system based on different scenarios of reforms and environment. At the end, I wish you a good retirement in such an aging population context, and thank you.
Thank you دكتور. طبعا من خلال المقالة ومن خلال العرض المميز دكتور إن شاء الله احنا استخلصنا مجموعة من المتغيرات زي ما اتفقنا في بداية التقديم البرزنتيشن، بأن العوامل المتغيرة أو المؤثرات اللي تؤثر على السستينابيلتي في صناديق الضمان تكاد تكون متشابهة. يعني في بعض الدراسات تبين بأن هناك أعداد سكان الذين تبلغ أعمارهم فوق ال 65 بحلول عام 2050 ممكن تتجاوز 350% عن ما كانت عليه في 2010. وتقريبا هذه نفس البيانات أو قد قريبة منها كاتجاه في دولة الجزائر. هذه طبعا هذا الايجنج اللي تكلم عليها والايجنج ريتايرمنت كمقارنة بين الاشتراكات وما بين البينيفيتس اللي ممكن يتحصل عليه المتقاعد كزيادة المعاشات. هو قدم تحديات، قدم سيناريوهات أكيدة بكل تأكيد. دكتور أنتم استخدمتوا بعض الدراسات الاكتوارية في تحديد الأجر والسيناريوهات الثلاثة. يعني هل استعنتوا باكتواريين محليين يعني أو استعنتوا بتطبيقات أو من خارج الدولة إن شاء الله؟
شكرا على السؤال الأستاذ عادل سلطان. في هذه الدراسة أي أن الخبير الأكتواري حينما يقوم بهذا النوع من الدراسات يقوم باللجوء إلى خبراء في مجالات أخرى، كخبراء في دراسات السكانية مثلا، وخبراء في الديموغرافيا، خبراء في سوق الشغل، خبراء أيضا في الانفورمال ايكونومكس أو الاقتصاد الغير الرسمي، حتى نتمكن من بناء صورة شاملة وكاملة لأهم المتغيرات التي تدخل في تحديد تطور الميزانية المالية أو التوازن المالي لنظام التقاعد في الجزائر. قمنا باستشارة مثلا أعضاء اللجنة الوطنية للسكان في الجزائر التي تحصي عدد معتبر من الخبراء في الديموغرافيا، وهناك أيضا مجموعة من الأعمال التي اطلعنا عليها قبل البدء في هذا العمل حول سوق الشغل في الجزائر، الاقتصاد الغير الرسمي وإلى ذلك، وتوصلنا إلى تحديد هذه الأهم المتغيرات التي تؤثر على التوازن المالي للضمان الاجتماعي. وبعد ذلك قلنا باستعمال تقنيات الداتا ساينس، باستعمال لغة الآر، وكتبنا ونقوم بكتابة كل هذه البرمجيات من البدء حتى النهاية. قلنا أنه أخذنا بعين الاعتبار حوالي 300 ألف سيناريو، وهذا يأخذ حجم كبير من الوقت في execution. It takes around 40 hours for the executions. وفي بعض الأحيان نضطر إلى إعادة هذه البرمجة، وتأخذ وحاليا it's expected that I make this calculation process like an R package.
شكرا جزيلا. معلش السؤال الآخر، يعني في لما تكلمت أنت على الوركر فورس اللي هم الفئة الناشطة اللي هم عادة من 15 سنة إلى 64 سنة، هذه عادة تكون هذه الفئة نشطة لعند فترة محددة يعني، وبعد ذلك ممكن تتلاشى هذه الفئة وتدخل في الايجنج أو في سن الشيخوخة. فهل يتم تنسيق ما بين نظام الصندوق لديكم مع جهات ذات الاختصاص في الدولة بحيث أن تستغل هذه الفئة بحيث أنهم هم يتحصلوا على وظائف أو تفتح أمامهم مجال للاستثمارات في الاستثمارات مثلا في الشركات الصغرى أو متناهية الصغر، بحيث أن يضمن صندوق الضمان الاجتماعي استغلال هذه الفئة؟ لأن حسب الدراسات تقول أن بعد 2030 في العرب ريجن أو حتى في الميدل إيست أنها حتدخل جميع المنطقة في سن الشيخوخة زي ما أنت عرضت في الشارت الأخير. وبالتالي what are the possible solution for this?
هي بالحلول بصفة عامة تعتمد على رفع سن التقاعد. رفع سن التقاعد سيساهم في زيادة نسبة السكان في سن العمل مقابل عدد السكان في سن الشيخوخة، هذا من جهة. وإن لاحظنا تطور معدلات العمل على حساب العمر، نلاحظ أن عدد كبير من السكان ابتداء أو من العاملين ابتداء ينتقلون إلى المهن الحرة ابتداء من سن 50. وهنا تبدأ نسبة الأجراء في مجموع العاملين العمال يبدأ بالانخفاض، أي أنه هناك يعني أن العاملين يبدأوا يخطوا للمعاشات تاعهم والتقاعد تاعهم قبل سن العمل الرسمي.
السؤال الأخير من ناحيتي أنا فقط، معلش ثقلت عليك شوية. في الريكومنديشن اللي قدمته أعتقد أنك أنت إعادة recalculate for contribution rate from period or time يعني the last time in Algeria أمتى مثلا تم إعادة احتساب هذا الريت تاعه؟
هو رفع معدل الاقتطاع للضمان الاجتماعي، يتم رفعه في كل مرة تواجهنا أزمات مالية. هذه الحالة معروفة في كل دول العالم. معدل الاقتطاع في الجزائر كان حوالي 5% في 1985، وتم رفعه تدريجيا إلى غاية آخر مراجعة في سنة 2015، أين تم وضع تعديلات فقط فيما يخص التوزيع بين الضمان الاجتماعي أو التأمين الاجتماعي والتقاعد، حيث أن أصبح من نسبة الاقتطاع للتقاعد انتقلت من 17.75% إلى 18.75%. إذن حينما نواجه العجز في حال جميع الدول نبدأ بتجربة parametric reforms أو تغيير بعض المتغيرات. في بعض الأحيان هذا كافي to maintain the financial sustainability of the system, and in other cases it's not enough. وهنا يجب علينا تغيير السيستم بأكمله لتمكن من تحقيق هذا التوازن المالي.
إذا صنفنا صناديق الضمان الاجتماعي ما بين صناديق معتمدة على الاشتراك وصناديق فري يعني مجاني، صندوق في الجزائر أو النظام الحماية الاجتماعي في الجزائر حيكون أقرب للدي بي سي والله اللي هو معتمد على الاشتراك، يعني defined contribution أو defined benefits يعني في الجزائر.
بالفعل هناك نظامين أساسيين، عندنا ال pay as you go retirement، ال pay as you go system الذي يعتمد على النظام التوزيعي حيث والتضامن بين الأجيال، حيث أن اشتراكات العمال المدفوعة حاليا تستعمل مباشرة لدفع تقاعد أو معاشات تقاعد للمتقاعدين. وهناك سيستم آخر fully funded system المرتكز على الاستثمار المالي والانترست ونسبة الفائدة إلى آخره. في حال الجزائر هو defined benefit system، أي أن حين نبدأ العمل وقبل الذهاب إلى سن التقاعد يكون العامل أو المشترك عنده فكرة واضحة على كم ستكون معاش التقاعد حين يصبح متقاعدا.
شكرا جزيلا. شكرا. مش حد عنده سؤال؟ تفضل.
السلام عليكم. يعني مداخلة طيبة الحقيقة، وأنا ليا فقط إيضاح أو وليس سؤال في الواقع. الشق الأول اللي هو التأثير الديموغرافي على واقع نظام التأمين الاجتماعي من حيث ملاءاته المالية. فقط كده على الطريق أذكر أن رسالة الماستر عندي عملتها ما بين سنة 1998 إلى 2001، وبفضل الله كانت هذه الأيديا أو الفكرة كانت وليدة العبد الفقير إلى الله، ولم تكن من مرجع أن هناك تغيرات ديموغرافية متعلقة باللايف اكسبكتنسي، الفيرتيليتي، تأثيرات هذا الوضع على السولفنسي اوف سوشيال انشورنس سيستم. وكان يمكن أخذت دراسة ديموغرافية للمجتمع المصري أولا إلى العام 2040، وكان تقديراتي أن هناك عجز سيحدث ما بين العام 2026 و2028 بالنسبة للبيئة المصرية. ربما كمان أذكر أحد طلابي دكتور وائل يعني خد الطريق بعدي وربما موجود معنا في القاعة الآن. دي واحدة. الجزء الثاني ربما سعادتك تكلمت عن الجزائر وأن هناك نظام التأمين الاجتماعي محدد وغير محدد. أنا فقط أود أن أنا أميز ما بين سوشيال سيكوريتي سيستم، وده بيعتمد أنه بيقدم بينفيتس فقط ولا يعتمد على اشتراكات. إنما حينما أتكلم about social insurance system معناها أن أنا باخد contributions وبناء عليها بدي benefits. شكرا جزيلا. يبقى توضيح، هاني صالح، جامعة المنصورة، قسم علوم اكتوارية.
يعني هو ذكرني بنقطة أستاذ، فعلا يعني هي المصطلحات العربية يعني تختلف من دولة إلى أخرى يعني حتى في المسميات. فأنا بهذه المناسبة ندعو إلى توحيد المصطلحات من خلال توحيد منظمة خاصة بالعرب، لأن لما جيت تشوف الترمينولوجي بتاعها بالإنجليش تلقاه واحد، لكن لما جيت تحكي مثلا في ليبيا تحكي ضمان اجتماعي، هذا المعتمد على الاشتراكات، تحكي على المجاني اللي يقدم المعاشات الأساسية والمسنين وغيره، هذا اسمه التضامن الاجتماعي. جيت تحكي في السعودية تلقى العكس، يعني الضمان هو المقصود به الفري والثاني، فهذه دعوة، يعني دعوة لتوحيد الايديومز أو الترمولوجي. بارك الله فيك. تفضل.
مساء الخير. مساء الخير.
ممكن أجيب فقط
هنا ولا؟
أيوه، أجيب فقط على الأستاذ. فعلا الهدف من هذا النوع من المؤتمرات هو لم شمل مختلف الخبراء الاكتواريين في مختلف ربوع الوطن العربي، وتسمح بتبادل مثل هذه الخبرات، ومرحبا بأي مبادرة أو مبادرة تعاون بين جميع الأطراف. وشكرا.
مساء الخير يا فندم. الحقيقة دراسة رائعة جدا ومفيدة، مش في الجزائر وبس، هتبقى مفيدة في كل الدول العربية أو في الماركت بتاع السوق كاملا يعني. بس أنا ليا اقتراحات عايزها نخرج شوية بره الصندوق. احنا دايما نقول لغاية سن 60 ريتايرمنت، لا أنا مش مقتنع بالكلام ده. أنا ليا وجهة نظر واقتراح، يا ريت حضرتك الدراسة دي تتعمل تاني بس بقى على الشرايح جديدة، من أول عمر لغاية 40، وبعد كده عندك من 40 ل 70، لأن على فكرة المعلومة اللي عايز أصححها إن البني آدم من 40 مش بيعجز، لا ده بيبقى كامل، بيفضل شباب لغاية 70، يعني بعد 70 نقدر نقول أنا خلاص شخت. فلو سمحت لو عملنا الدراسة دي تاني على التصنيف ده لغاية من أول 40 ل 70 بلس، لو يا ريت من 40 ل 70 يبقى فيه تقسيمات معينة، يعني مثلا كل 4 سنين، وليه 4 دي برضو عايزة قاعدة نقعد نتكلم فيها، يعني 40 44 and so on. الموضوع هيتغير والفكر هيتغير والاوتبوت اللي طالع من الريسيرش هيبقى أقوى وأجمل، ومش على الجزائر، هيبقى على كل السوق بتاعنا. دي حاجة. في عامل تاني حضرتك عايز حضرتك تضيفه، يعني يا ريت كل الاستاتكس في المجال ده must consider. ايه هو؟ هو في الفئات العمرية دي كام واحد منهم اوير بموضوع التأمين؟ يعني من سن 40 لغاية 50 مثلا، في كام واحد عارف ان يعني ايه فكرة التأمين وفكرة الريتايرمنت وفكرة الكلام ده كله؟ الكلام ده عليه افكت عالي جدا، وده لوحده دراسة. فلو سيادتك مشكورا، الدراسة فوق الرائعة يعني، ولكن لو نضيف لها 2 فاكتورز دول، ان احنا نقسم الفئات العمرية من اول 40 ل 70، ونضيف الاويرنس بتاع الفئات العمريه دي قد ايه اللي عندهم فكره عن الموضوع ده، الاوتبوت بتاع الريسيرش هيبقى عظيم ومفيد جدا وافكتيف على كل الاسواق العربيه. شكرا يا فندم.
شكرا جزيلا.
السلام عليكم. ياسمين محمد من مصر. بس كنت أسأل سؤال. الأول أنا هقسم العاملين بالنسبة للحكومي والأعمال الخاصة. تمام؟ نظام في الجزائر، هل العامل الحكومي بيزيد سنويا في الأجر بتاعه؟ طيب تمام. هنفترض مثلا إن أنا دلوقتي موظفة حكومية مرتبي حاليا 6000 جنيه. ماشي؟ على سن ال 65 أنا هزيد حوالي 15000 جنيه. اوكي؟ انا المفروض ان انا كنت بطلع على سن 60، انت خلتني اطلع على 65، فزودت لي 5 سنين، هاخد اجري كامل متكامل بزياداته السنويه. هل ده ما يعتبرش عبء على الدوله وميزانيتها؟ ده سؤال. اوكي؟ هناخد اشتراكات، تمام، حلو قوي، بس انا بردك هعمل عبء على الدوله وعلى صناديق الدوله، ان هي مطالبه مني ان هي تديني مرتبي وكامل لغايه سن ال 65. دي حاجه. النقطه الثانيه بالنسبه للقطاع الخاص وبردك الحكومي، انت كده وقفت التعيينات بالنسبه للشباب اللي طالع. يعني انا مرتبي في الوقت اللي هبقى 65 سنه ممكن يعين 2 مني، وشباب عندهم طاقه اكتر مني. دي نقطة تانية أنا ممكن برضك بطرحها. أنا بصراحة معترضة جدا على فكرة إن إحنا نزود سن بلوغ السن أو التقاعد. تمام؟ في حلول أخرى ممكن إن إحنا نجيب بيها اشتراكات. أغلب المجتمع المصري، أنا بتكلم عموما عن مصر، مش عارفة بقى الجزائر هل في أكتر من شخص ممكن إن هو بيعمل عملين في نفس الوقت ولا لأ؟ إحنا في مصر عندنا الشباب بيعملوا عمل واتنين علشان يجيب قوت يوم زي ما بيقولوا. طب ما احنا ممكن نجمع اشتراكات من العمل الاخر. احنا هنا يقول لك لا ما ينفعش نجمع بين اشتراكين. طب ليه؟ ما تأمن عليه ضعف المبلغ، مثلا تأمين عجز يعني عجز ووفاة في العمل الاخر، مش لازم يبقى التقاعد. احنا عندنا انواع كتير للتأمين طبعا، ومن ضمنها اللي هو الإصابة والمرضي والحاجات دي كلها. طب ليه احنا ما ناخدش من العمل الاخر ده اشتراكات تأمينية بردك عشان لما يصاب او يحصل له حاجه في العمل الاخر نقدر ان احنا نغطيه، وفي نفس الوقت هناخد اشتراكات. وبس احنا هنشترط عليه ان انت عادي اشتغل شغل تاني بدل ما هو عمال يتهرب من التأمينات في الشغل التاني، ان انت مش هتاخد مقابله حاجه. يعني احنا هناخد منك الاشتراكات دي مقابل بس ان احنا نحميك لو حصل لك حاجه في العمل الاخر. ده ممكن يبقى حل. لكن ان انا ازود سن المعاش، او طب ما انا الدوله هتتحمل اجري كموظف حكومي، انت مش هتدي فرصه للاجيال طبعا ان هي تتعين. من قاعده مكاني وغيري قاعد مكانه، ما احنا مش هنفضي مكان لغيرنا ان هو يتعين. انا دي بصراحه كانت وجهه نظري من ناحيه الفكره بتاعت ان احنا نزود سن المعيش.
للمجتمع اللي هو الهرم، لانه ما عندوش شباب يشتغل. لكن في الدول اللي زينا احنا لما عملنا التجربه دي ورفعنا السن اجلناها ل 2040 لما يبقى عندنا مشكله الهرم، لان احنا هنمر بيها. انتوا سبقتونا في دولكم ان الشباب عندكم بقى قليل، احنا لسه عندنا شباب كتير فبيعاني من مشكله البطاله. عشان كده لما حطينا حلول في قانون المعاشات المصري قلنا ان احنا هنزود السن لانه ده حل، بس مش مره واحده، هيبقى تدريجي، ونبدا بيه من 2032 سنه سنه، كل سنتين نزود سنه لغايه 2040 يبقى 65، عشان اللي هي بتقوله ده، لانه عبء على ميزانيه الدوله اجور، وفي نفس الوقت عندنا شباب محتاجين عمل. لكن 2040 اعتقد هنمر بالمشاكل اللي انتوا مريتوا بيها. تمام؟ شكرا.
شكرا على الإيضاح. شكرا.
All right, one more comment. My name is Jordan Al-Zobi. I am an insurance economist at the National Association of Insurance Commissioners in the US. So basically what we do is we regulate the whole insurance industry in the US, working closely with state insurance departments. And we have reforms about longevity risk and pension funds. So I agree with the ladies when it comes to increase, like pension reforms, when it comes to increase the age, because it has a lot of economic implications at the expense of younger people. However, we have some other tools in which we can basically mitigate the risk of longevity risk when it comes again to pension fund. One of the tools that we basically use is access to private pension fund, which is like IFRS, similar to IFRS or 401k. This would give access to older people to like large amount of fund by the time they retire. One more thing, we have something we call it, I forget the term, I wrote it down here, implement what we call it means testing. This is very important, which actually means reducing pension benefits for individuals with high level of income. It's like you're actually taxing wealthy people at the expense to support the younger or older people who don't have enough fund at the time of retirement. And one more comment that we do, and at the NEIC we do a lot of training and we enhance financial literacy and risk literacy, as the gentleman here stated. It's very important to have younger generation today have deep understanding of risk and how to plan their financial future along the road. So I think these could potentially mitigate the issue of longevity risk, but not at increasing the age. I'm totally against it as an economist. It's a disaster, as the ladies discussed. Thank you.
شكرا كثيرا على هذه الأسئلة. راح نحاول نجاوب بوقت واحد على كامل الانشغالات. إذن أولا فيما يخص رفع سن التقاعد. رفع سن التقاعد عادة ما يؤدي إلى نشوب احتجاجات واجتماعية كما هو الحال حاليا في فرنسا مثلا. لهذا لا يمكننا أن وهناك عامل ثاني أيضا هو healthy life expectancy. نفترض لو أننا رفعنا سن التقاعد إلى 70 سنة مثلا، هل هذا العمال لهم القدرة على مواصلة العمل حتى سن التقاعد، حتى هذا السن التقاعد الجديد؟ وهذا يحدده healthy life expectancy, chronic disease life expectancy أو disability free life expectancy. حاليا في الجزائر disease أو disease free life expectancy محددة ب 62 سنة للرجال و 54 سنة بالنسبة للنساء. إذن بطريقة حسابية بسيطة يمكن أن نرى أنه لا يمكننا رفع سن التقاعد إلى 70 سنة مثلا. ثانيا هناك عنصر يمثل أن أنظمة التقاعد في الوطن العربية are very generous. هناك عمل قام به الأستاذ بن براهم من تونس، حيث قيم المردودية المالية لأنظمة الضمان الاجتماعي، واستنتج أنه لابد علينا من خفض الجينيروزيتي of the system to ensure a longer sustainability. هذا فيما يخص الأسئلة. فيما يخص البرايفت sector, it's also an option to be discussed. But the difference between the Algerian context and the US context, by the way, I invited Professor John Walker from the United States to present, to give a talk in a webinar that I have organized in Algeria, and he explained this difference between the Algerian retirement system and the US pension system. So there are many things that are successful right now in the United States or in the other industrialized countries, but they can't work in our context. So our people are most of the MENA region countries got their independence in the 50s and 60s or 70s. So almost the social security system are built with the objective of the help people and ensure some social protection for the vulnerable population. So it will be hard for us to change the system suddenly from pay-as-you-go system to a fully funded system. So it will take years and years to consider this alternative. And thank you.
Any question? أي سؤال؟
Yeah, can I add something from the actual point of view? Like what I can see that increasing the retirement age seems to be not a very popular solution over here. I'll just give you an example why we have to do certain parametric reforms. When we are saying parametric reforms, so increasing the retirement age could be one of the solution. Again, each country has its own dynamics, so whenever we are saying certain solutions, so might not be applicable to certain countries, but in general, the solutions are the solution which are there. One of the solutions, the reason for increasing the retirement age, you have seen that longevity has increased, life expectancy has increased significantly over the years. So the contribution rate, basically when, let's say as an actuary, if you ask me that this certain benefit I'm going to give to the employees, to the insured members, how I can fund that benefit. So in order to fund that benefit, we'll set certain contribution rates that we are collecting from the insured person, and also we are collecting from the from the employer. Whether my contribution is sufficient to sustain that level of benefit, that's the question. If I'm offering a generous benefit to the employees, to the insured person, generous in the sense that that level of benefit is not like sustaining the contribution that I'm taking from the members, then I have to do certain reforms. The reforms could be I have to increase the contribution, but again, to what level I have to increase the contribution. Normally, the social security schemes, we are saying that the schemes are generational schemes, where we are matching the inflow versus the outflow. The inflow are the contributions that we are collecting from the employers and insured person, and outflow are the benefits that we are passing to the pensioners. Because of the increase in longevity, there are more pensioners that will be there in the system, so the pension payout will increase, and there will be a time when your collection will be lower than the payments that you will give to the pensioners. When that time comes, when your outlay will be negative, like you have to pay from your own pocket to meet the pension payouts, that will be the time you cannot make certain corrections, because that will be too late. Now, increasing the retirement age could be one of the solutions. Increasing the contribution could be one of the solutions. The minimum contribution requirement, again, like in Saudi Arabia, there are 25 years of contributory insured service. Once I'll make the contribution for 25 years, I'll be eligible to retire and start getting the pension benefit. Would 25 years is sufficient, or do we have to increase that minimum contribution level? Another concept, we use the term early retirement reduction factor. Let's say my retirement age is 60. Okay, we are saying that this increasing the retirement age could not be the best solution. So the other option is that we can say that, okay, if I am eligible to get a pension at age 50, but I will not get 100% of the entitlement because my retirement age is 60, so there will be an early retirement reduction factor that we have to apply, so that I'll get a reduced pension, so that my pension will not create a burden on the overall pension system. So there are numerous, and like one very good example that the gentleman gave, that we could set a bare minimum pension, that like we can cap the amount of pension that we have to give to the employee. Let's say we are saying 10,000, 15,000, whatever we feel is a reasonable amount, and we'll cap a pension to that level. That's how we can like give the benefit to the lower class people, but again we can restrict the people with the higher salaried one, because they might have other source of incomes to maintain their level of standard. The one other possibility is that like reducing the post-retirement pension increases. Let's say if we are saying that our pension system, we cannot increase the contribution, we cannot increase the retirement age, then what we can do is we can reduce the post-retirement indexation. That's also one of the way. One of the way is to make the
I advise you to leave this token for your presentation. Yes, okay, okay. If you are you ready, you can start to display your presentation. Okay. Come. Okay.
So, so my topic that I'm going to cover in my presentation is overall retirement structure. Then what's the pension benefit which is being offered by different countries, then end of service benefit, and the way forward, that part of it we already discussed. So, okay, overall pension system, we divide the overall pension into 3 different pillars. Pillar 1 is the state-sponsored scheme where the state is providing the pension. Pillar 2 is the occupational retirement scheme where the employer is providing the end of service benefits to the employees, and pillar 3 is the voluntary pension savings that we are doing for retirement. In Arab countries, mostly for nationals, pillar 1 and pillar 2 are combined, because the employers are also contributing towards the pension system. So pillar 1 and pillar 2 are similar, are like one system in Arab countries. For expats employees, pillar 2 is the one where end of service is being offered to the employee at the end of their contract. Okay, again, one major of, like we talked about the pension burdens, but if I'll ask you that whether the pension offered to each of you is adequate or not, whether the pension benefit is adequate or not, we all know that what contributions we are making towards the system, but as a beneficiary, we don't know whether the benefit that we are going to get is adequate or not. So there could be other indicators as well, but mostly we use this income replacement ratio. Now, what is this income replacement ratio? This is the income after retirement as a ratio of income before retirement. So, for example, if my income before retirement was 50,000, and immediately after retirement, I'm getting 35,000 as pension. So, 35,000 divided by 50,000 is 70%. So, my income replacement ratio is 70%. Normally, we are saying that this IRR or income replacement ratio of 60 to 70% from all the sources, like from your pension, from end of service, from your personal saving. If it's reaching 70%, so we are saying that that person is maintaining their level of standard after retirement. Okay. Again, here I have just summarized the pension system of like few countries. You can see that in Saudi Arabia, the contribution by the employer is 9%, and employees is also contributing 9%. Employees are also contributing 0.75, but that's for the unemployment insurance. So I'm just focusing the contribution that is there for the pension benefits. Exactly in UAE, you can see that the level of contribution is not equal. 5% by the insured person and 15% by the employer. So there are different level of contributions. Now, again, the benefit is more important. The benefit, if you can see over here, the benefit in Saudi Arabia is 2.5% of last drawn monthly insurable salary. So let's say if I'll serve 25 years of service, so I'll be getting 55.8% of my last drawn wage as IRR, as my retirement income. And the same person, if that person will serve for 30 years, he'll be getting almost 67% as percentage of his pre-retirement income. So if my salary was 10,000, so I'll be getting 67,000 rupees as monthly pension after retirement. So these are the pension. Now you can see over Qatar, they are paying 100% because over here the pension accrual, we call this accrual factor, is 5% significantly higher as compared to other countries. Okay. Again, we discussed that, because the contribution that we are collecting and the benefits that we are paying, so in order to maintain a balance between both, again, lower retirement ages. Over here, we see that the retirement age is lower as compared to the increase in longevity over last couple of decades. So Europe has 65 years of retirement age, but is increasing retirement age is a perfect solution. Again, we discussed there's a diverse view because of your number of working population versus number of retired population. What's the ratio? So every country will have their own dynamics, and obviously the solution will not be like a similar for all the countries. Again, very high accrual rate. I mentioned that from 2% to 5% accrual rate is there for pension benefit. In few cases, if I can go back, you can say that the maximum pension is restricted to 80% or 100% in few countries. So again, the pension cap is also very high as compared to like other countries. Now, pension payable for younger. Again, as I mentioned that once I completed the minimum qualifying service, I'll be eligible for the pension benefit. There is no reduction in most of the countries. There is no early retirement reduction factor. Challenges, longevity is again a risk posing the strain on the pension benefits. How to tackle that? Now, again, challenges, one factor that we are missing in all our discussion is let's say if the contribution, we are making the contribution and that contribution is parked towards the social security scheme, how they are funding those, how they are making investment from those social security is again a thing that we have to revisit. The reason is that under any insurance policies, let's say if any event is occurred, we have to pay lump sum to that person, and that's where the contract is terminating. But when it comes to pension benefit, let's say currently I am age 40, I'm making a contribution. If I retire at age 60, I'll getting the benefit of that contribution that I made 20 years ago over next 40 years. So when it comes to pension benefit, your time spent of the benefit that you are getting is very much longer than normal insurance policy. So we have to rethink that how we have to invest, how we can increase our funding rates, how we can increase our earnings, and that will again reflect in your overall funding position, overall sustainability, and can help you in reducing the overall strain on the pension benefits. Again, one of the methods that we can use is the asset liability management. I'm not sure that how many countries are currently doing that ALM studies. The reason for introducing this study is that because the dynamics of pension benefits are different than any other insurance or any other saving products. So that's why we have to do this study. Our annual benefits, we know that how much we have to pay to our pensioners on a year-on-year basis. So we have that certainty of the cash outlay. So if you know that how much in the short term, how much cash outlay you'll be needing, so we have to invest according to our requirements so that we can have a high yield earning. Again, I think in one of in the previous session where we were talking about the current inflation, let's say if I am very prudent and I invested my pension fund in a long-term investment, and all of a sudden because of this hyperinflation, rates have increased. But because I locked all my investments in a long-term bonds, long-term investment, I could not able to get the benefit of that short-term benefits that are there to the general public. So that's where we have to devise our investment strategy so that we can avail the most of short-term goals as well as achieving our long-term objectives. Okay. Again, over here, I have just summarized the percentage of experts in different countries. You can see that there is, again, a huge diversity. In Saudi Arabia, there is only 39% experts, but in UAE, around 87% of the population is experts. So again, we cannot have one simple solution for all the countries because of, not only because of their own aging dynamics, own workflow versus retired population dynamics, but also because of the experts versus national percentages. Again, like we address the pension system, if you look at the end of service benefit system in different countries, you can see that although the benefits are fairly similar, like for first few years we'll have a lower benefit, and once the employee is serving for that minimum years of service, there will be a higher benefit after that. Like for Saudi Arab, if you for first 5 years I'll be getting 15 days for each year of service, and after 5th year I'll be getting 30 days of benefit. So the benefits are more or less similar in all the countries. But if you look at the IR, I'm not sure whether you're able to see that. Over here, if you can see the IR of Saudi expert working for 25 years, he'll be getting 8% of his last drawn wage as a replacement ratio, as compared to the national who was getting 55%. So the level of benefits that we are offering to experts is also we should consider. One more thing that we have seen in almost all the countries is that the end of service gratuity is an unfunded gratuity, which again posing main strain on, let's say if the company goes bankrupt, then that the end of service that the employee is entitled to we're not able to fulfill that promise. So whether when we say it's unfunded gratuity, means there is no separate assets, there is no separate fund to meet those promises that we are giving to the employees. So whether like in pension scheme, just posing this scenario that like pension scheme where the scheme is being operated centrally by the pension fund, is it like having a universal end of service benefit for each country would be like a possible solution where we can have like a funded scheme and also able to manage, let's say, the promises that we have given to the employees, and the promises will not depend on the outcome of the company, let's say, future. If company goes bankrupt, that promise will be there, and government will be there, or the fund will be there to meet those benefits. Could be hybrid, like we talked about the defined contribution. Again, like 401k is a defined contribution scheme. Just first give me the background of defined benefit versus defined contribution. Like our current pension scheme is a defined benefit scheme. Why is it defined benefit scheme? Because you promise a benefit to the employee, you promise a formula to the employee, but the overall magnitude or overall benefit will depend on when the employee will leave and under what circumstances, whether he'll retire, whether there'll be a death, under what circumstances he will retire, for how many years he will live. So the overall magnitude of the benefit will depend on so many uncertain factors. So that's defined benefit. Your end of service gratuity is also a defined benefit scheme. Again, you promise a formula. I can live after 3 years, I can retire after 3 years, I can retire after 10 years. Whenever I'll retire, based on the formula, I'll get the benefit. But under defined contribution, like 401k plan, okay, my contribution is fixed. Let's say you said that I'll contribute 15% of employee salary towards the retirement benefit. Once I'll make the contribution, my liability is over. Whether the fund will earn sufficient, wherever we invested the fund, whatever the fund earned over the years, that's all risk and reward belong to the employee. Employer or the government has nothing to do with that the overall benefit. So again, the question is that can we have a hybrid scheme that we are talking about? Can we have a hybrid scheme where we can say that, okay, we cannot maintain this level of benefit, but can we have a bare minimum pension for all the employees? And on top of that, if my salary is above that level, then I'll be the member of defined contribution scheme. So the high salaried employee, it's not like that we are saying that, okay, if to that level you are there, so we are compensating you, but if your salary is above that, we cannot do anything. We can have a defined contribution scheme. Once somebody surpasses that level of salary, we can say that for additional years of excess salary, you will be the member of defined contribution scheme, so that you will be having a proper retirement benefit when you leave the service. So that could be one of the possibility where we can have a pension scheme, plus we can also have something for high salaried employees. That's it from my side. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ustad Rahim. نعم. Yes. Okay.
يمكن أنا بس أحب أبدأ بالكلام اللي قاله الدكتور عادل. اختلاف المصطلحات بين الأنظمة ترى يمكن يخلف الفهم. فأنا لما أتكلم اليوم، لما أقول الضمان الاجتماعي، أنا أتكلم عن التضامن في ليبيا، اللي هو نتكلم عن الإعانات اللي تكون من الدولة بدون مقابل الاشتراكات. لما أتكلم عن نعم، لما أتكلم عن التأمينات الاجتماعية أنا أتكلم عن اللي منافع مقابلها اشتراكات. طبعا أنا باختصار بس بتكلم عن لمحة عن الأنظمة التقاعدية، إيش تواجه الأنظمة التقاعدية من تحديات، وش الحلول المقترحة، وكيف يكون الإصلاح. كل نظام حماية اجتماعية في أي دولة يكون مكون من ركائز أساسية. أول ركيزة نتكلم عنها هي الضمان الاجتماعي. يجي بعد الضمان الاجتماعي اللي هو التأمين الاجتماعي للعاملين، وهذا يكون إلزامي على الأفراد العاملين. يضاف له كركيزة ثالثة اللي هو نظام ادخاري إلزامي. بعد النظام الادخاري الإلزامي يكون في نظام ادخاري اختياري في كل دولة. أحيانا يكون يقدم عن طريق البنوك، أحيانا ممكن يقدم عن طريق الدولة. والركيزة الأخيرة اللي هو المرتبطة بالسكن والصحة. في بعض الدول مطبقة للشيء هذا، في الدولة تكون تدعم، يعني خلينا مثلا نتكلم عن الخليج. في الخليج الدولة تدعم السكن، توفر قروض للمواطنين بحيث أنهم يكونون يأملوا لهم سكن إما بعد الزواج أو بعد بلوغ سن معين. وكذلك يمكن تكلموا الزملاء في اليوم الماضي عن موضوع التأمين الصحي والتطور. حتى السعودية الآن متوجهة إلى أنه يكون نظام الحماية الصحية نظام متكامل ويكون أفضل وأقوى من سابقه، وفيه إجراءات وريجوليشنز معينة قاعدين شغالين عليها بهالخصوص. طبعا هذه الركائز هي معتمدة من البنك الدولي أو مقدمة من البنك الدولي لأي نظام حماية اجتماعية في أي دولة. لما نتكلم عن الأنظمة التقاعدية، الأنظمة التقاعدية يمكن هي ما هي فقط تقدم معاشات للتقاعد فقط، لا، ترى في مخاطر أي مشترك يواجهها ولازم يكون لها منافع. المنافع هذه إما أنها تكون عن طريق معاشات أو أنها تكون عن طريق دفعات تقدم. من ضمن الأشياء المخاطر اللي يواجهها المشترك مثل ما تفضلت أحد الأخوات عن موضوع الإصابات العمل، برضو الأنظمة التأمينية لازم يكون فيها متوفر الأشياء هذه. فإحنا نأمن الشخص ضد الشيخوخة، وجود العجز، في حال الوفاة احنا لازم نأمن له دخل ثابت ولازم نحميه من المخاطر. لكن في أي نظام تأميني، احنا لما نتكلم عن التأمين الاجتماعي احنا ما نتكلم فقط عن الاستدامة. الاستدامة شيء مهم جدا وما راح يدوم أي نظام تأميني بدون وجود استدامة، لكن في نفس الوقت في عوامل لازم ناخذها بالاعتبار اللي هي موضوع العدالة وموضوع الكفاية. أنا لما أتكلم عن العدالة أنا عندي أكثر من جيل، فأنا لما أقدم منافع معينة للجيل الحالي أنا في المقابل لازم أنتبه للأجيال الثانية بحيث أن الموارد اللي عندي اليوم تكون كافية لهم في المستقبل. الكفاية أنا في نفس الوقت لازم أصمم النظام التأميني بحيث أن المنفعة اللي أقدمها للشخص تكون مناسبة للاشتراكات اللي دفعها في وقت من الأوقات. موضوع الجنرسيتي في أي نظام تأميني هذه مشكلة في حد ذاتها، لأنه أنت ما أنت قاعد تعطي الأشخاص بناء على العدالة بين الأجيال، وله كل ما أعطيت أكثر لجيل معين أنت قاعد تقدم منفعة مناسبة. لا، في نفس الوقت يعني نحافظ على الكفاية لكن ما نكون نعطي بشكل أكبر من اللازم. أنواع الأنظمة يمكن تكلم الأخ في البرزنتيشن السابق أنه اللي هو كأنظمة أساسية اللي هو الدي بي، جميع الأنظمة التأمينية ما راح أقول في الخليج كذلك في العالم، اللي هو تغير السياق الديموغرافي. تغير السياق الديموغرافي بجيب بالتفاصيل، لكن أستعرض بس العوامل اللي هو تغير السياق الديموغرافي، موضوع التقاعد المبكر والشروط المرتبطة فيه، المنافع اللي تقدم وارتباطها بالاشتراكات، وكذلك السياسات الخارجية، السياسات والمؤثرات الخارجية في السياق الديموغرافي. بس أنا بعطي كيف كان السياق الديموغرافي أو كيف كانت التوزيع الديموغرافي للمملكة العربية السعودية في عام 1950. يمكن واضح من خلال الرسم البياني أنه شكل هرمي تقريبا مثالي، لكن نجي لمعدل الخصوبة احنا نتكلم عن 7.2 معدل خصوبة ومعدل الإعالة 7%. نجي نشوفها كيف تغير الوضع هذا خلال الفترة من عام 2010 إلى التوقعات في عام 2050. الشكل الهرمي هذا اختفى تماما، صار فيه توزيع عمودي بشكل أكبر. الأشخاص اللي كان نسبة إعالة ارتفعت بشكل كبير جدا، يعني احنا كنا نتكلم في عام 1950 7، صرنا نوصل في عام 2050 إلى 35، وهذا رقم كبير جدا ومخيف. كذلك معدل الخصوبة انخفض من 7.2 إلى متوقع أن يكون في عام 2050 1.6. طبعا لها أسباب، يعني ما احنا في عرض أن احنا نستعرض الأسباب اليوم، لكن الوضع قاعد يتغير. أنا أعتقد أني ضغطت على كويس. الوضع قاعد يتغير، فلازم احنا نجاوب مع التغيرات اللي قاعدة تصير. هنا بس صورة توضح نبذة عن المشتركين والمستفيدين والنظام التأميني كيف يتعامل معهم. في الجزء الأيسر من الشاشة احنا قاعدين نتكلم عن ربط الاشتراكات بالمنافع. غالبا المنافع هي مرتبطة بالاشتراكات في الفترة الأخيرة من فترة الاشتراك. اللي هي تعتبر الأعلى في الأجر، وتستمر صرف المنافع على هذا المستوى. هنا بينخلق عندنا جاب بين الاشتراكات اللي اندفعت والمنافع اللي صرفت للشخص خلال فترة استفادته. بس الصورة اللي على اليمين هذه توضح انه كيف اعتمادية الاشخاص في سن التقاعد على المشتركين. في السابق كان عندي عدد مشتركين اكبر، مستفيدين اقل. في المستقبل صار عندي عدد المستفيدين اكبر بكثير من عدد المشتركين، وهذا يحقق عدم توازن ويتطلب تدخل من الدولة. يمكن هذا موضح في الصورة اللي تحت، ما ادري اذا هي واضحة لكم او لا. فيتطلب انه يكون في تمويل خارجي، وهذا نقطة يعني لو وصلنا لها صعب ان احنا نستمر كنظام تأميني. لما نتكلم عن التقاعد المبكر، هنا بس ملخص لنظام التأمينات الاجتماعية في المملكة. كان أقر نظام التقاعد المبكر في بداية عام 2002 تقريبا أو نهاية عام 2001. فكان عدد المشتركين أو عدد المستفيدين من نظام التقاعد المبكر في عام 2016 بدأ يتجاوز عدد المستفيدين بلوغ السن، يعني خلال تقريبا 13 سنة. في المقابل المنافع تجاوزت المنافع اللي تصرف للمتقاعدين بلوغ السن خلال 3 سنوات فقط. الآن احنا قاعدين نصرف تقريبا 70% من المنافع للمتقاعدين مبكرا، و30% فقط للأساس في نظام التقاعد اللي هو للمتقاعدين بلوغ السن، 30% فقط. من ناحية المنافع اللي قاعدين نصرفها وارتباطها بحجم الاشتراكات، احنا عندنا عدد من المؤثرات اللي هو نسبة الاشتراك المحددة، كم الاستقطاعات اللي قاعدين ناخذها، كيف تتكون معادلة الاشتراك، وش تأثير التقاعد المبكر. يمكن السلايد اللي قبل هذا يوضح يعني عدد كبير جدا من المتقاعدين مبكرا يمكن أثر بشكل كبير على موضوع استدامة الأنظمة، اللي هو عندنا كذلك نمو الأجور. أحيانا يكون نمو الأجور أعلى بكثير من المتوقع، يمكن يدخل في الموضوع هذا موضوع التضخم، تعديل سلالم الأجور، زيادات الاستثنائية، كذلك رفع الحد الأدنى للمعاش. هذه من أكثر التحديات. يعني عندنا مثلا على سبيل المثال في السعودية من كثر ما يتم رفع الحد الأدنى للمعاش، الآن أصبح الحد الأدنى للمعاش أعلى من الحد الأدنى للأجر. الحد الأدنى للأجر الآن 1500 والحد الأدنى للمعاش تقريبا 2000 ريال. فأنا استقطع على أساس 1500، لكن الحد الأدنى اللي أنت ممكن تأخذه هو 2000 ريال مهما كانت مدة خدمتك، وهذه مشكلة كبيرة. كذلك اللي هو إذا تم إضافة ميزة إضافية مثل بدل غلاء للمعيشة، إذا منح، لازم يكون له مصدر دخل مستقل عن النظام التأميني بحيث أنك ما تأثر عليه. السياسات والمؤثرات الخارجية مثل ما ذكرنا أنه زيادة في المعاشات، إذا كان في سياسة معينة اتخذت مثل منح بدل غلاء المعيشة، هذه سياسة تطلبت صرف مبالغ من النظام التأميني، تغيرات في سوق العمل، تعديل سلام الأجور. أحيانا لما نتكلم عن القطاعات الحكومية تعتمد على سلالم ثابتة ما تتواكب مع التغيرات في التضخم، فيكون بين فترة إلى أخرى يكون في قفزة في سلام الأجور. هذه تأثر لأنه الاستقطاعات تمت في تاريخ متأخر، الفترة السابقة لها ما هي يكون في جاب وفي نقص في الاشتراكات أو قيمة الاشتراكات المتراكمة مع استثماراتها. كذلك يأثر عليها موضوع وجود مثلا خلل في النظام نفسه. دائما يعني خلينا نتكلم عن صاحب العمل يستغل الثغرات الموجودة في أي نظام، فإذا ما كان عندك نظام قوي صاحب العمل أو المستفيد حيستغل الثغرات هذه بحيث أنه يأثر على النظام بشكل سلبي، وبيكون يعني أحيانا تكون مكلفة جدا ويصعب تغطيتها وتأثر على النظام وعلى استدامته. وأهم نقطة يعني يمكن أنا ودي أتكلم عنها هو موضوع ديناميكية النظام، بحيث أنه النظام لازم يكون متغير ومتجاوب مع التغيرات، بحيث أنه أي تعديلات يتطلبها النظام إذا تمت في وقتها بتكون تعديلات بسيطة، ما يتطلب أني أدخل تعديلات جذرية على النظام. وهذا اللي يمكن تواجه بعض الدول أنها تتطلب منها أنها تدخل تعديلات جذرية، لكن تواجه من المجتمع برفض ويكون عدم تقبل شديد جدا، بحيث أنه يوقف أو يعطل أحيانا إصلاح الأنظمة. احنا نقول كمقترحات لمواجهة هذه التحديات، إما أني أنا أطلب من الدولة أنها تمول الفروقات هذه بين العجوزات الاكتوارية، وما راح تستمر الدولة على أنها قادرة على أنها تمول العجوزات الاكتوارية مهما كانت قدراتها المالية. اليوم تقدر، بكرة ما راح تقدر. أو أني أنا أحقق عوائد الاستثمارات عالية، وهذا ما هو في اليد. وأصلا غالبا مع وجود عجوزات اكتوارية تكون العوائد الاستثمار المتطلبة تكون عالية جدا، ما يقدر أصلا أي نظام تأميني أن يحققها، خاصة أن الأنظمة التأمينية تكون عندها الأصول كبيرة جدا، مو بالسهولة أنها تحقق العوائد الكبيرة، تكون بحيث أنها تكون أعلى من رينج معين. هذا صعب تحقيقه في النظام التأميني في ظل الحوكمة العالية الموجودة. يبقى الخيار الأهم اللي هو وجود إصلاح. طبعا احنا لما نتكلم عن وجود إصلاح لازم نحافظ على الركائز الأساسية، الاستدامة، العدالة والكفاية، وكذلك انه احنا ما نخلي النظام التأميني هو مصدر الدخل الوحيد للمشترك او للشخص في سن متقدم. لازم ننوع في مصادر الدخل ونعزز موضوع ثقافة الادخار. يمكن بس أوضح أنه الإصلاحات اللي تصير على الأنظمة إما أنها تكون بارامترية بحيث أنه يعدل على محددات معينة، أو أنه يكون في إصلاحات جذرية. الإصلاحات الجذرية هي يمكن غالبا لما يكون في تأخر في الإصلاحات أنت حتضطر للإصلاحات الجذرية، ما عاد راح يفيدك موضوع الإصلاحات الجزئية. وأحيانا الإصلاحات الجزئية في وقت متأخر بيضطرني مثلا على سبيل المثال عندي سن الاشتراك أو سن التقاعد 60 سنة، بضطر إني أرفع إلى 67 أو 68 سنة، وما راح أحد يقبله، وما راح أصلا ما هو حل، لأنه حطيت كل المشكلة على محدد واحد بحيث أن يعالج المشكلة هذه، وهذا ما راح يحقق لي اللي نحتاجه. مع في الإصلاح مع المحددات الأساسية للأنظمة لازم نراعي كذلك أنه الآثار الاجتماعية والاقتصادية فيه بعض المحددات أو بعض النقاط مقبولة في مجتمع ولا هي مقبولة في مجتمع آخر، فما هو كل نموذج إصلاح ينطبق على مجتمعات مختلفة. كل مجتمع له نموذج إصلاح مناسب له، قد يكون مقبول ويحقق العوامل الأساسية. كذلك احنا هذا ما يمنع ان احنا نستعين بالتجارب العالمية، وكذلك انا اعتقد يعني في ظل التغييرات هذه او في ظل الإصلاحات لازم يكون موجود حوكمة عالية. كمثال من الحوكمة، أنا بس أضرب مثال كده في السعودية، التأمينات الاجتماعية مجلس إدارتها مكون من مجموعة الأعضاء، 3 منهم وزراء، اللي هو وزير المالية، وزير الموارد البشرية، ووزير الاقتصاد والتخطيط. فأي توجه يكون من المؤسسة العامة الاجتماعية للإصلاح قبل لا يطلع إلى مجلس الوزراء هو حيكون يمر على مجلس الإدارة اللي هم أصلا أعضاء في مجلس الوزراء. بحيث أنه يكون في حوكمة عالية، نقدر نضبط أنه أي تعديلات في النظام التأميني هي مأخوذ بالاعتبار أي تغيرات ممكن تصير في خلاف النظام التأميني. طبعا هي أمثلة هنا بس على أنظمة تأمينية حول العالم كيف أنهم عدلوا على بعض البارامترز. يمكن بعض البارامترز فيها تعديلات بسيطة جدا، أنا ما راح أمر عليها بشكل تفصيلي، لكن احنا نشوف مثلا سن التقاعد يتغير بسنتين، في بعض الجزئيات ممكن سنة واحدة تغيير في سن التقاعد، وفي بعض الأنظمة توجهت إلى تعديلات هيكلية على أنظمتها مثل كندا، تشيلي، التشيك. هذه دول توجهت إلى إصلاحات هيكلية، وكذلك نفس الشيء في السلايد هذا. احنا نلاحظ بس يعني أنا اللي يلفتني دائما أنه احنا معدل الاستحقاق، يمكن ذكر أخينا من الجزائر أنه الأنظمة نعم احنا نتكلم هنا لو نشوف بس احنا نتكلم عن 1.85 يعني ترى المعدلات منخفضة جدا مقارنة بالمعدلات اللي تعطيها الأنظمة التقاعدية، بالذات خلينا نقول في الخليج. يمكن ما عندي تصور كامل عن الدول العربية، لكن في دول الخليج ترى عالية جدا. احنا نتكلم عن قطر 5% كانت، يمكن تعدلت اليوم صارت 3.33، بس يظل مرتفع جدا. انت تتطلب انك تشتغل 30 سنة عشان تاخذ 100% من معاشك، وهذا كبير جدا، وهذا ما هو مستدام في المستقبل نهائيا. اعتذر طولت عليكم. الله يسعدكم.
شكرا جزيلا سيد صالح على المعلومات الجوهرية والمهمة. مش عارف نحن الوقت أصبح متأخر، ممكن على السريع بس يعني نسأل سؤال للسيد صالح ونعطي سؤال والله اثنين للمجموعة، بدنا نلخصوا الموضوع وممكن الآليات والله الميكانيزم اللي ممكن توصلوا لها من ثلاث الورقات العلمية. زي ما تكلم السيد صالح أن قد تكون المشاكل والمخاطر واحدة، لكن المعالجات تختلف، وكل دولة وكل بيئة تناسبها نموذج معين. لاحظنا احنا من ثلاث ورقات كان ركزتوا تلقوا في الجزائر مطبق نظام خاص اللي هو بتاع الدي بي اللي هو معتمد على المنافع، رغم ان هناك فيه مزايا ولا عيوب. قد يكون هناك تحايل في تحديد الأجر من البداية، خاصة لما يجد عارف الإكويشن اللي بتحسب، في يكون هناك تحايل بتحديد المنفعة اللي ممكن بيحصلها. في السعودية لو كان لاحظتوا تلقوا تكلم الأستاذ صالح أن النظام المستخدم هو المعتمد على الاشتراكات. أيضا له مزايا وله عيوب. من عيوبه أو انتقاداته هو حساب المزايا على أساس أجر الأخير، وما قد يؤدي إلى التلاعب فيه أيضا. مجموعة انتقادات. من مزاياه أيضا أو في الجانب الآخر أن المستفيد يستطيع هذه متاع المزايا بتاع المزايا. أما الأساليب التمويل أيضا تختلف. تقريبا معظم الدول تعمل على البي جي اللي هي بي از يو جو، اللي هو اولا باول او يسمى التوزيع، او احيانا هناك من يسميه بالموازنه السنويه، اللي هو يعكس الميثاق ما بين الاجيال، اللي المشتركين الحاليين هم اللي ساهموا في دفع المتقاعدين الحاليين. اذا كان في اي سؤال تفضلوا حضراتكم. نعم.
عندي تعليق. أول شيء حبيت أشكرك دكتور عادل، لأن أنت مخضرم في أنظمة التقاعد والتأمين التجاري، وحبيت أشكر أخواننا الأستاذ فريد والأستاذ صالح ومستر رحيم. أنا أعتقد this was one session, but the depth of data, the analogies, the schemes, the tables, the comparisons are really worth a full pension conference. So thank you so much for these very deep insights that you have shared with us. I would like to invite the floor if they have any questions, because we really have very experienced speakers. We have not done them justice by keeping them after lunch. I mean, this should have been really in the morning, but tomorrow we still have an opportunity led by Dr. Manal. Again, it's going to be about the considerations, the design and benefits considerations when you design a pension system or a retirement system in general, and maybe we can continue this debate. So for anyone who cannot have the chance today, we can also do it tomorrow. But also, I have seen that there has been really wealth of information by Farid. It was very amazing, and then Saleh and Rahim. Some of it are applicable to nationals, other are applicable to expats, as we have in the GCC. It's really, really, even the presentation by Saleh has a lot of visual illustrations, very insightful. We promise you to keep all of this on our websites, hopefully by Sunday. So if you are going back to your offices, you need reports, you need the presentations, you can refer to the websites. And I don't want to take a lot of time because I'm also, myself is also impassioned about pension, but I'd like to leave the floors to you. Thanks.
هاي تفضل.
السلام عليكم. علي البحيري، الهيئة القومية للتأمين الاجتماعي. بشكر الخبراء وكل القائمين على المؤتمر. لو سمحت كنت عاوز اعرف بس الموقف القانوني الجزائري والقانون السعودي من المعاش المبكر، لان القانون الحقيقه القانون المصري 148 لسنه 2019 الماده 21 منه حطت شروط يعني مشدده للحصول على المعاش المبكر، والحقيقه ان بعض الناس شايفه ان ده في ظلم للناس، رغم ان انا شايف ان ده ما فيهوش اي ظلم، لان الاصل في النظام التاميني نظام تكافلي، وفي نفس الوقت النظام التأميني يعني وضع ليواجه أخطار معينة من العجز والشيخوخة والوفاة، لكن المعاش المبكر ليس من ضمن الأخطار التي يجب أن يواجهها التأمين الاجتماعي عموما يعني. لأن في الحقيقة لو توسعنا في النظام المعاش المبكر أعتقد أنه يؤدي إلى خلل في النظام التأميني، لأن ده يعني ده وجهة نظري يعني، رغم أن في بعض الناس شايفة أن ده في ظلم، أنا شايف أنه ما فيش أي ظلم، لأن الحقيقة أن ده هيؤدي إلى خلل في نظام التأمين الاجتماعي. شكرا.
بس اسمح لي خلي المايك معك بس بسألك، أنت تقول كجزئية، أنت تقول إنه التقاعد المبكر أنت تشوف إنه ما في مشكلة أصلاً ولا؟
لا حضرتك إحنا عندنا في القانون المصري القانون 148 لسنة 2019 وضع شروط معينة للحصول على المعاش المبكر، يعني تشدد في الحصول عليه. وفي الحقيقة أن ده ما فيهوش أنا مش شايف إن ما فيهوش أي ظلم، الناس في بعض الناس معترضة على نص المادة 21 من القانون التأمين الاجتماعي بسبب الجزئية دي، بس فهذه الفكرة يعني.
واضح جدا. انا اتفق معك ان احنا بس نتكلم عن نظام تاميني، انا الهدف من وجودي كنظام تاميني اني انا امن الناس وقت عدم قدرتهم على العمل. فانا لما يجيني شخص متقاعد مبكر وهو قادر على العمل، انا اذكر كان فيه احد الدراسات تسويها شركه ميرسر، وكنا نتناقش معهم لانهم حطوا ريت عندنا منخفض فيما يخص التقاعد المبكر أو فيما يخص موضوع التقاعد. كان من ضمن أحد الأسباب اللي خلتهم يناقصون التصنيف أنه إحنا عندنا سموها بطالة مقنعة، لأنه الأشخاص قادرين على العمل وفي نفس الوقت هم ما يعملون،
وخصوصا انه طلع من النظام بارادته، يعني هو الاخطار خلاص ده غصب، لكن ده خرج من النظام بارادته.
والتوسع في موضوع التقاعد المبكر ما هو من صلب النظام التأميني، وكثير من المتقاعدين في المملكة العربية السعودية يتقاعد مبكر ويعمل في القطاع الخاص كصاحب عمل، وهنا ما هو دور التأمين الاجتماعي انه يصرف لك معاش. اتفق معك تماما.
تفضل استاذ جمال.
موقف القانون الجزائري.
جاوبوا في حل الجزائر مثلا دقيقة في
القصة. سؤال وتعليق.
عنده سؤالين في الحقيقة، عنده سؤال على الجزائر وسؤال على إذا فيما يخص الحالة الجزائرية كان فيه إمكانية التقاعد المبكر، ولكن تم حذف هذه الإمكانية ابتداء من 2015 بالفعل مع longevity أو improvement of life expectancy. early retirement راح يمد لنا kind of imbalance between the life number of years of contributions and the number of years of retirement. That's why the early retirement is very costly to pension systems. We can discuss further details after in the break or in the tomorrow morning as well.
شكرا جزيلا.
أنا كنت عايزة بس أرد على إن المعاش المبكر مش مفيد للأنظمة بتاعتنا. هو فعلا هو مش مفيد وهو ضار، بس إحنا بنعمل له منع في مصر بشرط بيمنع الحصول عليه. وفي الفيميلز مثلا ما بتبقاش بطالة، بتبقى مثلا واحدة عضت مدة 25 سنة من عمرها بتشتغل وتعبت عايزة تقعد في البيت، انت بتمنعها تاخد حقها. انا اشتركت 25 سنه ومن حقي ان انا استريح، هقعد في بيتي، من حقي ان اخد معاش على قد اللي دفعته، وانا بخفض المعاش المبكر على قد الاشتراكات اللي دفعها، وبحسب الفتره اللي هياخدها وبديله معاش على قد اللي دفعه بالظبط. احنا هنا في مصر في رفض للشرط اللي محطوط اللي بيمنع جذريا الحصول على معاش مبكر، لان مش من العداله ان اكون مشتركه في النظام 25 سنه 30 سنه وتيجي تقول لي لو قعدتي قبل سن ال60 مالكيش معاش مبكر. ده مش عدل، ده ما فيهوش عداله. انا اشتركت في نظام ممول، مولت اشتراكات، اذا من حقي اخد اشتراكاتي على قد ما دفعت على الاقل. لكن اقول انا بضر النظام، انا بضره لان النظام ساخي زياده عن اللزوم. ممكن تحط شروط مثلا في الزيادات السنويه، ما تزودنيش بنفس النسبه العاديه، قول المبكر يزيد بنسبه اقل لان هو ما اشتركش عن الزيادات السنويه. ممكن احط حلول لكن ما امنعوش خالص. ارفع السن، احط شروط تديله حق انه يشترك مده اطول، مع سنه لما يكبر من حقه انه يتقاعد، خاصه الفيميل مش الميل.
بس انا بوضح بس فقط توضيح ان انا ماني بقول امنع التقاعد المبكر تماما. لكن انا عندي لما يكون مشكله صحيه لمشترك سواء ميل او فيميل، انا ما اعتقد انه هو من نظام المعاشات كنظام معاشات، لكن هو يكون تحت مظله التامين الاجتماعي في الاخطار المهنيه. احنا نتكلم عن مشكله صحيه يكون مرتبط في جانب الاخطار المهنيه وليس صندوق المعاشات او الصندوق المخصص لصرف المعاش بلوغ السن او التقاعد. احنا عندنا في السعوديه مطبق بالشكل هذا، النظام الاخطار المهنيه مفصول عن نظام المعاشات. فنظام الاخطار المهنيه في حال وجود مشكله صحيه ايا كان سن الشخص هو يصرف له معاش. ممتاز، سليمه، بس انا حابه اني اجلس في البيت.
معلش يعني هو الافكار كثيره والحلول تختلف من بلد الى بلد اخر. هي لو كان لاحظتوا جميعا ان المتغيرات او التحديات هي متشابكه وفي نفس الوقت هي متضاده، يعني هو عامل يعني في جانب يؤثر وفي جانب اخر. لكن نحن اذا نظرنا للصناديق من حيث النظره اقتصاديه، يعني من حيث الاستدامه وتعزيز الاستدامه وعدم التاثير على الاجيال القادمه، زي ما حكينا الاستدامه يعني ننفق على الاجيال الحاليه مع المحافظه على الاجيال القادمه. منع قد يكون هو النموذج اللي توصلوا له العديد من الدراسات في العالم كله ودراسات حتى من دول عربيه. هو قد يكون مش المنع منعا باتا، ولكن الحد من التقاعد المبكر هو يعتبر احد الميكانيزمز اللي مستخدمه في reducing او mitigate financial risk for pension او retirement fund يعني. اوكي، شكرا. اي سؤال اخر؟ السؤال الاخير يا استاذ ابراهيم، ايش رايك؟ هاي تفضل.
تفضل ولا تفضلي؟ اثنين. صفوت السباعي، الدكتوراه في اساليب استخدام اساليب الذكاء الاصطناعي في تقليل مخاطر الافلاس في صناديق المعاشات، وخبره 22 سنه في الهيئه القوميه للتامين الاجتماعي في صناديق التقاعد. هو انا بس ليا تعليقين. التعليق الاولاني هو كان اقتراح انا قريته في بيبرز كتير وفي ابحاث كتير موجوده طبقت في الدول، يعني ان المعاش المبكر لما لقيناه موجود في 148 عليه ريستريكشن عاليه قوي، فدورت كتير فلقيت ان العلاج بتاعه ان هو المعاش المبكر فقط تبقى طريقه تمويله defined contribution، بمعنى ان على قد ما هتدفع هتاخد فلوس، على قد ما انت دفعت هقسم كل فلوسك، في اي وقت انت عايز تيجي تقبض معاش اوريدي الفلوس بتاعتك بتمويلها باستثماراتها هقسمها على انوتي وده المعاش بتاعك، وملوش علاقه خالص بنظام التامين الاجتماعي اللي هو الديفايند بنفيت. ده كان علاج لموضوع الديفايند كونتريبيوشن. الحاجة التانية كنت بس عايز اتكلم على حاجة يعني احنا عممناها قوي، الا وهي ان كل صناديق المعاشات، كل انظمة المعاشات عايزين لها اصلاح. ما هو الفكرة كلها ان المفترض ان في بداية دراسة اي نظام معاشات، المفترض ان في خبير اكتواري، وده دوره بالفعل، ان هو بيعمل مدى كفاية الاشتراكات للنظام، وبيقول والله اللي بيكفي النظام هو مثلا نسبة اشتراكات اوريدي مثلا 25% 20%، مع افتراض ان نظام الاستثمارات هيبقى مثلا سي 10% بزيادة معاشات فوريفر وبتوريث وهكذا. في اسامبشن معينه بيحطها الخبير الاكتواري، المفترض ان الاسامبشنز دي محدش يخالفها، ولا يجي قرار سيادي ولا قرار خارجي بره منظومه متخذ القرار في قانون التامين الاجتماعي بحيث ان هو غير الافتراضات. طيب لو هنفترض ان حصل وفي قرار السيادي بتغيير افتراضات الخبير الاكتواري اللي حطها، هنقول طيب خلاص اوكي اوريدي احنا بنعمل التكلفه، والله الخبير الاكتواري كان حاطط مثلا افتراض سي مثلا استثمار ب 10%، طيب حضراتكم هتغيروا الموضوع او الظروف اتغيرت او احنا هندي 9% او 8%، بس احنا الافتراض الخبير 10، يبقى الفرق دون هيموله متخذ القرار بتاع 8% او 7%. او لو نسبه الاشتراكات عايزينها مثلا مدى كفايه الاشتراكات 25%، طب احنا عايزين نقللها، والله افتراضات الخبير الاكتواري كانت 25، عايزين تقللوها مفيش مشكله، متخذ القرار اللي هيقول تقل هو اللي هيتحمل يعني نواتج او عواقب هذا القرار. ده اللي انا عايز اقول. لكن هو الاصل في نظام المعاشات ان هو اصل يعني ان هو ستيبل، مش هو مثلا بايظ او عايز يتصلح، او هو ايه اللي بوظه؟ هو خلاف الافتراضات اللي حطها الخبير الاكتواري في بدايه النظام. شكرا.
شكرا جزيلا.
Hello. So Yasmin Hussein again, independent consulting actuary. So my question is about defined contribution pension schemes. And this question is in the context of the objective of fairness for pensions, but also our region. So I think that in order for defined contribution pension schemes to be fair, there needs to be a high level of financial literacy, one, and two, access to digital platforms so that the contributors can actually see their investments, how they're performing, and actually make informed decisions about the risk that they're taking. So with this in mind, and given our region, how soon or how practical would it be for occupational pension schemes and state pension schemes in our region to start adapting defined contribution or hybrid schemes?
Okay. Just to answer your first question, I'm sure you are aware that recently this Dubai government has introduced DIFC, one of the financial free zone, has recently introduced this defined contribution schemes for the companies which are operating under their jurisdiction. So what they did is they discontinued their defined benefit EOSB scheme, and then they started their defined contribution scheme where there's a centralized fund who is operating. So again, things are going towards that direction. But these are two different things. One is the occupational schemes which are currently being offered to the expats, and one is this pension scheme which is for the local. So the dynamics of both the schemes are different, but you are saying that when we're going towards that direction, so I think for expats, I think that things are going towards the direction to having a funded scheme or a defined contribution scheme. No, I think no other country has moved to that direction yet. But again, your first question was the literacy, that when we are saying this is defined contribution, so there are lots of work to. First is the infrastructure, then the investment. Am I equivalent with the investment choices that is being offered to me? So there are lot of groundwork that we have to do before offering this DC scheme to a general public. Let's say if I'm a this averse kind of a person, I don't want to go in a risky investment, I want to place all my investments in a fixed deposit, then at the end of the day I'll be on a losing side because I'll not have enough money. So first you have to provide the awareness for all the areas, all the dynamics of the defined contribution. Only then you will go to that level and you'll move to this defined contribution side. I will try.
Just I have to answer the first and second question. It's right that early retirement is encouraged by the design of the system. In concern of the Algerian case, as stated, the IRR of the pension contracts given different ages of start working and different ages for retirement, and they found out that the IRR are very high when we enter early to the labor market and when we get retired early. So the problem is in the design of the system itself, because it encourages the early retirement, and making it dependent to the fully funded component will certainly manage this problem. And there is another point. Great part of pension system in MENA region countries are established in recent years. So in addition to population aging and longevity issues, there is a maturity issue, because when in the first year following the launch of the systems, we are much more contributors compared to retiree. And as the system matures, we have this automatic balance in time. And at the moment when the system is designed, policymakers haven't taken this point into consideration. So they 5% of contribution will be okay, but after 10 years, 20 years, they figure out that it's not enough, and they need to rise the pension rate. To solve this problem and improve the actuarial fairness in the pay-as-you-go system, in my paper on discussing the linkage between the benefits and the contribution in pay-as-you-go system, they don't have any official source. Just people are trying to play with parameters to solve this sustainability problem. So what I propose was to start from the actuarial fairness equation and to simplify it using GLM models, and to arrive into a formula that we can adjust in function of the future projection of mortality and future projections of the future of population aging. Thank you.
شكرا دكتور، شكرا جزيلا على الحضور وعلى الصبر. يعني الوقت فعلا من الصباح الباكر، لكن المواضيع ذات شجون، واعتقد ان كل بيبر هي تحتاج الى فتره اطول، واكيد وجهات نظر مختلفه. فقط بس يعني حاولت اني نجمع بعض الحلول المقترحه. يعني في النهايه هو اجتهاد لتحقيق شيئين، يعني تحقيق الحماية الاجتماعية كدور أساسي رئيسي للضمان الاجتماعي أو صناديق التقاعد أو التضامن حسب المسمى، وأيضا لتعزيز الملاءة المالية، لأنه حقيقة يعني بدون أموال وبدون أنه يستطيع مش حيقدر يحافظ على الاستمرارية وعلى الاستدامة في منح المرتبات أو المعاشات التقاعدية وتقديم البينيفيتس بشكل عام. ذلك يعني ممكن نقترحه، يعني حاجة لا فيش واحد تكلم عليه، هو التركيز على الاستثمار، استثمار أموال الصندوق وحوكمة هذه الاستثمارات، سواء كانت استثمار لوكالي أو انترناشونال، يعني محلي، استثمارات في الأصول الحقيقية من خلال الامتلاك أو تكوين أو تأسيس شركات، أو استثمارات في الأصول المالية من خلال المساهمة في البنك، في البنوك، أو في أي شركات أخرى. يعني هذا أحد، لأن هي فعلا هي مترابطة. الشيء الآخر اللي هو الانفورمال ايكونومي والفورمال، اللي هو دمج الاميرج تو اميرج بين الاقتصاد الرسمي والاقتصاد الغير رسمي، لأن فيه معلومات يعني تبين أن في مصر وفي ليبيا وفي المغرب ولبنان والجزائر هي الأكبر نسبيا، بين 35 و 40%، يعني اللي خارج المنظومة بتاع كاقتصاد يعني تحت الاشراف الجهات الرسميه كاجمالي من الناتج المحلي. ممكن دول الخليج اقل شوي لكن برضو مرتفعه، ولذلك دامج الاقتصاد الرسمي من غير الرسمي هو ايضا احد الاليات او الحلول المقترحه. ايضا تكلموا عليه في 3 الورقات اللي هو يجب ان يكون تكييف او ادجاست يعني بتوين سن المعاش عند التقاعد مع متوسط العمر المتوقع، لان في العالم كله هناك نمو متزايد في الاعمار. ورقه بتاع الدكتور ريد ايضا وصلها تقريبا لعند 82 سنه ولا لا؟ اعتقد 81 ولا الجزائر. ايوه بالضبط. دراسه معدل الاشتراكات او معدل الكونتريبيوشن ريت من فتره الى فتره اخرى من خلال ايش؟ من خلال معدل الاعاله او معدل الاحلال، لان واحد يمثل الجانب الاقتصادي والاخر يمثل الجانب الاجتماعي. ايضا الحد، مش نقولوا نحن مانع، ولكن الحد من التقاعد المبكر، لان هناك نسب كبيره، لان عمليه تقاعد مبكر هناك تزايد يعني في حجم اعمار المتقاعدين، وبالتالي حيترتب التزامات ماليه على صناديق الضمان الاجتماعي. وبالشكل هذا يعني اذا كان يعني حاولت يعني ان نجمعه ما بين الورقات الثلاث وانضباطها مع هذه الآليات تحت توجيهات المنظمة الدولية لصناديق الضمان الاجتماعي اللي هي منظمة الإيسا. شكرا جزيلا وبارك الله فيكم على الجميع، وبارك في أستاذ إبراهيم ومن